Hey, my friends, welcome back to the channel. Hope you are enjoying the videos. If so, please like, share, and subscribe. This story starts in the village of Edenton, 12 years ago. Watch, my son, this is how to forge a blade, Sven craftsman told Leif, his child. The man was tall, strong, and broad-shouldered with brown eyes and hair. Yes, father, the young boy replied. Brown-haired and blue-eyed, Leif watched intently as his father hammered the steel bar flat. Silence hung heavy in the forge for long minutes. Father, how do you do this? I thought you were a furniture maker. That's a good question, my love. How do you know how to make such different things? Alice asked, ruffling her son's hair. Tall like her husband, though her head reached only his nose, she had blonde hair and blue eyes that contrasted Sven. He laughed, plunging the blade into a barrel of water with a hiss. The simple answer, my son, is skills. But what are skills? Leif asked. Skills are actions that people do, Sven answered. So everything is a skill? Leif asked excitedly, visions of running and playing dancing in his head. No, Alice said as Sven reheated the blade. Only certain actions can be skills. In fact, skills are more accurately described as an art. Take bladesmithing, which is what your father is doing. Bladesmithing is a form of blacksmithing focused on creating blades like this sword. I currently am level 9 in bladesmithing, Sven added. If this sword turns out as well as I hope, it will push my skill to level 10 and my total level to 15. Levels? Leif inquired. Levels measure how advanced someone is, Alice answered. That goes for their personal power or level as well as their skills. So, when you make horseshoes or nails, that doesn't help your level? Leif asked. Yes and no, Sven replied. Those things help your father's blacksmithing and personal levels, but not his bladesmithing level, Alice explained. You'll learn more about all this as you grow older, Sven said, eager to shift focus. He had no desire to overwhelm his son so soon. So, for now, enjoy your youth, watch and learn, Alice told their son. Yes, Mama, yes, Papa, Leif replied. The two parents smiled. Sven turned back to the blade. Once forging was complete, it was time for the handle. Watch your mother, Sven instructed Leif. Do you see how tightly she wraps the leather around the handle? That is the way it is supposed to be done. Yes, Papa, but why don't you do that? Leif replied. Because I am better at doing this, Alice answered while laughing. Sven mock frowned at his wife. Your mother is teasing me, but she is correct. Your mother is much better than I am at detail work. Is that why Mama makes all the jewelry and pottery too? Leif asked. He beamed inwardly, proud of remembering those words for necklaces, rings, plates, and cups. Indeed, Sven replied, laughing. All right, Leif, pay very careful attention to what your mother does now. This and what I do next are the most important parts of crafting special items. Yes, Papa, Leif dutifully answered. Father and son watched Alice engrave runes into the sword blade with a specially designed tool. It looks like Mama is writing. That's because I am, Alice said. This is a special kind of writing, though. What are you writing? Leif asked. Your mother is writing the runes for sharpness, hardness, energy flow and control, and flame in that order, Sven answered. Do the words do anything special? Leif wondered aloud. Sharpness will make the blade always sharp, while hardness will make the blade extremely hard to break. Energy flow and control will allow the sword to take the life energy around us and channel it into flame, Sven answered. Is it because they are special words? Leif asked. The runes are the special part, not so much the words themselves, Alice replied. She blew on the sword to clear metal shavings from the runes. That and one final thing. Watch, my son, and learn, Sven instructed. He fetched a vial of blue liquid from another counter and showed it to Leif. This is the blood of a frost fox. The blood of the enchanter, or even better, monsters, is needed for this part. Alice stood and joined Leif. Sven poured the blood onto the runes and placed his hand over them. A moment later, it glowed. What is Papa doing? Leif asked his mother, eyes wide with wonder. He'd never seen anything like it. Your father is enchanting the sword. He is giving the runes meaning with his intent, Alice answered as the whole sword glowed. This is a secret our family possesses, and you can never tell others. Why would other people be jealous? Leif asked. Yes, Sven answered. Other people have hurt enchanters for their secrets, so some would seek to hurt us. But why? Leif wondered. Enchanters can make powerful things others cannot, Alice said. Warlords, kings, and merchants would do more than hurt someone for the secret of enchanting, because it would add to their power and wealth. Is that why Uncle Eric sells the enchanted things you make? Leif asked. Yes, Sven answered. Your Uncle Eric is a traveling merchant and blood brother to me that I have long trusted with our secret. When you're old enough to craft and enchant on your own, you will want to find a trusted individual to sell your enchanted wares as well, Alice advised. I think I understand, and I'll keep our secret, Leif pledged. 5 years ago. Father, why don't we build more enchanted items? Leif asked as he and Sven sat on a dock watching fishing boats return from the ocean. The boats never strayed far, always keeping land in sight. Even at his age, Leif knew fishing was dangerous, a job he'd never take. He intended to follow his parents' footsteps and honor the family name. It would make life easier for the rest of the village. Sven turned to his son. Average height but wiry-muscled from shop work, Leif favored Alice more yet blended them perfectly. The 13-year-old would grow into a handsome man, bright-minded and gentle, shunning hunt, fish, or fight unlike other boys. They didn't tease him since his fight with Tim Fisher years back, when Leif came home crying over hurting the bigger boy. While it is true that enchanting the boats, nets, hunting gear, houses, and other things would help Edenton, it would also put a target on the village, Sven answered, dismissing his thoughts. And a target on us? Leif inquired. Indeed it would. But why? I've never understood that, Leif complained. For that answer you have to look to history and the gods, Sven replied. You've seen the ruins around the village. Yes, sir. Edenton was once a town or small city long before my parents were born, Sven said. I know, the priests teach that in school, Leif replied. Sven frowned. Sorry, father. Sven grunted. Anyway, either an enchantment went wrong and destroyed the old town, or the gods destroyed it because of our ancestors, hubris, or it was conquered and burned down by invaders after they took what they wanted. Father, do you agree with the priests that the gods destroyed the town because creating enchanted items is their domain? Leif asked. Sven gazed at the ocean, silent. No, I don't think the gods punished the city because of an enchanter, but the priests are another reason we hide what we can do. I understand, or at least think I do. They would burn us as witches or turn us over to the queen, Leif replied. The priests wouldn't kill us, but they are very noisy and would turn us over to the queen or whoever could pay the most for the information that we are enchanters, Sven said. Oh, that makes sense since most people will do anything for money, Leif replied. Sven nodded. So, what do you think did destroy the town? Most likely an enchantment gone wrong, Sven answered. What kind of enchantment could destroy a town? Leif wondered. There are several kinds, Sven answered. Some kind of shielding enchantment could have gone wrong, for example. How so? Leif asked. Sven raised a brow, so Leif pondered. Trapping gas or something inside the shield and it exploded. Very good, but the obvious answer would have been a shield that trapped in the air itself, Sven replied. Which would choke everyone and everything under the shield to death, Leif concluded. Sven nodded. Is that why Edenton, and none of the neighboring villages, have shields that would completely cover the village? In part, Sven agreed. But why else wouldn't a village have such an enchantment? No enchanters, Leif guessed. Sven frowned. Power. Very good. An enchantment that would shield an entire house, much less a village, would be very power-intensive and take a very large crystal to contain the energy needed as well as the blood of a very powerful monster, Sven said. That reminds me of something, Leif said. What? Do you remember that flame sword you and Mother made when I was 6? Leif asked. Sven nodded. Why didn't you add a crystal to it? Costs, for one, and the sword didn't really need a crystal to power the enchantments, Sven answered. Steel, if properly cared for, will last longer than we will live without enchantments. And the user's energy would be enough to power the enchantments when activated, Leif guessed. Exactly, Sven agreed. He stood as boats neared shore and sunset loomed. Come on, your mother should have supper ready soon. Back at the house. Very nice, Alice praised as Leif finished engraving runes into a silver bracelet. What runes did you use? Sven asked from his chair by the fireplace, pipe smoke curling. Gather energy and control, store energy, and general protect from harm, Leif answered, holding it up. That will be a weak protection bracelet, but well done, Sven said proudly. Leif smiled and thanked them as Alice fetched a vial from a side cabinet. Now, use some of the bladed catfish blood and activate the runes. She handed him the small vial of blue blood, smiling. You can do this. Are you sure? Leif asked, glancing between them. We are, Alice answered. Leif nodded, poured blood on the runes, and placed his right hand over. He willed his intent. A soft glow bloomed. You have created a weak protection bracelet. This bracelet will protect against attacks of level 2 for less than 1 minute or a single level 3 attack. Value 100 crowns. It is weak, Leif told his parents, sharing the message. That is very good for your first enchantment, Alice assured, hugging him. Did you get another message? Sven asked. I did, Leif answered. Congratulations. You have learned the enchanter class. Enchanters create magical or enchanted objects. I did it, Leif exclaimed, sharing it. 3 years ago. Happy birthday, Stephanie, Leif told the mayor's daughter, who had just turned 17, holding out a necklace he'd made. Thank you, Leif, Stephanie said, eyes lighting at the sight. Is this for me? Yes, Leif replied. Like many village boys his age, Leif thought the pretty blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl was the one. The flower-shaped necklace held a tiny red crystal at its center, vine chain with scattered leaves. I made it myself, so I hope you like it. It's pretty, Stephanie said, smiling before inspecting it closer. She preferred gold to silver, but the crystal intrigued. What is the crystal for? That helps the necklace work. I mean, it'll keep you safe, Leif answered, feeling foolish. What do you mean? Won't you tell me? Stephanie said, batting her eyes. Leif blushed. She'd never seemed so interested. The necklace has a general protection charm. It'll keep you from getting damaged for 3 minutes by anyone level 3 or less, Leif explained. That's special, Stephanie cooed. Yeah, Leif agreed, summoning courage. Stephanie, could I escort you to the celebration tonight? She frowned, then smiled slightly. The spring planting celebration doubled as her birthday party. Nearly the whole village would attend. I've already agreed to allow Franklin to accompany me, but I'll see you there and might even dance with you if you ask me. Oh, okay, Leif replied. I need to go get some things from my uncle's shop. I'll talk to you later, Stephanie said. Sure, Leif said as she walked away. Hey, Uncle Jerry, Stephanie said, entering the general shop. How's my favorite niece doing this fine morning? Jerry Thompson asked. I'm well and I'm your only niece, Stephanie replied. That's why you're my favorite, Jerry said, grinning hugely. I'll tell Mom you said that, Stephanie threatened. He shrugged. My sister knows how I feel, and you know I love you, Jerry replied. Here to pick up your mom's order. Yes, can you believe she is making me do chores on my birthday? Your birthday was yesterday, Jerry replied. But the celebration is tonight, Stephanie pointed out. Uh-huh, Jerry muttered, spotting the necklace. What's that you're holding? Oh, this, Stephanie asked, setting it on the counter. Leif Craftsman gave it to me for my birthday. He said he made it. That boy has always been smitten with you, as have most of the boys around your age, Jerry said. He examined it. Nice work. This necklace was crafted by at least someone level 2, perhaps even level 3, so I doubt he made it. Really? Stephanie asked in disbelief. No one her age was over level 1, Tim Fisher neared 2, but he was just a poor fisherman's son, unfit for her. Yep, Alice might have made it at some point though, Jerry replied. As far as I know, Leif doesn't even have a class yet despite his parents having him assist them for the last few years. How much is the necklace worth? Stephanie asked. She cared little for it as a gift, but crowns, yes. Thinking of selling this to your poor uncle? Jerry asked, grinning. She nodded eagerly. Did Leif mention anything else about the necklace? He said there is a crystal in it that helps it work. Work? Leif said the necklace has a protective charm on it. Does that make it more valuable? Stephanie replied, greed lacing her voice. If true, it would make the necklace much more valuable, Jerry agreed. He appraised it, eyes widened. It is worth much more, isn't it? She pressed, clapping. Yes, Jerry answered, suspicions rising about the craftsman family. Let's go talk to your father. There might be a way for all of us to profit off this thing. What do you mean? And what about your shop? I'll risk missing a few sales. If I'm right, this necklace might make us rich, Jerry replied, ushering her out and locking the door. Meanwhile, in Leif's house. Leif, are you ready? Sven called from the hallway. Yes, father. Leif emerged from the bathroom, dressed like his dad in denim pants, sturdy boots, and a long-sleeved cotton shirt. Dark gray for Sven, light blue and white flannel for him. My two men look very handsome, Alice said, joining them in her crisp white long-sleeved shirt and flowing floral skirt. Beautiful as always, Sven told Alice, complimenting his wife. You look very pretty, mother, Leif added. Thank you both, Alice replied. She kissed Leif on the cheek. He turned and muttered under his breath as his mother kissed his father lightly on the lips. Alice ran her fingers through Leif's hair and said, You won't mind so much when you're older. He doesn't mind so much now, Sven said, a grin on his face. You saw the necklace he worked on so hard for the mayor's daughter. Leif blushed from embarrassment, earning a laugh from his parents. Alice hugged him. Having second thoughts about going to the celebration, Alice asked her son in a teasing tone of voice. Some, Leif admitted. That's fine. You can change into some work clothes and get started on that rocking chair for old Mrs. Lewis for me instead of dancing with a certain girl, Sven said, rubbing his chin. Instead of replying, Leif walked to the front door and opened it. He held out an arm and gestured to his parents to precede him. Looks like Leif changed his mind, Alice said as she looped her arm in Sven's. As they walked by their son, Alice leaned over and kissed his cheek again. Leif stood with Tim Fisher, watching several couples dancing. Most were their age or just a few years older. A few adult couples were dancing as well. Leif was thankful that his parents had only danced a couple of times and were now sitting and chatting with a few other adults. He was glad his parents loved each other, but watching them dance was not something he wanted to see again. It was, well, embarrassing. There's Stephanie, Tim said, tapping Leif on his left arm and unnecessarily pointing to the mayor's daughter. Leif had been watching her dance with Franklin Sways and a few other boys that were sons of the wealthier Edenton area families. Stephanie had locked eyes on Leif a few times during the evening, but turned away when he had started to approach her to ask her to dance with him every time. It made Leif feel like he was being teased. You should give her that necklace you told me about. I did that earlier today, Leif replied. Really? Yeah, she seemed to like it, Leif said. Stephanie even said she might dance with me too. Then go ask her to dance instead of standing here like a bump on a log all night, Tim replied. She's too busy talking and dancing with the others, Leif protested. He decided to try and change the subject. And what about you? What about me? Tim asked. I haven't seen you dance with anyone, Leif replied. I've danced with several girls, some even twice, Tim countered while pointing to where a small group of girls about their age was talking. He waved. The girls smiled. Some waved back while others giggled. In fact, I think I'll ask Trish Miller to dance again. Leif looked at the girls and spotted Trish. He had to admit she was pretty. That said, she was no Stephanie. None of them were in his mind. I hadn't realized that you had been dancing, Leif replied. That's because you've been too busy pinning away over Stephanie and sulking, Tim pointed out. He tapped Leif on the arm again. I have not been sulking, Leif retorted. Uh-huh, Tim said. Come on, and you can ask one of the other girls to dance while I ask Trish. Mindy Baker likes you. Dancing with her will be a lot more fun than standing here. Aye, she does. Leif started to reply and fell silent as he noticed Stephanie was left alone for a moment. Tim nodded. I think I'm going to ask Stephanie to dance. Good luck, Tim said as Leif walked away. Hi, Stephanie, Leif said, looking down. For some reason, he couldn't meet her eyes. Hi, oh, Stephanie replied after turning to face whoever had walked up. Since his eyes were locked on her ankles, Leif missed seeing Stephanie frown after recognizing him. She smiled, though it didn't reach her eyes. Her tone wasn't friendly when she said, Leif, can I help you? I was wondering if you would like to dance, Leif replied. To him, it suddenly felt like the eyes of the entire village were on them despite being able to look around and seeing that most people weren't paying them any attention. Stephanie was about to reply that she had promised the next dance with Franklin again when her father caught her eye. He gestured towards Jerry's shop, and she nodded her head in understanding. Her father and uncle wanted to talk to Leif and find out where the necklace had come from. Actually, I was hoping we could talk in private beside my uncle's shop, Stephanie told Leif in a nicer-sounding voice. He looked up and she smiled. Before Leif could say a word, a loud horn sounded. The church bell started ringing a second later. What is going on? Someone shouted, Raiders! The chant was repeated, and suddenly Leif's mother was next to them. Leif, we're going home, Alice said, taking her son's right hand in her left. Yes, mother, Leif replied. But I need to talk to him, Stephanie said. Alice shook her head. You'd best get home or to cover as well, Alice said. She dragged Leif away. While she was dragging him away, Leif's mind went back to time, few hours when Leif finished placing the crystal in the rose necklace. He placed some bladed catfish blood on the crystal and tiny runes that circled the crystal's placement. Leif then placed his hand on the blood-covered necklace and willed his intent into it. You have created a weak necklace of protection. This necklace will protect against attacks of level 3 for 3 minutes. Value 400 crowns. Congratulations! Your enchanting skill has reached level 2. Your jeweler skill has reached level 2. Your crafter skill has reached level 2. Your enchanter class has reached level 2. Yes, Leif said happily. He thought Stephanie would love the gift, and the skill increases were very welcome and would make his parents proud. Leif pulled up his skills. Leif craftsman. Class, level 2 enchanter. Skills. Enchanting, level 2. Crafter, level 2. Jeweler, level 2. Ceramist, level 1. Woodworker, level 1. Blacksmith, level 1. Leif didn't think that was bad for a kid like himself, though he didn't have a way to compare himself to anyone else. A second later, he found himself huddled in the basement listening to the pounding on the door. He was afraid, and tears distorted his vision. He hadn't been this frightened in a very long time. Where is the enchanter? A gruff voice shouted. We know there is one in this village. We will burn this miserable hole to the ground if you don't turn the enchanter over to us. Leif heard Stephanie scream. A few seconds later, he heard his mother's scream as well as those of other village women join Stephanie. A few of the screams suddenly cut off as cruel laughter reached Leif's ears. A man screamed for his wife. Was that his father? Leif wasn't sure. The man's screams turned from despair to those of panic as the cruel laughter increased. Soon enough, the man fell silent. Sobs and crying could be heard beyond the door. Not only will we burn this pathetic excuse of a fishing village to the ground and murder the inhabitants by torture, but we will also enjoy doing it, the same gruff voice shouted. Others laughed and cheered. Reveal yourself, enchanter. You don't want to see or hear what we do to the women. Leif couldn't let anything else happen. He pushed on the basement's trapdoor. It wouldn't budge. Had his mother covered the door with something? Come on, Leif said through his tears. He pushed on the door again. Move. Blood started to seep around the door. Leif fell back in fear. The door caught fire and blood started to flow through the flames. Leif scrambled back and heard his father's scream. Their screams. Leif screamed as he bolted upright, covered in sweat and breathing hard. He wiped his eyes and then his forehead. It was just a dream, Leif told himself. A knock sounded at the tiny bedroom door. He ignored it as he wondered if giving Stephanie the enchanted necklace had doomed the village somehow. "Are you all right in there?" Leif ignored the voice as tears clouded his eyes. "Was it all my fault?" "Leif." "I'm fine, Mistress Young," Leif called out to the ceramist he had been living with and working for the last year. He wiped his eyes. "I just had a bad dream." "That's happened a lot over the last few months," Amy Young replied. "But considering what you and the other survivors of Edenton went through, that's to be expected. Breakfast is ready." "Thank you, I'll be right along," Leif replied. He pulled up his skills after getting dressed for the day. Leif craftsman. Class, level 2 enchanter. Skills. Enchanting, level 2. Crafter, level 4. Jeweler, level 2. Ceramist, level 3. Woodworker, level 2. Blacksmith, level 2. He had improved all his skills, except for enchanting a little over the last 2.5 years. At first, no crafter would take on a refugee as an apprentice, nor would Count Williamson allow anyone under 15 to apply for an apprenticeship. That had forced Leif, and a few other boys and girls his age that had survived the massacre of their village, to wait until their birthdays to get out from under the thumb of the Count and his men. Since then, Leif had bounced from village to village in the area. He had been working in Plymouth since meeting Mistress Young. She was strict, but nice enough. Surprisingly, Mistress Young wasn't as old as the other crafters Leif had worked for. He had noticed only a few gray hairs in her hair, so assumed she was about as old as his mother would have been. Tim Fisher and Will Cooper had agreed to join the guards, so they weren't forced to wait like Leif and the others had, and were taken to the guard barracks immediately. Stephanie was living in the Count's palace. Leif had no idea what she did. He still pined over Stephanie some, missed his friends, and more importantly, missed his parents. He sighed and shook the thoughts off. He had work to do. "Good work," Mistress Young said after Leif finished firing the last set of ceramic figurines they had made. "Did you gain a level?" "Thank you, Mistress," Leif replied. "No, I didn't level." "That's a pity." "Yeah," Leif agreed. "Are you going to accept Queen Victoria's offer to the Edenton survivors and move to the frontier, or take the money?" Amy Young asked, changing the subject. Leif nodded his head. I think I'm going to the frontier, Mistress," Leif answered. "I think I need to start over and get away from the coast." "Going to head to the north or south?" Amy asked, nodding her head. "Neither. I think I'll head west to the mountains," Leif answered. That would allow him to get as far away from the coast and painful memories as possible. At least Leif hoped it would. "The mountains, huh?" "Yeah. I suppose you'll find clay for work up there, but I don't know how many people will want more than dishes out that far," Amy said. "And food might be a bit of an issue, as well as the monsters. The north and south regions are a little more settled." "I thought I would work on my woodworking skill there," Leif said. "And I plan on staying inside the village walls wherever I settle. Others can risk the monsters." "Ah, that makes sense, and I had forgotten you had said you learned that skill from your father," Amy replied, laughing. Leif nodded and smiled. "Well, go wash up and go down to meet the Queen's captain at the docks. He'll only be there this afternoon." "Thank you, Mistress," Leif said. Amy nodded and waved him off. "Hi, Mr. Brown," Leif greeted the old man at the farmer's stand. He stopped for apples to snack on before the docks. "Howdy, Leif craftsman," Mr. Brown replied. "Going somewhere?" "Yeah, to the docks," Leif answered. "Finally accepting Her Majesty's offer?" Mr. Brown asked. Leif nodded. "Once or twice a year. One of the Queen's captains and troops visits coastal villages for 2 or 3 days to check on Edenton survivors. Adults like you now choose a frontier plot or 1,000 crowns. Shows our Queen cares and reminds who rules." "I know," Leif replied. In truth, these visits collect taxes from nobles and recruit for frontiers. The land offer, for anyone, not just survivors. A small plot's worth 10,000 crowns at least, so most take land if they want more than working for others. Mr. Brown rambled on, ignoring Leif, bored or thinking him dim. Land or money to stay with attractive Amy Young? I'm taking the land, Leif said. And what do you mean attractive, hinting at something? You've got eyes, boy. Mr. Brown waggled his brows. Let me tell you what I'd do in your shoes. Yes, I've got eyes, but Mistress Young's old enough to be my mother, Leif blurted, realization dawning. Mr. Brown laughed. She's still a woman and you're a young man. It's still 3 apples for a crown, right? Leif cut in. Yeah, Mr. Brown wheezed, pocketing the coin as Leif grabbed 3 and left with a wave. Hey, Tim, Count got you helping the Queen's men. Leif greeted the guard at the sloop's gangplank. Evidently, Captain Dax Cargill used the ship's foredeck as a temporary office because a desk sat in the middle of it. Leif could see a man sitting behind the desk in scale armor. Hey, Leif, I got seconded to Captain Cargill while he's in Plymouth, Tim Fisher said. Here to accept Queen Victoria's offer. Yep, land. Giving up crafting, Tim asked. Leif shook his head. Figures north or south? West Mountains. Tim's eyes widened. Really? Why? It's as far away from the coast as I can get, Leif answered. I understand, Tim said, a slightly faraway look in his eyes. He shook his head to dispel whatever thoughts and memories had surfaced. You do know the monsters are worse in the mountains, don't you? I do, Leif replied. I think it'll be worth it, though. There's a lot more trees and clay there as well as some nice stone to work with. Stone? Yeah, it can be used to make different things than other materials and allow me to learn a new skill, Leif answered. Plus, you'll be the only crafter you know that can work with all natural materials and possibly one of the only ones in the kingdom. That is true, Leif agreed, a grin on his face. Tim turned his head and gazed to the foredeck. Leif followed and saw an older man pick up a coin purse and bow to the captain. Looks like Captain Cargill is finished with whoever he was talking to. You don't know who that was? Nah, I only took over the gangplank duty about 10 minutes ago, Tim answered. The guy was already talking to the captain then. Well, I better get going, Leif said. Got your documents? Tim asked. All Edenton survivors had papers proving identity and massacre survival. Yep. One last thing, Tim said, stopping Leif. Yeah. Captain Cargill is the firstborn son of a noble. Don't lose your temper if he talks down to you and make sure you watch your tongue, Tim said. Leif nodded. The captain would condescend, but this was necessary. Good luck, Tim said as the older man walked past, familiar maybe. You too, Leif replied, starting up the gangplank. How much longer do I have to do this? Leif heard the captain ask. He thought Cargill addressed him, but spotted a bald clerk under tarp. This heat is getting unbearable. Only for another hour, my lord, the clerk responded. Should I have a steward bring you some water or juice? Neither. Some iced tea would be lovely, though, Cargill said. A boy younger than Leif saluted and ran past after the clerk gestured. Cargill's eyes landed on Leif. And who are you? I'm Leif Craftsman, my lord, Leif said, catching the honorific. Why are you here, Leif Craftsman? Cargill asked. I am here to accept the Queen's offer of land for survivors of Edenton, Leif answered, holding up documents. Cargill's eyes narrowed. Realizing his mistake, Leif quickly added, my lord. Do you have your documentation? Captain Cargill asked. Leif nodded and started to step towards his desk. Cargill pointed toward the older man. Give it to my clerk. Of course, my lord, Leif replied, deliberately putting the pause in his response this time. Tim was right. The lordling's attitude already grated on Leif's nerves. Still, the man could probably cut him in half, or at least order him locked in a cell. So best not to get on the captain's bad side any more than he already had. Leif walked over to the clerk and handed his documents. This will take me a moment to verify your documents with ours, the clerk said absently, examining without looking up. "My lord Glenn, your squire gave me your sword and said it should shine like the sun," the boy exclaimed, setting the sheathed blade carefully on the desk. Cargill looked miffed. "Led, where's my tea?" Cargill demanded, standing. "Your squire is bringing it, my lord," Led answered. "He gave me the sword to bring since he wanted to make sure the cook prepared your tea correctly." "Very good," Cargill said, mollified. "You're a knight, my lord?" Leif asked. "Of course," the captain answered, puffing out his chest. "But you don't look much older than me," Leif said. "You're what, 17? "Craftsman is 18, my lord," the clerk said without looking up. "Indeed," the captain muttered. "There are advantages of serving our queen. You would not become a knight without performing gallantly and exceptionally on the field of battle, but you could find a worthy position nonetheless." "Combat isn't for me, my lord," Leif replied. "I'm a crafter through and through." "Pity we could always use more men," Cargill remarked as he picked up his sword and unsheathed it. "Still, I suppose crafters are needed as well." The sword caught Leif's eyes. The sword blood rose, gleamed. 3 feet of solid steel, curved cross-guard, exotic leather grip unknown to Leif, ruby pommel. "Glenn did an excellent job," Cargill muttered. "That is beautiful," Leif exclaimed. Cargill smiled. "Blood roses, is she not?" Cargill replied, very pleased. While he appreciated the craftsmanship, what really caught Leif's attention was the artistic work that had been engraved into the base of the blade. There were roses and other flowers, but also runes. He had never seen the like of them before. "My lord, may I have a closer look at your sword?" Leif asked. He wanted to examine the runes. "The engraving work looks amazing and done by a true master." "You may look but not touch my rose," Cargill replied as he sat the sword on the desk. The captain seemed quite pleased with the praise. "Thank you, my lord," Leif said, leaning in. "Is your rose enchanted? These marks look like runes, my lord." Cargill smiled proudly. "The rose has been passed down through my family for 500 years and is enchanted for sharpness, strength, and a few surprises." "Good eyes," the clerk said suspiciously. "But I would expect no less from a crafter than the jewelry skill." Leif laughed and rubbed the back of his neck as he stood straight. He knew he shouldn't have opened his big mouth. "Master Lega in Bethel had an enchanted object or two that he let me examine." "What sort of enchanted objects and where did he get them from?" the captain asked, greed tinging his voice. "Master Lega is a jeweler. One of the objects is a set of spectacles that he said make things look larger. He never let me touch them, of course," Leif said. "The other object was a wand of some sort that he claimed would heat metal, including gold, but again, he never let me touch it. In fact, I never saw him use it either." The other 2 men shook their heads. Leif did his best to memorize the runes while they were distracted. He thought he could figure out how they worked later. "Pity," Cargill said. "Those seem to be worthless except to crafters." "They might still be worth a good number of crowns to the proper buyer, my lord," the clerk said. "We are not scheduled to visit Bethel, but a trip might be worth our time." "Indeed," Cargill agreed. Good sir, did you finish with my paperwork?" Leif asked the clerk. "That is a good question," Cargill agreed. "I have," the clerk replied. "Mr. Craftsman is who he claims to be and has the right to choose from." Yes, yes. Everyone knows the choices by now," Cargill said, cutting off the clerk. "Well, do you want the crowns or the land?" "I want the land, my lord," Leif answered. "Smart man," Cargill replied, "though I'm not sure what a crafter needs land for." "Resources, my lord," the clerk said. Leif nodded. "Ah, that makes sense," Cargill replied. "So, Leif, will you be heading north or south?" "Neither, my lord. I want to go to the western mountain region," Leif answered. Cargill laughed. "Seriously, though, north or south?" "I am serious," Leif replied. "That is a smart decision if he survives," the clerk said. "Oh," Cargill inquired. "Her Majesty is giving the Edenton survivors 5 acres of land in the northern and southern frontiers." "I know that," Cargill said. But she is giving 15 acres of land to those that go to the mountains, my lord, the clerk continued. She is, Cargill asked. Yes, the monsters and other issues are hampering growth, the clerk muttered. That makes sense then, Cargill replied. The clerk checked documents. I have just the place for young Mr. Craftsman too. You do, Leif and Cargill asked together. There is a 10-acre farm that the Queen wishes to reclaim near the village of Banner Elk. It once produced lots of wool and other resources over the years, the clerk replied. Since you are a crafter with several skills, you should be able to learn the skills needed for the farm easily enough. Excellent, this will please Her Majesty, the captain said. Title the farm to Mr. Craftsman. Leif's eyes were wide in shock and disbelief. He didn't want a farm. He wanted a quiet place to do woodworking and enchanting. Couldn't I get some forest land? Leif stammered. There is forest land on the farm, the clerk said. In fact, 5 acres is forested land according to the last census from 20 years ago. The farmhouse, well, and barn sit on a half-acre lot. 2 acres were filled with the apple trees, and the rest was used as pasture and for other crops. Leif saw that he wouldn't be able to refuse the farm, since it seemed they were determined to saddle him with it. Still, it might not be that bad. If the farm had been inhabited before, maybe there would have been a house and other buildings already. Sounds like I'm being shorted 3 acres of land, Leif muttered. Cargill narrowed his eyes at the crafter as the clerk made a coughing sound. Leif suddenly thought the two of them had been thinking they would take the land or its value in crowns. We can give you 500 crowns to make up the difference, the clerk said. Cargill frowned at his clerk, who just shrugged his shoulders. All right, Leif said. I want the farm's title, the crowns, and a receipt for them. Quite right, the clerk agreed. Don't forget the taxes, the captain said smugly. Taxes? Leif asked in disbelief. Indeed, the clerk said happily. There are taxes due on the farm and taxes for the gold. I guess that means I won't get the 500 crowns then. Let me see, the clerk replied. Few minutes later, here is your receipt, your title, and 100 crowns. After getting the title, Leif stopped outside the general goods shop that was closest to the docks. The store sold a wide variety of goods at decent prices. Most of the goods Leif could see in the window did not look to be well crafted. That doesn't bode well, Leif muttered to himself. He had decided to shop for things he would need for his trip to the mountains. Leif noticed movement at the counter and froze. Seeing Jerry Thompson talking to a customer triggered a memory Leif had buried away. The memory of 3 years ago came rushing back to him. I'll take that boy and look after him, Jerry Thompson told the Edenton survivor clerk, pointing at Leif. Are you and he kin? The clerk asked, not looking up from the pile of paperwork. What? Does that matter? Jerry replied, eyeing Leif with something off-putting. I take it that means no, the clerk said, making the 2 nearby guards laugh. We haven't processed the lad yet. If you want to help some of the other refugees, take your pick of those that have been processed. He could help his niece, one guard said just loud enough for Jerry to hear. Jerry cursed under his breath. The guard, seeing this, grinned. What is so special about the lad that makes you want to help him so badly? The clerk asked, looking up at Jerry. Not much. He's the son of the best crafter Edenton had, Jerry answered lamely. He couldn't tell the clerk that he suspected Leif was an enchanter. The clerk eyed the merchant. You'll not be putting the boy to work here if that's what you're thinking. He must complete an apprenticeship, which the Count has decreed cannot be started until someone is 15 years old, the clerk informed. And unless you are kin, you'll not be taking the boy with you. But, Jerry began. No buts. Now begone from my sight, I have work to do, the clerk exclaimed. Jerry protested, but guards drew clubs. I'm going, Jerry shouted, hands up. He glared at Leif before storming out. Boy, come here, the clerk said while pointing at Leif. Leif hesitantly approached the man. What's your name, lad? Leif Craftsman, Leif stammered. The guards intimidated him, and to be honest, so did the clerk for some reason. You can relax, the female guard said, giving Leif an encouraging smile. "We will make sure nobody will hurt you here." "Yes," the clerk agreed in a flat tone of voice. "Leif, do you know that merchant?" the clerk then asked. "Yes," Leif replied. "Do you want to go with him?" Leif shook head vehemently. "No, Soam, something in his eyes scares me," Leif replied. "It was the saw same as those that attacked the village." "That was greed in his eyes, lad," the male guard said. "And greed makes men do terrible things." "Yes," the clerk agreed, tone shifting. "Let's get started on this paperwork." "Answer Mr. Morrison's questions truthfully," the female guard told Leif. "After you're done, we'll take you to where you can get cleaned up and a hot meal." "Are you going to stand there all day or go in and buy something?" a feminine voice said, snapping Leif from memories. The woman coming from Jerry's shop addressed him. "Oh, yeah, I got distracted there for a moment," Leif admitted, rubbed the back of his neck. "You were distracted for far more than a moment," the woman replied, smiling radiantly. She held a ceramic deer figurine in her hand. As Leif glanced at the figurine, she raised it for him to take a better look. "Mr. Thompson has some fine wares for sale," she said. Leif bent closer, but got way too close to the ceramic deer. "What are you doing?" she asked. "I apologize," Leif said, backing up. "It's just that your figurine has some flaws in it, so I hope he gave you a good deal on it." "What kind of flaws?" the woman asked suspiciously. "Do you see those small spider web cracks?" Leif asked, pointing. "That is called crazing and happens when tensile stresses are greater than the glaze is able to withstand, or from expansion of moisture in the object when it is the oven." "I hadn't noticed the flaw," the woman admitted. "It's the most common flaw that happens with ceramics," Leif said. "It can lead to your deer breaking easily." "Why that good for nothing?" the woman muttered. She turned and rushed back. "Thank you, young man." "You're welcome, ma'am," Leif replied as she entered the shop. He thought he hadn't mentioned the pitting he had noticed as well. Leif saw Jerry staring at him with a scowl on his face. Leif chuckled and waved at the merchant before walking away as the woman started shouting at Jerry. "I'll shop at the other general goods store, even if they're not as conveniently located." Meanwhile, at the ship's deck, the clerk exclaimed as he double-checked the deeds and other paperwork. "What happened?" Captain Cargill asked, looking over at the wide-eyed clerk. "I don't like the sound of that." Aye. "Out with it," the captain ordered. "I made a mistake, my lord," the clerk finally said. "What sort of mistake?" Cargill asked. "It seems the farm I deeded over to young Mr. Craftsman is larger than I first thought," the clerk said. Cargill gestured to continue. "What I had assumed to be mistake on the deed turned out to be the number 1. "Are you saying the crafter's new farm is larger than the 5 acres or whatever it was supposed to be?" Captain Cargill questioned. The clerk nodded. "How much larger and how did you make the mistake?" "As I said, my lord, the copy of the title given to Mr. Craftsman had what looked like an ink blot or other accidental mistake on it, so I didn't think anything of it." "Yes, that happens, and when I compared the information with our copy of the deed, I discovered that what I had assumed was a mistake was number 1, my lord," the clerk explained. Yes, you said that before, but how much of a difference are we talking about, 100 acres of land?" "No, my lord." "Then how big of a difference?" "The farm is actually 17 acres of land with most of it being forest," the clerk answered. Cargill laughed. The clerk looked confused. "My lord." "While 17 acres would make the start of a nice, small estate, it'll be too much for one man. Even 7 acres would have been too much for him," the captain said. "Most likely the deed will show up in your records again within the year." "Should we not send a runner to fetch the crafter and explain the problem, my lord?" Cargill pondered. "No, while it is tempting to take the farm for myself and give the crafter another plot of land, what's done is done." "Are you sure, my lord?" "Yes. Besides, Mr. Craftsman might decide to sell the farm if someone offers enough for it after a few months," Cargill answered. "Wait half the year and send him a missive asking if he wants to sell. I'll buy it from him at a discount." You, my lord. Why not? The mountains would be a nice break from the heat during the summer months, Cargill answered. Even with the monsters and other issues on the frontier. Of course, the frontier won't stay the frontier forever. It'll be valuable land in a matter of time, especially if a dungeon or mine is discovered out there. As you command, my lord, the clerk replied. He had to admit, the young lord eyed the future while he's fixated on now, and the captain was right. The frontier would keep being pushed west until it couldn't be pushed any further. Leif returned to Mistress Young's home and shop, skipping the other store. Unless a new order came, she'd only clean, sure to grant him shopping time tomorrow or the day after. Leif tried the front door and found it locked. Figures, he muttered. He walked around the building to the back door. It was locked as well. Thankfully, Mistress Young had shown Leif where she hid a spare key. He used it to unlock the door and re-hid the key. Mistress, I'm back, Leif called out as he let himself in through the back door. He locked it behind him. Mistress Young didn't answer, so Leif assumed she had gone out. He shrugged and headed upstairs to the living quarters. While Mistress Young rarely left the shop except for shopping, she did occasionally dine with friends. This must be one of those times, which means I'll have to cook for myself. Leif shuddered and grimaced. He was not a good cook and knew it. Shaking off those thoughts, he paused at the top of the stairs. He could have sworn he heard a sound. Perhaps there's a burglar, he whispered to himself. The shop held little worth stealing, but Mistress Young kept some jewelry in her room. Leif had never been inside it, but he'd seen her wear the pieces when she went out with friends. Leif tiptoed toward the noise, which came from the bathroom. The door stood wide open. He peeked inside and froze. Mistress Young stood before the bathtub, her shoulder-length dark hair loose, gray just beginning to streak through it. She slipped off her dress, letting it pool around her ankles. Leif stepped closer to the doorway as his eyes followed her dress as she stepped out and bent to pick it up. Old Mr. Brown's comments about her flooded Leif's mind, and he had to admit the old codger was right. Mistress Young was very attractive, regardless of her age. He continued to stare at Mistress Young until she turned towards the door. He felt his mouth drop open. Mistress Young's eyes widened at the sight of Leif standing in the hall. Leif, what are you doing here? Mistress Young exclaimed. Her gaze flicked south, then back up as she snatched her towel from beside the tub and covered herself. I'm sorry, mistress, Leif said, dropping his eyes and spinning around. Embarrassment flooded him. I figured I'd come back, clean up or something, and heard a sound. You didn't answer when I called, so I thought you were out. He noticed the telltale bulge in his pants, and his cheeks burned brighter. I never heard you, Mistress Young said. Then she chuckled. Mistress, Leif asked, still facing away. You've been in my home a year. I honestly expected one of us to walk in on the other months ago, she explained. Yeah, I'm surprised it hadn't happened too, Leif said with an awkward laugh. In truth, he always shut the bathroom door and knocked if he didn't know her location to avoid this very thing. He heard movement behind him. I'll just go to my room so you can take your bath. Wait, Leif, Mistress Young said, sounding closer. Turn around. Mistress. Don't make me repeat myself. Leif turned. His eyes widened. She stood inches away, completely nude. Mistress. Do you like what you see? She asked with a smile on her face. Leif nodded, unable to look away. She stepped closer, her breasts pressing against his chest, then she pulled his face down for a kiss. Mistress, Leif exclaimed, still in shock even when the kiss ended. My name is Amy, and you can use it if you like, Mistress Young said. Amy, Leif repeated. Her smile widened. Come, Leif. It's time I taught you something else, Amy said, taking his hand and leading him to her bedroom. Amy led Leif into her bedroom, the soft glow of a bedside lamp casting warm shadows across the king-sized bed. She released his hand only to turn and face him, her naked body unself-conscious and commanding. Leif stood frozen, his heart pounding, the bulge in his pants now painfully obvious. Undress for me, Amy instructed, her voice low and firm, eyes locking onto his with a mix of amusement. She sat on the edge of the bed, legs crossed elegantly, watching him like a teacher appraising a promising student. Leif's hands trembled as he fumbled with his shirt buttons, his cheeks flushing deeper. I've never, he stammered, finally shrugging off the shirt to reveal his lean, work-hardened chest. Never what? Amy prompted, uncrossing her legs and leaning forward slightly, her breasts swaying enticingly. Done this, with anyone, Leif admitted, kicking off his boots and hesitating at his belt. His erection strained against the fabric, betraying his arousal despite his nerves. Amy's smile turned devilish yet tender. That's perfect. I'll show you everything. She rose, closing the distance, and deftly unbuckled his belt herself, tugging his pants and underwear down in one smooth motion. The next morning, "What are your plans for today?" Amy asked as she slipped on a dress. Leif's eyes fixed on her backside. Whatever you need me to do, as always," Leif answered, grinning. "Though I'd love to practice what I learned last night all day instead." "I'm sure you would," Amy laughed, glancing over her shoulder with a teasing smile. "I don't have anything for you today, but I might let you show me what you learned tonight." Leif's grin became a full smile. He hoped so. "I suppose I need to shop for gear for my trip." "That's a good idea," Amy replied. "You could come with me, or I could sell the farm and stay here with you," Leif said, suddenly embarrassed. "No," Amy said, shaking her head. She sat beside him on the bed and kissed him lightly. "That's sweet, and last night was fun, but my life is here. Yours is out there, waiting for you to discover." I see," Leif replied, though confusion lingered on his face. "Leif, you're handsome, nice, sweet, and good. You'll make a fine husband someday. But not for me. I'm old enough to be your mother, and you'll meet a young girl you'll fall for. Last night was fun, but it was also just sex, so don't make it more than it was." I see your point," Leif replied. He did understand what she was saying, or at least thought he did. And having sex for fun with someone that just wanted the same was appealing on its own. "Good. Now get out of my bed and get dressed," Amy said, heading for the door. "Since you can't cook or hunt worth a damn, buy travel rations like jerky for days between villages." "Yes, ma'am," Leif said, hesitating to rise naked before her. "Are you seriously shy now?" Amy asked, eyebrow raised. "Yes." "No reason to be. I saw everything up close last night." She pointed out the door. "Get." "Yes, ma'am." Leif dressed, blushing slightly under her gaze. He met her eyes after pulling on his pants. "What? You watched me," Amy said. "And as the old saying goes, what's good for the goose is good for the gander." Amy had Leif clean the shop while she cooked breakfast. Once her hair was back in a bun, the playful seductress vanished, replaced by the stern mistress he knew. Leif marveled at the shift but said nothing. "Maybe that sort of change is something I'll figure out as I grow older and more experienced," Leif told himself. Then again, Father had often said he didn't understand women when Mother wasn't around. He pushed the thoughts aside and kept cleaning. "Jones General Goods and Services," Leif read aloud, entering the shop. Marvin Jones, a short, old, dark-skinned man, owned it. Leif had dealt with him before for Mistress Young, but never alone. He found Marvin fair for a merchant. "Good morning, Mr. Craftsman," Marvin greeted. "Good morning, Mr. Jones," Leif replied. "It is a good day." "Oh, is that because you're excited about your trip and going to be spending some crowns on gear for the trip to the mountainous frontier?" Marvin asked. "How did you know?" Leif said. Marvin laughed. "Plymouth's small. And I make it my business to know things. You're the only Edenton survivor heading west, despite the extra land offers." "Wow, you do know a lot. How many took the land?" "You and 3 or 4 others. Most foolishly took crowns." "You'd have taken land?" Leif asked. "If I was younger, I'd even sell this shop and go with the Queen's other land offer," Marvin answered. "I'd open a shop, buy, sell, and trade for any and everything of value that I could. It would be rough going for a year or two, but if the monsters didn't overwhelm whatever village I was in, it would pay off in the long run." "That's what I'm hopping," Leif admitted. Well, except for me, it would be crafting and selling my work instead of all that buying, selling, and trading you merchants do. Marvin laughed again. You're a young man with a heart. Leave monster slaying to the brave fools. It's not cowardice, Leif started. Marvin waved it off. I know, lad. You've seen enough bloodshed for one lifetime. Yes, Leif replied. The only blood I want to see is monster blood in vials like you have behind you. Me too, Marvin agreed. That stuff is more popular than you would believe. People love to make their own healing potions, and such even if they don't work as well as those an alchemist makes. Leif nodded and looked around the shop trying to decide what he needed the most. Know what you need and what you want, Marvin asked. There is a difference between the two. A waterproof tent, a bedroll, and some trail rations, Leif shrugged. Beyond that, no idea. You'll need a canteen or two, a blanket, and some tools including a couple of sharp knives just for starters, Marvin told Leif. Why 2 knives and what sort of tools? Are you going to use the same knife to cut your food that you do general cutting with? Marvin asked. Or would you prefer a smaller, cleaner blade for eating with? I see your point, Leif replied. And the other tools are things like a hammer or mallet to drive the tent stakes in the ground with, a shovel to dig a latrine with, an axe for firewood, a flint and striker, a backpack to carry this stuff in. I need a lot, Leif interrupted. Marvin nodded, stepping from the counter. Come, lad, I'll show you around the shop to get what you need. Thanks, Mr. Jones. Don't mention it, lad. You're most welcome, Marvin replied. I would suggest checking your clothing as well, especially your boots. Because I'll be walking a lot, Leif guessed. That and it's the fall. You'll probably want warmer clothing for the mountains, Marvin said. The village was too small to have its own cobbler, but Marvin and Jerry sold boots that they got from Greenville and other towns. Makes sense, let's look. Marvin smiled. Let's get the basic camping gear out of the way first. I can't believe I spent 180 crowns, Leif muttered in his room. Nearly all his savings from 3 years, including the Queen's 100, hopefully it's worth hopefully. 10 crowns remained. His bed held folding spade, bedroll, waterproof tent, 25-foot rope, hand axe, cold weather clothes, sweaters, thick pants, waterproof cloak, 2 canteens, washcloths, towels, small cast-iron pan pot, plate, utensils, hunting knife, sheathed paring knife, spatula, wooden spoon, percolator, cooking tripod, metal cup bowl. The waterproof leather satchel contained 3 healing potions, 2 weeks' food rations, veggies, fruit, etc., coffee, tea. His new frost fox leather boots, dark brown, waterproof, gray fur trim, sat by the backpack. Marvin sold them below cost at 45 crowns after being 18 months unsold. The boots looked good and were waterproof, but weren't that comfortable, which led him to believe that was why nobody had bought them. Leif couldn't help but wonder if he was missing anything else he might need. I'll find out if I'm missing anything or not when I start traveling, Leif told himself. He turned to the small nightstand beside the bed. On it was the most expensive items. Leif had bought 5 small vials of dust coyote blood. They cost 50 crowns total, and was the real reason he believed Marvin had sold the boots below cost. Leif put the vials in the nightstand beside the engraving pen he had kept hidden for the last few years. He could have purchased frost fox blood or that from another monster for cheaper, but Leif had wanted something stronger for the enchantment he had in mind for the boots and some of the other gear. Leif, Amy called, opening the door. Yes, ma'am, he blocked the nightstand. Lots of stuff, she remarked, eyeing the bed. Expensive, too. Hope it holds. They should. Marvin doesn't sell bad products unlike a certain other merchant in this village, Amy replied. She was aware that Leif didn't like Jerry Thompson at all and tried not to say his name around the young man. It wasn't just dislike. She believed he feared the merchant for some reason and had never asked about it. Guess you're ready to go. Yes, there is caravan to Greenville tomorrow, 10 crowns passage. Pricey, caravan masters gouging you, I say, Amy said. If you had asked, I would have haggled for you with Marvin and the caravan master, Mistress Young teased. I didn't want to bother you, and I need to be able to do these things for myself. Unless I find an honest and dependable merchant or partner, I'll have to do all the haggling for my future wares myself, Leif said. She nodded. Good point, Amy grinned. Well, I think we should celebrate tonight. You don't have to do anything special for me, Leif said. Who said the celebration is for you? Amy countered. I'm getting rid of that bottomless pit you call a stomach. Ha ha, Leif replied. He waved his hand from his head to his toes. You're also losing all the rest of me too. That would have worked better on me if you had flexed your muscles instead, Amy retorted. Still, I will miss you. I'll miss you too, Leif said. That's why we're going to celebrate tonight, Amy said. She thought for a moment. I'm going to go buy a small chuck roast from the butcher, a loaf of bread from the baker, and some vegetables from the market. Do you want me to come with you to carry things? Leif asked. No, just pack this stuff away and clean your room, Amy answered. She didn't tell him, but she would also stop by the banker and withdraw 25 crowns to give Leif. It wasn't much, but it would be a nice little bonus gift and help show her appreciation for his work over the last year. I'll cook the roast all afternoon, so you can do whatever else you want after you clean this room. Thank you, mistress, Leif said. She mock glared at him. Amy. Better, Amy replied with a smile. I'll be back soon. I'll be here, Leif said as she walked away, the door clicking shut behind her. The house fell quiet, save for the distant hum of village life outside. Right, it's time to get to work, Leif told himself after Mistress Young had left. He wasn't sure if he would ever stop thinking of her as anything but that. Shaking away those thoughts, Leif packed away his new purchases, the clink of metal and rustle of fabric filling the room. A few minutes later, he sat on the edge of the bed and picked up the left frost fox boot, its fur soft under his fingers despite its stiff feel. Now, where should I engrave the runes? Leif asked himself. The fur is out of the question, and the leather probably wouldn't be a good choice until I improve my skill. Leif turned the boot over and looked at the sole. That was probably the best choice since it was the largest surface he could work on. He considered it for a few minutes and shook his head. No, engraving the sole would leave a distinct track, and possibly the runes with every step, Leif said to himself. The boot slipped in his hand as he turned it around. Leif caught it and examined the side of the heel. A grin blossomed on his face. The runes will have to be small and precise, but that will work. Leif laid the book down on the nightstand. He checked the house and shop to make sure Mistress Young was still out, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and secrecy. He returned to his room and picked up the engraving pen, its familiar weight steadying his nerves. Let's see if I can still do this, Leif said as he started engraving the runes for comfort into the side of the heel of the boot, the tool's scrape against metal of the heel being the only sound in the hushed room. The precise work demanded focus, each stroke channeling years of hidden practice. Leif blew on the runes to clear them of debris and nodded to himself. The runes for comfort and durability were barely visible and would only be noticed if someone really examined the boot up close. Another thought occurred to him, sparking like a flint in the dim light of his room. I wonder if I can enchant the boots to stay clean, Leif muttered. He shrugged. There's only one way to find out. A few minutes later, Leif was done with the first boot. He checked the house and shop once more. Mistress Young was in the kitchen peeling vegetables, the rhythmic thump of knife on board drifting up the stairs. Nope. If you're done cleaning your room, do whatever you want with the rest of the day, Amy replied. If you leave, just make sure you're back by sunset. I think I'll do some reading in my room, Leif said. That would give him cover to finish his enchanting and probably keep Mistress Young from disturbing him. It would also allow him to actually clean the room as she wanted. All right, I'll holler if I need you for anything. Sure, Leif replied. He returned to his room and shut the door. A moment later, he started engraving the second boot, the world narrowing to the glow of anticipation building in his chest. Leif examined the runes on both boots, tracing them with a careful finger. The runes read, comfort, durability, clean. They look good, Leif whispered to himself. He didn't want to speak too loudly and have Mistress Young worry about his sanity. Leif grinned at the thought. Right, time for the blood. Leif smeared blood over the runes on both boots and then covered them with his hands. He willed his intent into the rune-engraved boots. A soft blue glow enveloped the boots, humming with latent power. A few minutes later, Leif received 2 notices. You have created comfortable frost fox boots. These boots will stay comfortable while walking or running in them whenever they are worn. These boots are extremely durable and will stay clean. Value, 1,000 crowns. Congratulations. Your enchanting skill has reached level 3. Your enchanter class has reached level 3. Holy crap, Leif exclaimed, then slapped a hand over his mouth. He listened to make sure Mistress Young didn't come to see what had caused his outburst. Thankfully, she didn't. Leif smiled and put on the boots. He stood and walked around. Oh my God, these things feel amazing. He smiled again as he kept walking. It was like night and day, or winter and summer, compared to how the boots had felt before, each step now a cloud-like embrace. Leif suddenly wondered if he could sneak a pair of Mistress Young's boots or shoes out of her room and enchant them, the idea tempting him like forbidden fruit. I could always just tell her I want to clean them to pay her back for all her kindness, Leif muttered to himself. He looked down at the hunting and paring knives sitting in the drawer of the nightstand. But first, I need to enchant those 2 for sharpness, strength, and durability. The afternoon waned into evening, the savory aroma of roasting meat filling the house as Leif worked in secrecy. He blew the steel shavings out of the runes and smiled. He had added the runes for clean to the knives, as well as those for sharpness, strength, and durability. Now for the blood, Leif said. He coated the blades with dust coyote blood and willed his intent into them. His head started pounding, and the blue glow faded away. The blood was gone from the blades, as were the runes. You have failed to enchant the hunting knife. You have failed to enchant the paring knife. No kidding. I also wasted the blood, Leif muttered. He rubbed his temples until his headache started to fade. Maybe I should just try enchanting one knife at a time, and I should probably change the runes a little. This time, Leif went with sharpness, durability, clean, and hardness for the hunting and paring knives. He used half a vial of blood to coat the hunting knife's blade. Here goes nothing, Leif muttered. He willed his intent into the knife. The familiar blue glow appeared around his hand and the knife, pulsing like a heartbeat in the fading twilight filtering through his window. A few minutes later, a notice appeared. You have created enchanted hunting knife. This knife's blade will stay sharp, durable, clean, and hard. Value, 500 crowns. Leif grinned and repeated the process for the paring knife, using the other half of the vial. That knife ended up with the same enchantments and a similar name, but only half the value. The metallic tang of blood lingered in the air, mixing with the rich scent of dinner wafting up from below. I wish I could have leveled again, Leif muttered. Still, it was progress, and he could see a very quick way of making a lot of money. Maybe I'll level up after doing the mistress's boots. Leif put away his tools and the knives, his hands still tingling from the magic. He stood and popped his neck and back, the satisfying cracks echoing softly. He pulled up his class and skills, the ethereal interface shimmering into view before his eyes. Leif craftsman. Class, level 3 enchanter. Skills. Enchanting, level 3. Crafter, level 4. Jeweler, level 2. Ceramist, level 3. Woodworker, level 2. Blacksmith, level 2. That's nice, Leif told himself, a quiet thrill of accomplishment warming his chest. He left his room to go find the Mistress Young, the floorboards groaning underfoot as he descended the stairs, drawn by the clatter of plates and savory steam rising from the kitchen. The dinner table groaned under the weight of the feast, juicy chuck roast glistening with juices, crusty bread still warm from the baker, and vibrant vegetables steaming beside it. Candlelight flickered across their faces as they ate, conversation light, but laced with the bittersweet undercurrent of impending parting. Later, as the fire's embers glowed, casting a ruddy light over the rumpled rug, Amy set her wine glass aside and turned to Leif. His eyes lingered on her, emboldened from their earlier encounter, yet still wide with that boyish hunger. She slid closer on the hearth rug, her hand tracing the line of his jaw before pulling him into a deep, lingering kiss, tasting of roast and red wine. The next day, Amy pressed a small pouch into Leif's hand. "Mistress, I can't take this money," Leif protested, the leather pouch heavy with promise. "Nonsense. It's a going-away gift and a small way for me to show my appreciation for your efforts and work over the last year," Amy countered, her eyes soft in the firelight. "But you gave me the leftover roast to take with me, and that's not counting the, practice we did last night," Leif said. "Leif. Sorry." "Take the crowns. You need them," Amy said. "Besides, you cleaned my favorite boots." "Yes." "Did you do anything else to them?" Amy asked, slipping one foot forward, the leather gleaming subtly. "No, why do you ask?" "I don't remember them being this comfortable before," Amy said. "It's like I'm walking on feathers or something." Leif shrugged. He wouldn't tell her the truth, but was happy that he had done something special for her, even if he hadn't leveled again and it had cost him another vial of dust coyote blood. He had 2 vials left, buried deep in his clothing like hidden treasures. "Maybe you're just nice and relaxed." "Perhaps," Amy conceded, a smile on her face. She turned to face the caravan, the first hints of dawn painting the sky in soft pinks and golds. "They're mounting up. You'd better go." "Take care, Mistress Amy," Leif said, his voice thick with unspoken emotion. "You too, Leif craftsman," Amy replied. She pulled him into a hug, her warmth lingering like a final embrace from home, then kissed his cheek after breaking it. "If you ever come back this way, my door is open." "My door will be open if you ever go west," Leif said. "That's not going to happen," Amy said. She kissed his cheek again. "Have a good trip in life." "Thanks," Leif replied. She turned and walked away, her figure receding into the morning mist like a memory he wasn't ready to lose. "We're leaving in 2 minutes," one of the merchants shouted. "If you've booked passage to Greenville, get over here." "I've booked passage," Leif called to the man. He waved Leif over and checked his receipt. "Get on the last wagon." "Yes, sir," Leif replied, hoisting his pack and stepping into the unknown, the creak of wheels and snort of horses marking the rhythm of his departure. Dust choked the air as the caravan rumbled westward, the last wagon kicking up a gritty haze that stung Leif's eyes and coated his throat. Leif coughed. He started patting and wiping the dust off himself, the fine powder settling everywhere like relentless snow. "And that is why I hate driving the last wagon in the train," Frey Corbett, the wagon driver, complained as he beat dust off himself while the caravan kept moving, his weathered hands moving with practiced efficiency. "Do you always drive the last wagon?" Leif asked. He was sitting up on the bench beside the driver, the wooden seat hard against his thighs. "No, Master Ferris rotates us to keep things fair unless we do something to earn his displeasure," the driver answered. "This helps, though." "What helps?" Leif asked, in answer. The driver lifted a scarf over his face and pulled a straw hat down low on his head. When he turned to face Leif, only the man's eyes were visible, sharp and amused beneath the brim. "This setup keeps me out of the sun and most of the dust out of my face," Frey said. "You wouldn't happen to have any spares that I could borrow, do you?" Leif asked, squinting against the rising sun. "Nope," Frey replied, "but I do have an extra set I'll sell or rent to you." Leif could hear the grin in the man's voice even if he couldn't see it. He realized this was something neither he nor Marvin had thought about, and it was something he might need very much, the dry landscape stretching endlessly ahead, baked under a merciless sky. He decided to buy a hat and scarf in Greenville. If you're thinking you won't need it and can stand the dust, just wait until the sun gets high overhead. Master Ferris puts passengers on the open wagons for a reason," Frey said. "What do you mean?" "Most people drink a lot more water when they get hot and are constantly in the sun," the wagon driver answered. "And Master Ferris sells water to passengers," Leif concluded. "Got it right the first time," Frey replied. "By the way, I rent hats and scarves for 7 crowns a day. I'll sell them to you for 15 crowns. That's way too much. In fact, it's robbery, Leif protested. Says you, Frey retorted. It's called supply and demand, kid. I have the supply, and you'll have the demand shortly if you don't already. He looked up at the sun before adding, It's going to be a hot one today, and you look like the sort that spends most of your time indoors. The driver had Leif there. He did spend most of his time indoors. Leif started thinking of a way out of paying for water or the hat and scarf. He could cut up one of his shirts and use a strip as a scarf, the fabric rough but serviceable. And kid, if you're wondering, Master Ferris charges 5 crowns to refill canteens in the morning, and more than that in the afternoon, especially if the water starts running low, Frey said. Does he charge you workers too? Leif asked as he climbed into the wagon bed. There was a sizable gap between the front of the wagon and the logs in the bed, splintered wood rough under his palms. Yep, Master Ferris only cares about profit and takes out any water we drink from our pay. We also only stop for half an hour for lunch and to answer nature's call, Frey answered. That's why I always bring at least 3 canteens and some travel rations with me. I eat while I drive. What about if you can't wait until he stops the caravan? Then you take the chance by jumping down, doing your business, and running to catch up with us, Frey answered. Are all merchants like this? Leif asked as he dug into his backpack for an old shirt. No, some don't charge, and others figure the extra cost into the prices they quote passengers and whatever they pay their employees, Frey answered. As for breaks, it depends on the trip and schedule the caravan master wants to keep. He heard a ripping sound and turned to see what Leif was doing. What are you doing? Making a mask and something to cover my head with, Leif replied as he cut a wide strip off the bottom of the shirt. Good idea, but it might be too thick for you to breathe through, Frey said. Leif hadn't considered that. I'm going to try it anyway. Suit yourself, Frey replied. Leif frowned after trying the makeshift scarf. It was hard to breathe through, the fabric muffling the world into a hazy blur. Leif noticed the back of the wagon was only half full of logs, bark flacking off in the dry heat. That was probably why he had been told to ride in it. The logs were still stacked high to conceal him if Leif sat down in the bed of the wagon. This gave him another idea, sparked by the relentless sun beating down. Leif took his hunting knife and stabbed it into one of the logs near the top of the pile. He took his mallet and hit the hilt, driving the blade a little deeper into the log, wood fibers crunching satisfyingly. What are you doing? Frey asked as Leif returned the mallet to his pack. The log will be fine since it's too big to become a post, which means it'll be split at a mill. I'm making a tent of sorts, Leif answered as he strung his rope around a hitch at the top of the left wagon bed wall. He ran it to the other side and then to the knife before returning to the first hitch. I wish I had thought of this before ripping up my shirt. Leif considered using his bedroll for the makeshift tent, but decided not to get it that dirty. Instead, he hung his cloak on the rope and closed the catch just in case the wind blew strong enough to blow the cloak away, the waterproof fabric billowing slightly in the breeze. That should keep me out of the sun and dust for the most part, Leif said once he was done, settling into the shaded nook with a sigh of relief. Nicely done, kid, Frey said. Do me a favor and open that umbrella against the front wall and put it in that holder behind the bench. Leif looked around and saw what the other man was talking about. He did as Frey asked. There you go. Make sure that little hook on the bottom of the umbrella is caught on the bottom of the holder, please. That'll keep any strong winds from being able to blow my umbrella away, Frey said. I should charge you for this, Leif replied as he did what the wagon driver asked. Frey laughed. Now you're catching on, kid. Hours blurred under the scorching sun, the makeshift shade a small mercy amid the jolting rhythm of the road. By late afternoon, the caravan slowed at Greenville's east gate, stone walls rising like ancient sentinels against the horizon. Passengers, this is where you get off, shouted the merchant who had instructed Leif to board the last wagon. Well, kid, it's been nice having you aboard, Frey told Leif as Leif finished placing his cloak in his backpack. Leif beat some dust off his clothes, the grit cascading like fine sand. We don't get to ride into the town. Leif asked, adjusting the placement of his backpack on his back, straps biting into his shoulders. Nope. The guards will inspect each wagon, and most people don't like to wait, so. Right, off we go, Leif said. Frey nodded his agreement. Do you recommend any particular inn in the area? Something cheap, the wagon driver asked. Leif nodded. Either the Red Roof near the South Gate, the Q Inn, or the E Inn. Those two are off Memorial Ave near the heart of town. All three only charge 5 crowns a night to stay, but meals are extra, and they don't offer baths. I guess the fleas are free, Leif quipped. Actually, they're included in the price, Frey deadpanned. Both men laughed. Anything any better, but still relatively cheap. The Hampton on Greenville BLVD charges 15 crowns a night. That includes 1 meal, but baths are extra. The Marriott on Stantonsburg Road charges 12 crowns a night, but baths and meals are extra, Frey said. There are a couple other places, but they're all at least 20 crowns a night and cater to the more well-to-do sorts. I need more money. Don't we all? Frey replied. You could always camp out if you can't afford an inn. The guards will generally let someone do that once. I think I have something I can sell, Leif said as an idea came to him, sharp and opportunistic. Where? The nearest reputable blacksmith. Head straight into town and stay on this road until you get to the park on your left. From there, turn right and go 2 blocks. Big Rock Smithing is on the right, Frey replied. Big Rock. You'll see where the name comes from when you get there, Frey answered. Thanks, Frey, Leif said. You're welcome. You'll find various shops near all the gates and in the middle of the downtown area, the wagon driver said. Thanks again, Leif replied. He started walking, the gate's shadow giving way to the clamor of city life. Unlike Plymouth's humble wooden homes, Greenville's structures rose from sturdy stone, some blending wood and stone in sturdy harmony, others gleaming with hints of metal under the afternoon sun. The road Leif walked along was simply called 264, which caused him to wonder if the town had that many streets or if there was another reason for the road to be named after a number. Carts rumbled past, merchants hawked wares, and the air buzzed with voices, spices, and the tang of forge smoke. At least the road is wide, Leif muttered to himself. He spotted the park Frey had told him about soon enough. It was really just a large grass field enclosed by a tall chain-link fence with a small pond in it, sunlight glinting off the water. A few trees and benches were scattered about the field. Children screamed and played in the park, while guards and well-dressed people watched them, their silks and fine wools a stark contrast to Leif's travel-worn gear. Keep moving. A guard ordered Leif. The woman seemed to be guarding the park's entrance, her hand resting on a sword hilt. I was just looking, Leif said. You would be better off keeping your eyes forward, a second guard said as she joined the first, taking up position on the other side of the park's entrance. He supposed the park was for those well-to-do people Frey had mentioned, judging by the clothing of the people sitting on the benches. But that didn't mean the guards had to be hostile to someone just looking at the park. Leif shook his head and kept walking, the encounter leaving a bitter taste. Big Rock Fine Smithing, Leif read the sign, the letters bold against the wooden facade. The shop was made from wood with large windows showing armor, shields, and weapons in lavish displays, sunlight catching on polished edges. The shop looked to be attached to a larger building that was made of metal. The metal didn't look like steel, though Leif would admit he was no expert, yet. A massive boulder, smooth and imposing, loomed beside the entrance, clearly the source of the name. He hoped the smith was reasonable and entered the shop, a bell ringing crisply overhead. The attendant behind a counter looked up from the ledger she was writing in. At least Leif assumed the book was a ledger. The pretty woman was shorter than Leif and looked to be just a few years older than he was. She had brown hair up in a ponytail and blue eyes. The attendant also wore spectacles. She smiled as he approached the counter, the air thick with the scent of hot metal and oil. Hi, my name is Iris. Can I be of service? The attendant asked. Hi, Iris, Leif replied, returning the smile. My name is Leif Craftsman, and I was hopping to talk to the smith. With a name like Craftsman, you must be a crafter of some sort. We're not hearing if that's what you want to know. Thanks, but no. I'm not interested in a job, but I do need to speak with the smith, Leif replied. Master Stein is busy working, Iris said. Leif heard the ire in her voice. I'm fully qualified to be of service. Mrs., I do not doubt that at all, and I apologize if I sounded like I wouldn't deal with you, Leif said, a bit of panic in his voice. You wouldn't be here running the shop front alone if you weren't qualified and capable. Iris's lips twitched, and she smiled again. This one lit her face. Leif glanced down at the counter and noticed a ring on the woman's left ring finger. He suspected that little slip of the tongue had been intentional. I accept your apology and offer one of my own, Iris replied. Leif nodded his acceptance. So, let's try this again. How can I be of service? I have a family heirloom that I wanted to sell. This is a smithy, not a merchant's shop, Iris replied. And we really don't buy anything but materials to work into refined products. I know, but from what I've always understood, smiths sell weapons and armor, not merchants, though a few merchants do, Leif countered. Well, that's true, Iris conceded. All right, let's see this heirloom of yours. Leif set his backpack down and dug into it. A moment later, he put the hunting knife on the counter. Here it is. Are you joking? That's a normal-looking hunting knife, Iris said with more than irritation in her voice. Leif heard anger there. Unsheath the knife and look on the right side of the blade, Leif said. You'll see why this is an heirloom. Iris did as he bade. The woman's eyes widened in shock as she noticed the runes, the faint magical hum almost palpable in the charged silence. She looked from the knife to Leif and back again. Is this? Iris got out. Leif nodded. She set the knife on the counter. I'll be right back. Without waiting for a reply, the woman turned and opened a door behind her. She yelled, Stanley. After no response, she rushed into what Leif assumed was the forge, the door banging shut behind her, leaving Leif alone with the weight of possibility hanging in the air. Are you positive that the hunting knife is enchanted? Love. Leif heard a deep voice rumble from within. Yes, Stanley. Well, I'm mostly sure, Iris replied. The runes looked genuine to me, but I didn't test the knife. The pair emerged, steam and smoke trailing them. Stanley Stein towered like a forge god, bald, muscle-bound, with piercing green eyes and a nose crooked from some long-ago brawl. Leif guessed him handsome enough to have won Iris's heart, standing nearly 7 feet and weighing over 275 pounds, dwarfing Leif's own solid 6-foot, 210-pound frame, and stirring an unfamiliar twinge of smallness. Stanley's gaze locked onto the knife, ignoring Leif entirely. He snatched it up, turning it in his massive hands, then stabbed the blade into the counter's underside with a splintering crack. Iris shot him a displeased glare. He offered a sheepish smile, mumbling an apology about replacing the counter. Stanley looked up and locked his eyes on Leif's. You brought this here. I did. Tell me true, where did you get it? Stanley asked, a stern edge in his voice. This hunting knife looks new. That could be the clean rune, Iris said. It might keep the knife looking new as well as clean. You can read the runes, Leif asked in astonishment. He hadn't met anyone that could read runes other than his parents. I can, Iris replied. It's a necessary skill in our line of work. Lots of people will attempt to sell fakes. Huh, Leif muttered. He had never considered the possibility of fake enchanted items before. Where did you get the knife? Stanley asked again. As I told Mrs. Iris, it's a family heirloom, Leif lied. And you want to sell it? Not really, but I need the money to travel west to the mountainous frontier, where I've accepted the Queen's offer of land, Leif answered. And the knife is the most valuable thing you own, that would get you some of the money you need for your homestead, Iris concluded. Just so, Leif replied, nodding his head in agreement. Would you be willing to buy it from me? Do you have any proof that the knife is yours and that you hadn't stolen it? Stanley asked. Just my word, Leif replied, and my deed for the land on the frontier. Stanley, you know as well as I do that people never have documentation saying they own weapons or tools, even enchanted ones, Iris said. Even though one could say she was scolding her husband, Leif noticed that Iris' tone of voice was tender. and he was sure he could see the love that Iris held for her husband in her eyes. It was a look his mother always had given his father. "We've never seen this guy before. He could be a thief for all we know," Stanley told his wife. "Stanley, you've seen how thieves dress in this town, and you can plainly see that Mr. Craftsman is a bit unkempt from the road," Iris replied. Leif blushed. Don't worry about it," Iris told Leif. "You've obviously been traveling with wagons or behind them." "I got stuck on the last wagon in the caravan from Plymouth," Leif replied. "That would explain your appearance," Stanley added. "The knife is worth 500 crowns, Leif said. "How do you know that?" Iris asked. "It was appraised once," Leif answered. The woman nodded her understanding. "We can't purchase the knife for that," Stanley said. "We can't make a profit that way if I find a buyer for it." "I'm willing to take 400 crowns, Leif suddenly said as the thought hit him. Honestly, he would be happy with 300, but the Steins didn't need to know that. "I know you would need to make a profit, and I wouldn't deny you that right." "That's kind of you to say, and we wouldn't dream of denying you the funds you need to complete your move. That said, we couldn't possibly pay that much for the knife," the smith replied. Stanley then smiled and looked at his wife. "Haggling is your domain, my dear." Leif groaned, making Stanley laugh and Iris smile. "As you said earlier, Mr. Craftsman, I'm most qualified for my job," Iris said. "Oh, don't look like that. I'll be fair and will pay 275 crowns for the hunting knife." Leif sighed and prepared himself to haggle. "There's no way I can go that low." A short while later, the air hummed with the satisfaction of a deal struck. Leif eyed the gold-colored bars Stanley laid on the counter, their surfaces etched with precise markings that caught the light like captured sunlight. "What are those?" Leif asked, pointing at the ingots. "Never seen ingots before?" the smith asked. Leif shook his head. "You really are from a small village, aren't you?" "Stanley." "What? I didn't mean anything by it," the huge man told his wife. "It's all right. Master Stein is correct. I am from a small village. Actually, more than one over the last 3 years," Leif said. "To answer your question, ingots are gold bars," Iris explained. "They are used when people are dealing with larger amounts of money. For example, 100 crowns. "These small ingots are worth 100 crowns, Stanley added. "You can see the 100 printed on them marking their value." "What makes the bars worth 100 crowns? Leif asked. "I trust the bars are made of gold, but what makes them worth so much?" "Weight and purity," the smith answered. "Pick one up to see for yourself." Leif hefted one, grunting at its surprising heft. "It weighs a pound or little more." "Right," Iris replied. She pulled a crown out from under the counter and laid it on top of the counter. "Crowns are small coins about the size of a fingernail that don't weigh much until you gather a lot of them together." "True," Leif agreed. "And if you have a lot of them together, they would be an unwieldy mess to handle." "You got it," Stanley said. "That's why the nobles started using ingots. The practice spread from them to merchants and us crafters, at least those of us in the larger towns and cities." "Are there larger ingots?" Leif wondered aloud as Stanley showed him some hunting knives. "Indeed, there are 500 and 1,000 value gold ingots," Iris replied. She added 24 more crowns to the first one she had placed on the counter. The 25 crowns, a new hunting knife, and the 3 ingots were what he got in trade for the enchanted hunting knife. "That's one of my best knives," Stanley said, as Leif tested the balance of a knife with a 6-clip-point blade. The handle was made from a stag antler. Leif really liked the knife's balance and look. "Would me choosing this one affect our deal?" Leif asked. "No," Stanley answered, tossing him the knife's sheath. Iris finished writing out a receipt for their deal. "She'll do you proud." "Stanley, why don't we take Leif to Juno's place? I'm sure he'll want a comfortable bed for the night as well as a bath," Iris said. "Good idea. We could get supper while there," Stanley replied. "Are you talking about an inn?" Leif asked as he put the receipt, knife, and ingots into his backpack. The crowns disappeared into his coin pouch, which he placed in his satchel. "Yes, my cousin's establishment. It's called the 5th Street Inn, Iris answered. It's one of the better inns in town. The wagon driver I rode with said it was expensive too, Leif countered. Juno doesn't charge that much, Iris replied as Stanley laughed. Besides, she'll give you a discount if we bring you. How much of a discount? Leif asked. 5 crowns or so, Iris answered. That would still be 15 crowns for the night based off what I was told the inn charged, Leif pointed out. The food is worth it, lad, Stanley said, and the beds are clean and soft. Sure, why not? Leif replied, making a quick decision. As the trio piled into the buggy, the rhythmic clop of hooves against cobblestone carried them through Greenville's bustling streets, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of amber and rose. Conversation flowed easily, Stanley regaling tales of stubborn clients, Iris teasing her husband's exaggerations, easing Leif into a rare sense of camaraderie amid his solitary journey westward. Leif yawned and stretched languidly in the plush bed, the night's indulgences lingering like a warm embrace. The Steins had spoken true. The 5th Street Inn's fare was divine, its linens crisp and inviting, but the true luxury lay in the staff's discreet efficiency. Hot baths drawn without summons, garments laundered overnight by unseen hands. Even at the discounted rate, every copper felt earned in comfort. A gentle knock interrupted his reverie. Yes, Leif called. Sir, your clothing is clean, a feminine voice answered. I'll leave it in a basket beside the door. Just a moment, Leif said. He slipped into pants and shirt, fished 5 crowns from his pouch, generous, yes, but their work had scrubbed away the road's grime like magic, and cracked the door. A young maid stood there, red hair framing blue eyes, her shy prettiness marking her perhaps 3 years his junior. Good morning, the maid said, smiling shyly at him. Good morning, Leif replied as he couldn't help himself and returned the smile. If I may, the maid asked. Oh, sure, Leif replied, letting her into the room. She glided to the dresser, arranging his folded clothes with practiced grace. There you go, the maid said once she was done. Thank you, Leif said. It's my pleasure and what we're here for, the maid replied. She started to the door and Leif followed. Is tipping allowed? Leif asked. The maid smiled again. Yes. Great, take this then, Leif said, holding open his hand with the coins in it. He sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck with the other hand. If that's not enough, I can give more. Thank you, but this is more than enough, the maid quickly said as she took the crowns. She knew she was young and had only been working at the inn for a few weeks, and he was the first person that had offered a tip. And as the old saying goes, the maid didn't want to look at a gift horse in the mouth. She put the crowns in a dress pocket. I was also instructed to tell you breakfast is being served in the common room. Thanks, Leif replied. I'll be down in a few minutes. There's no rush. Breakfast is served until mid-morning, and the room is yours until noon unless you pay for another night, the maid said as she walked out the door. Good to know, Leif replied. I do have a question, though. I'll try to answer it, the maid said. Is there a good alchemical or general goods shop near here? The maid replied, clearly thinking about his question. There are no alchemical shops near here. They're all on the western side of town. As for general goods, there are a few on Evanscent that are sort of close by. How do I get to Evanscent? Leif asked. Go 10 blocks west and you'll hit Evanscent. For the shops you're looking for, turn south. They'll be on both sides of the street, the maid answered. I recommend Eakin. They're about 10 blocks down on Evans Street. Thank you, Leif said. You're welcome, the maid replied, giving him another smile. She walked off and Leif closed the door. The inn's allure proved too tempting. Leif resolved to stay another night, time enough to secure caravan passage westward and perhaps enchant that new knife for extra coin. Dressed in spotless socks and boots, his subtle enchantments holding firm, he pocketed the ingots, belted the paring knife, and pocketed the key. First up is breakfast and then shopping for a hat, scarf, and some more monster blood, he murmured, whistling softly down the hall. Did you enjoy your breakfast? Juno asked Leif after he was finished. Very much, Leif gushed. It was fantastic. Juno laughed. I'm glad and will pass on your praise to my cook." "Thank you," Leif replied. "Mistress Juno, do you know of any caravans going west this week?" "There is a regular caravan that travels from Greenville to the capital every week. It's due to arrive tomorrow and will leave 2 days later," Juno answered. "Are you looking to book passage?" "Yes," Leif replied. "I'll send a runner to book passage for you when the caravan arrives." "You don't have to do that. I know the caravan masters, and it's a service we offer our guests," Juno replied, waving away Leif's concern. "I'll also rent you the same room at the discounted rate of 15 crowns a night." "I thank you," Leif said, his protest fading away as he realized she was doing him a favor. "Can I pay now, including my passage with the caravan?" "Of course. The caravan ticket will be 25 crowns and you'll ride in a carriage," Juno replied, her eyes lighting up. Leif chuckled and reluctantly handed her one of his ingots. "I see you value your crowns as much as I do." "They're hard to come by and go away too quickly," Leif said. "That they do," Juno agreed. "I'll be back in a moment with your change." "Thanks," Leif replied as the middle-aged woman turned to walk to the main bar in the common room. She returned a few minutes later and handed Leif a small pouch filled with 30 crowns along with a receipt. "Thanks again." "You're most welcome," Juno said. Leif strolled along tree-lined 5th Street toward Evans, the morning air crisp with dew-kissed promise. Houses made up most of the structures lining the street, and they sat back from the roadway in well-manicured lawns or hid behind trees with just a path big enough for a horse-drawn buggy allowing a glimpse of the yard to be seen. None of the houses he could see were large, but they were bigger than any house Leif had ever seen in the coastal villages that he had lived in were. These houses also looked older. A bakery's warm scents mingled with church bells, and a couple of eateries made up the rest of the buildings that Leif passed. "This part of town is nice," Leif said to himself, idly dreaming of earning a home here someday. There were few people on the street, which sort of surprised Leif. Then again, it was only 8 in the morning. So maybe it shouldn't have been that surprising if these people were more well off. He supposed any merchants or other workers living here would have already left for their places of business. His parents and the others he had worked for over the last 3 years had always started early. These people were probably no different. Leif heard a cheep or chirping sound and looked up. He caught a glimpse of a small bird with curved wings flying overhead. The wings reminded him of a crescent moon. "Huh, I wonder what kind of bird that is," Leif muttered. Shrugging to himself, Leif kept walking. The chirping continued and got louder as another bird joined the first. Soon enough, a third chased the first two. Leif stopped and watched the birds for a moment. "Those look a little like barn swallows." Another man stopped and looked up to see what Leif was looking at. He cursed and walked away at a faster pace. A woman came out of her house, saw Leif and the departing man, looked up, and immediately went back into her home. "I wonder what that's about," Leif muttered. It was almost like the people were running away from the birds, which was absurd to Leif. He shrugged his shoulders and resumed walking. Leif heard screaming once he arrived at the corner of Evans and 5th Street. People were holding their arms over their heads as they ran into buildings. Leif looked up as someone screamed, "Blood swallows!" He saw quite a few of the birds with crescent moon-shaped wings darting down towards people to his north. "What are blood swallows?" Leif wondered aloud. A bell started ringing and was quickly joined by others. "Monsters, you blasted fool!" a guard in chainmail armor shouted at him. Leif started as he hadn't heard the man approach. "Get indoors." Leif glanced north again. His eyes widened in fear as he saw the birds coming south. "Get indoors now," the guard shouted again as he was joined by other guards. Leif ran to the first door on his right, only to find it locked. He banged on the shop door, but the woman on the other side of the door shook her head before fleeing further into the building. Leif turned and looked north. He saw a horse go down as the blood swallows attacked it. A man went down as well. Leif cursed and bolted south, heart thundering. Lungs burning, vision blurring, Leif staggered on. He had lost track of how long or far he had been running. He spotted a shop where a young, dark-skinned woman dashed inside. Leif ran towards the door and fell. He pushed himself up and almost collapsed, but his momentum was arrested by two sets of arms that grabbed him and pulled him up. "We have you, boy," a deep baritone voice said. "Let's get him into the shop and lock the door." Leif was half dragged into a building. He had done his best to try and walk, though wasn't sure how much he succeeded. A moment later, Leif found himself flat on his back on a wooden floor. "Catch your breath, boy," the same baritone voice said. Leif watched as a dark-skinned man with short, graying, curly hair locked the shop's door. Glancing around, Leif was sure he was in a general goods shop along with a few other dark-skinned people. The shelves and displays were filled with various things. "My name is Leif Craftsman, and I thank you for saving me," Leif said a few minutes later, after he had recovered enough to talk normally. The man had stayed by the door looking out the entire time. Leif stood and approached the man, offering him his hand to shake. "You're welcome, Leif. I'm Dwight Eakin," the older man said, shaking hands with Leif. "Hopefully this attack will be over soon. The blood swallows are almost all south of us." "That's good," an attractive woman that looked to be close to Dwight's age said. Her hair was long and straight. Leif shook her hand. "Leif, that is my wife, Natasha," Dwight said, introducing the stranger. "It's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am," Leif said. Two young men and a young, pretty woman about Leif's age laughed. The two men favored Dwight with the same short, curly hair. The woman favored Natasha, except she had long, curly hair. "Ignore our children," Natasha said. "Despite our best efforts, they seem to have refused to learn their manners." "Mom," the trio groaned, making their parents chuckle. "Leif, those three are Eric, Carlton, and Tish," Natasha said, introducing her children. Leif shook their hands as well, with Tish's handshake lasting a second longer than the others. Everyone exchanged pleasantries. Tish disappeared into a doorway behind the main counter. "I didn't think monsters could attack towns or cities," Leif said a short while later. Eric and Carlton laughed. "Where are you from that you were led to believe that?" Dwight asked. "A few coastal villages," Leif answered. "Ah, that makes sense," Natasha said. "Out at the coast, you have to worry more about monsters of the deep or pirates and bandits more than things that fly." "That's true," Leif agreed. "Walls can't stop flying monsters or even normal birds," Eric said. "There's rumors that the capital has some kind of enchantment that keeps flying monsters out," Carlton said. "Those are just rumors," Natasha said. "Your father and I never saw anything of the sort while living there before we had you three." "To be fair, we never saw any monster attacks living there either," Dwight said. His wife smiled and nodded in agreement. Tish emerged from the back carrying a tray filled with cups and a pitcher. "Anyone thirsty? I've brought water," she said. She handed out cups of water to her family and then to Leif, giving him a smile and letting her fingers brush his. This made her brothers frown. When she turned her back to Leif, he shrugged at her brothers, which made them scowl. He drank some water. It was cold and hit the spot. "What brings you to Greenville, Leif?" Tish asked. "Just passing through on my way to the mountains," Leif. "Continue," answered, walking to the counter and setting the empty cup on the tray. To Tish, he said, "Thank you for the water." "You're welcome," Tish said, another smile on her face. "Want some more?" "No, thanks," Leif replied. "You took the Queen's offer?" Dwight asked. He was no longer paying attention to the outside and wanted his daughter to stop the slight flirting she had started with the young man. He gave her a stern look. Tish smiled in return. "I did," Leif replied, unaware of the byplay around him. "Going to be a farmer and homesteader?" Carlton asked. Leif decided it was amusement in Carlton's voice and eyes, and that the man was joking for some reason. "I'm going to be a crafter and homesteader," Leif answered, deciding to ignore Carlton. "Though I guess I might become a farmer too. The land I was given was a small farm." "Was?" Eric asked. He seemed to be more intrigued about Leif's land than his brother. "Captain Cargill and his clerk wouldn't say what happened to the previous owners," Leif answered. "But I was told the land had been productive once." "They're dead," Carlton said. "Otherwise, you wouldn't have been given their farm." "Carlton," Natasha exclaimed. "Carlton is right, Tasha," Dwight said. though he could have said it with more tact than that. "I'm sorry," Carlton said to his parents. "So, Leif, do you want to shop for supplies while you're here?" Tish asked, changing the subject. Her parents and brothers laughed. "That's our girl," Dwight said proudly. "Yeah, I can use a few things," Leif said after the laughter subsided. "That's if you guys have them at fair prices. I was assured you were fair on prices." "Then you heard correctly," Dwight said. "Tasha and I run a fair and honest shop." "That gray scarf makes your eyes really stand out," Tish told Leif. "So does the black one." "They do." "Yes," the young woman replied. She smiled at Leif and nodded. "They're also more expensive than the red and brown scarves," Leif countered. "But making your eyes really stand out is a good thing. Wearing the scarf like this makes you look dashing," Tish said as she wrapped the dark gray scarf around his neck. Leif felt his cheeks heat at her words. She then pulled an edge of it up over his nose. "Gray also goes well with a lot of clothing. See how easy it is to cover your face." "Yes," Leif replied, suddenly very aware of how close Tish was to him. "Tish, why don't you get started on that inventory check for me?" Natasha asked, coming to Leif's rescue. "Sure, Mom," Tish replied, running a hand along Leif's shoulder as she stepped away. He swallowed hard. "That girl," Natasha said, shaking her head as she watched her daughter walk toward the main counter. "I apologize for her. Tish takes after me a little too much at times." "It's fine. I don't mind her help," Leif replied after pulling the scarf back down. "I'm sure you don't," Natasha said, laughing. "What do you mean?" "Do you like girls?" "Yes," Leif answered. "And you're a young man," Natasha stated. "Yeah." "There you go. Most young men never mind the attention of a pretty girl," Natasha replied, a smile on her face. Leif was a bit flustered but could admit she was right. He did like the attention. "You're right," Leif quietly replied. Natasha's smile grew larger. "Of course I am," she replied. "And so was my daughter. The gray and black scarves look better on you." "Which would you choose?" Leif asked. "If I was giving one as a gift," Natasha asked. Leif nodded. "The gray one, now if it was a shirt, coat, or cloak black." "I'll take the gray one," Leif said. The scarf's quality was good, and the cost was only a couple extra crowns over a lesser-made scarf. Leif knew he would gladly pay a bit more for better quality things. "That'll be 10 crowns for the scarf and bucket hat," Natasha said. She had convinced him to spend a little more on a well-made light gray cotton bucket hat instead of a cheaper straw hat. Leif gave her a questioning look. "I took a crown off the price of each item." "Oh, thank you," Leif replied. He paid her. "Do you want to wear them out, or should I bag them for you?" "I'll wear them," Leif said after a moment, since the scarf was still around his neck from when Tish had put it on him. He put the hat on. "Not bad at all," Natasha said, winking at him. "Thank you," Leif replied, feeling slightly flustered again. "Leif." "Yes, ma'am." "Would you like a bit of advice?" Natasha asked. "Always," Leif answered. "Get used to women paying attention to you. You're a good-looking young man with a bright future ahead of you," Natasha said. Leif blushed. "If you weren't going west to the mountains, I would even encourage you to spend some time talking to Tish." "Really?" a wide-eyed Leif replied. Natasha laughed. "Yes, a crafter is an honorable profession and can be a well-paid one too. You're also respectful, seem nice, and intelligent. You're also a bit shy. What more could I want for my daughter?" "Someone from a wealthier and more respected family," Leif answered. "And someone not heading to the dangerous mountains frontier." "That's true," Natasha admitted. "Especially that last part." "Honey, come look at this," Dwight yelled after sticking his head into the door. Leif followed her as she walked outside. Dwight and Eric were looking at a rocking chair. A matching chair sat in the back of a small wagon sitting in the street. Leif also noticed a body here and there up and down the street. A guard or two stood with each body. Leif swallowed hard again. "I guess the monsters took their toll," Leif said. "Aye, lad, that they did," Dwight replied without looking up from the chair. Leif looked down at the chair to take his mind off the bodies. The craftsmanship did not look good to him, and he could even see nicks and scratches in the uneven varnished wood. "That chair is not well made," Natasha said. A man Leif hadn't noticed bristled at that comment. "I agree," Leif muttered. "What do you know about woodworking, boy?" The man nearly shouted at Leif. "You'd best mind your own business. This chair was built by a renowned woodworker in this town." "I know enough to know that this chair isn't well made at all," Leif replied. He pointed out the nicks and scratches. He then knelt and examined the underside of the chair as well as the seat. Leif pointed to where the legs connected to the seat and at the dowel rods used as a backrest connected to the seat. "Those rods were not set well and will fall out in time, and the legs were not attached to the seat properly." Dwight and Natasha exchanged a look. Eric grinned as the unknown man balled up his fists. "I had just noticed the uneven varnish and a bad scratch," Natasha said. "We won't take these chairs," Dwight told the man. "John, you can tell Travis Cornett that if this is an example of what he wants to sell in this town, he won't last long." "I'll tell him," John replied as he glared at Leif. Before he could say a word to Leif, Eric tapped his shoulder. "Come on, John. I'll help you load the chair back in your wagon." "Thanks, Eric," John replied after a few seconds. The two picked the chair up and carried it to the wagon. "I can't believe Cornett was going to charge us 200 crowns apiece for those rocking chairs," Natasha said. Leif's eyes widened in shock. His parents wouldn't have charged over 100 crowns for rocking chairs, and they would have been of much higher quality than that. "We'll need to find new rocking chairs quickly," Dwight said. "I know," Natasha replied. "The McMahons are expected back in 3 days." Leif thought there was an opportunity here and decided to see if he was right. "How much are you willing to pay for 2 rocking chairs made over the next 2 days?" "You think you can build 2 rocking chairs that quickly?" Dwight asked. "I'm a level 4 crafter, so yes, I think I can," Leif said. He left out that he was only a level 2 woodworker. "The chairs would be a bit more rustic than those, though." "What do you mean by rustic?" Natasha asked. "Using logs for the arms, legs, and main back supports. Maybe even using logs for the backrest altogether," Leif said. "It would be sanded down and either painted or varnished depending on which you prefer, but the logs would probably have knots in them." "Huh," Dwight said. He looked at his wife. "That might add a bit more character to the chairs," Natasha said. "Leif, do you have the tools and wood to do this?" "No, ma'am," Leif replied. "I have some woodworking tools, and we also have some lumber and logs in the warehouse," Dwight said. "How much would you charge for building the chairs?" "With you supplying the materials and tools?" Leif asked. Dwight nodded. "Say 100 crowns each." "Take 75 crowns for each chair, and we'll provide you meals," Natasha said. "You can also keep the tools since we wouldn't be able to sell them used." "I agree to your terms," Leif said after thinking it through. Having some hand tools of his own would be very welcome. They shook hands to seal the deal. "Be here at 7 in the morning," Dwight said. "That way you can have breakfast with us." "My inn supplies breakfast with the room. How about I arrive by 8 instead?" Leif replied. "That works too, as long as you have enough time to make the chairs," Natasha said. "You have accepted a commission to craft 2 rocking chairs in 2 days' time. Reward, 150 crowns and woodworking tools." "I'll see you guys in the morning, and I'll work late if I need to," Leif said, and smiled as he dismissed the notice. They shook hands again, and he started walking north back to his inn. "Those are some nice-looking tools," Leif told Dwight the next day as the merchant removed the tools from a large satchel. The set included a claw hammer, a wood mallet, a hand saw, a folding rule, 3 chisels, 2 clamps, a coping saw, 2 files, a rasp, a hand drill with 3 different bits, a spoke shave, and a hand plane. "They'll do the job and then some," the merchant replied. "This set is one I had ordered from the capital for one of the local woodworkers a few years ago." "Why didn't he or she take them?" Leif asked. "Said he had bought a better set from one of my competitors," Dwight answered, shrugging his shoulders. "Sounds like his loss to me," Leif replied. "And perhaps your gain," Dwight laughed. "That too," Leif agreed, a smile on his own face. Now, we checked after you left yesterday to make sure we had the wood and other things you'll need. Of course, Leif replied, but I take it you don't have something you thought you had. Bingo, we don't have any logs, Dwight said. We do have some posts of various sizes, though. Those should work and be a bit neater depending on their size, Leif replied. That's what I was hoping to hear, Dwight said. Come over here and take a look. The merchant led Leif to another part of his warehouse. Leif immediately spotted the 3- and 4-inch round posts as well as boards and other lumber. He picked up a 4-inch hickory post. These will do nicely, Leif said. What about nails? This way, Dwight said, leading Leif to a bin with different size nails in it. There are also some screws in that smaller bin if you prefer them. You're the boss. It's your call, Leif said. The nails, the merchant replied quickly. That set of tools didn't have any screwdrivers in it, and the nails are much cheaper. Leif laughed. Fair enough. Do you need anything else? Dwight asked. No, sir. I brought my canteen so I have water, Leif replied. We'll bring you some water in a couple of hours, Dwight said. Canteens are nice and will help keep you alive, but they don't keep water cold. Thank you. You're welcome, Dwight replied. Well, I'll leave you to it. Leif took 4 of the 4-inch posts to the spot that had been cleared out for him to work in. The posts were 6 feet long, which he felt was perfect for what he had in mind. Leif used the hand saw to cut 2 of the posts in half. He intended to use 2 of the posts for the back legs of the rocking chairs. One, if not both, other posts would be used for the front legs and maybe chair arms. Leif smiled as he measured the half posts. They were 36 inches each. He used the hand saw and then coping saw to cut away at one end of each post. Once done, Leif used the rasp and spoke shave to cut away even more wood. Once done, the end of the posts tapered to a blunt point about half the size of the post. Next, Leif cut the other 2 posts into 6 20-inch lengths. He estimated that would be long enough for the front legs and arms. Leif repeated the process of tapering both ends on 4 of the short posts he had made. Once finished, Leif took a long drink of water and wiped the sweat from his face. You've been at it for a while. Do you need some help? Eric asked, startling Leif, and he looked up. The other man had a grin on his face. Nah, I'm good. I just needed a little breather, Leif replied. Thanks, though. All right, holler if you need anything, Eric said. Leif nodded. Oh. Lunch will be served at noon. Thanks, Leif replied. Eric nodded and walked away. Leif assumed he was checking to make sure that Leif hadn't stolen anything. He grinned and shook his head. The only thing he wanted was to honor the deal he had struck with the Eakins and earn his pay. Leif decided to use 1 or 2 of the 3-inch round posts for the front and back braces. He walked back to the lumber and found some 2.5-inch round posts. Those will actually work better. He took 2 of those posts and cut them into 22-inch lengths. Leif took 4 of the lengths and tapered both ends as he had before. Satisfied, Leif then went back to the lumber and found some 6-foot 2x4-inch square boards. He took 2 of those just to be safe. Leif sawed the boards in half. He then used the hand plane to shave the boards into a gently curved shape, tapering to just a little over 1.5 inches at one end to make rockers. That took quite a while, and surprisingly to him, he didn't mess up. Ready for lunch? Tish asked near his ear. Leif jumped up in fright and she laughed. Were you that wrapped up in your work? Yes and yes, Leif answered. Well, come over here then, Tish said, pointing to a counter where she had sat a bowl of stew or soup for him. It's vegetable soup with chunks of beef in it along with some fresh biscuits. Thanks, it smells great, Leif replied. I'm starving. She laughed. I also brought you some iced tea. Thank you, really, Leif replied. Tish pointed to a door. There is a restroom just in there. I need that too, Leif replied. No doubt, Tish said. I'll be back in a little while for the dishes. After lunch, Leif returned to the warehouse with renewed focus, the satisfaction of a full meal fueling his steady hands. He began carving precise 2-inch holes near the thicker ends of the rockers, wielding his mallet, chisels, and rasp with deliberate rhythm. The wood yielded smoothly under his tools, chips scattering like autumn leaves. Testing the front leg in the first hole, he found it a touch loose. With a few expert strokes, he widened it just enough for a snug fit. Satisfied, he envisioned the mallet's firm taps securing it permanently. Leif mirrored the process 20 inches along each rocker, then smoothed the edges with files until the surfaces gleamed softly in the warehouse light. With rhythmic mallet strikes, he drove the front legs home, their wood groaning faintly in protest before locking tight. For extra security, he hammered tacks into place, ensuring nothing would budge. He repeated the ritual for the taller back legs, each connection building the chair's sturdy skeleton. Gently laying the partial frames down so the rockers kissed face to face, he paused to catch his breath, admiring the emerging forms. Next came holes halfway up the front legs for the seat brace, followed by a second set 4 inches lower, his inspired addition of 2-inch round posts for double reinforcement. He crafted the extra pieces swiftly, then mirrored the holes a half-inch lower on the back legs. A faint scraping sound pulled his gaze upward. Natasha was easing a pitcher onto the lunch counter, her movements graceful and considerate. "Thirsty?" Natasha asked, bringing him a cup of water. "A little. Thank you for bringing this," Leif replied, accepting the water. He took a long drink. "You're welcome. It's mid-afternoon. How much longer are you going to work?" the merchant's wife asked as he sat the cup to the side. "Probably until I'm done unless you guys throw me out," Leif answered, as he measured one of the back legs for the next hole. "I would probably be done with one chair if I hadn't been working on both at the same time." "Why work on both at the same time?" "Mostly because I wanted to finish boring holes before assembling the pieces." "That makes sense," Natasha replied. "Well, I'll let you get back to work." As Natasha slipped away, her footsteps fading into the warehouse's quiet hum, Leif dove back in, the cool water refreshing his resolve. "Just a couple more holes," Leif murmured, blowing sawdust from the final openings at the top of a back leg. These would cradle the back support perfectly. With methodical precision, he completed the matching holes across the legs, assembled the frames, and nailed them secure, the sharp tacks biting deep. Twilight crept into the warehouse, shadows lengthening like weary fingers. "I'm going to have to hurry." Rushing to the lumber pile, he selected thin 1-inch wide slats, half an inch thick, ideal for weaving comfort into backrest and seat. He sliced some into 14 20-inch lengths, others into 10 24-inch pieces. The saws whisper a soothing counterpoint to the fatting light. Small nails fastened the slats to the first chair. He trimmed the back's top into a gentle half-circle arc, nodding at its elegant curve. Files danced over every surface, banishing rough edges until the wood sang under his touch. Leif eased his weight onto the chair. It held firm, rocking him in a hypnotic sway. A broad smile lit his face. "It works!" Rising with purpose, he mirrored the triumph on the second chair, the air thick with the scent of fresh wood and accomplishment. "Looks like you're finished," Dwight said as he and Natasha entered the warehouse. "I just need to stain or paint them," Leif replied. "Try them out." "Will they fall apart?" Natasha asked, a smile on her face. "No, ma'am," Leif answered, a smile on his own face. The older adults tried the chairs out. "This will do nicely," Dwight said. "Stain them," Natasha said. "It'll look better than paint will." "Will do," Leif replied. "We'll bring you a lantern or two so you can finish," Natasha said as Dwight fetched the stain and a brush for Leif. "Thanks," Leif replied. He started work as soon as Dwight opened the jar of stain. 2 hours later, he was done. "Nice work," Natasha said. "Thank you," Leif replied. He yawned. "I think I'm ready for bed." "Eric will take you to the inn in our buggy," Natasha said. "So, we just need to settle up first," Dwight said. "That's unless you want to make another pair of them for us tomorrow." "We'll pay 100 crowns each for them if you want to make them for us," Natasha added. "Don't worry about cleaning up. That can be done tomorrow." "All right on both counts," Leif agreed as they walked out of the warehouse. "That sounds good to me, and I'll try to be here at 7:30 in the morning to get an earlier start." "That feels better," Leif told himself after popping his neck the next morning. He yawned and pulled up his notifications, class, and skills. You have created rustic rocking chair *2. These chairs are comfortable and will appeal to those that like a more basic look in their furniture. Value 200 crowns each. Congratulations, your woodworker skill has reached level 3. Leif craftsman. Class, level 3 enchanter. Skills. Enchanting, level 3. Crafter, level 4. Jeweler, level 2. Ceramist, level 3. Woodworker, level 3. Blacksmith, level 2. That's not bad for my first attempt at a rocking chair, Leif said, and I do love level ups. He smiled and got dressed. Leif grabbed his satchel and the room key before heading out. He figured it wouldn't take him as long to build the pair of rocking chairs today as it did yesterday thanks to the level up. The quality of his work should be better too. The crisp morning air invigorated him as he made his way to the inn's common room, optimism buzzing like a well-tuned tool. "You're up early today," Juno said instead of greeting him. "Yeah, I have a job to do and don't want to be out as late as I was last night," Leif replied. "Well, take a seat and eat breakfast before you go," the innkeeper told him. "I should probably just go," Leif replied. He then caught a scent in the air that made his stomach rumble. "What smells so good?" "That would be the ham gravy and cheese biscuits," Juno answered. "On second thought, I think I will eat before going." The innkeeper laughed. "I thought you would. I'll have you a plate brought out with grits, gravy, a slice of ham, and 2 cheese biscuits in a moment." "Thank you," Leif replied. "Do you want orange juice, water, or coffee with that?" Juno asked. "Orange juice," Leif answered. "I've never been a big coffee drinker." "You'll change your mind about that as you get older," Juno replied as Leif took a seat by the window. "Maybe," Leif admitted as 4 men entered the inn. He remembered that his parents loved coffee, and it seemed a lot of older adults did as well. The 4 men moved past Leif and Juno while greeting the innkeeper. The party took seats at another window table. "They come for breakfast." "Almost every morning," the innkeeper replied as one of the inn's staff went to the table to take the other men's orders. "Let me go put in your order," Juno said. "Thanks again," Leif replied. "Oh, can I get hash browns too?" "Of course." Fortified by the hearty breakfast, Leif stepped into the sunlight, ready to tackle the day. "You're early," a sleepy, yet embarrassed Tish told Leif. He assumed she wasn't happy to be the one to let him in. "I told your parents I wanted to get an early start," Leif replied, shrugging his shoulders. "Come on in. You know where the warehouse is," she replied, waving him toward the back. "Is the warehouse open?" Leif asked. "Probably not," Tish answered. "I'll get the key." "Hey, Tish," Leif called to her retreating back. She stopped and turned to face him. "Yes." "Even though you were just woken up, you look good," Leif said. She blushed, ran a hand over her hair, and smiled. She left him without saying another word. "Flirting with my sister?" Eric asked, coming into the shop from the back. "Just a little," Leif admitted. "I'm not very good at it and won't be back after today." "That wasn't too bad," Eric said. "Come on and I'll let you into the warehouse. Do you want breakfast?" "No, thanks. I ate at the inn. Juno had these amazing cheese biscuits this morning and ham gravy," Leif replied. "That does sound good," Eric agreed. "Mom hardly ever makes cheese biscuits. Do you think the inn has any left?" "Probably," Leif replied. "Though the common room was getting full when I left. Juno mentioned something about them being popular, and the inn only made them twice a week to keep the biscuits a hot-selling item." Did she really put it that way?" "Yeah," Leif answered as Eric led him in the warehouse. "Puns can be bad." "Yep," Eric agreed. "I'll run you back to the inn when you're done today and find out what days they make those cheese biscuits so we can get some next time." There was enough light for him to get started, and he told Eric as much. The merchant's son left to get his own breakfast. Leif sat his satchel down and got to work. "You have created improved rustic rocking chairs *2. These chairs are better made, sturdier, and more comfortable. Value 300 crowns each." "Nice," Leif muttered as he looked at the pair of rocking chairs and dismissed the notice. Using the hand drill had helped speed things up a lot. "You're done already?" Dwight asked from the warehouse's doorway. "I was just coming to stop you for lunch and check on your progress." "Yes, sir. The stain just needs to dry," Leif answered. Dwight walked up and examined the chairs. "These are different. They look a bit more fancy," the merchant said. "I added this second brace connecting the front and back legs on each chair and removed the brace between the front legs and back legs. Instead, there is just one brace running under the seat," Leif explained. "I also used parts of posts to make the chair back instead of slats." "And you have those back posts, for lack of a better term, running horizontally between the back legs," Dwight remarked. Leif handed the merchant a sheet of paper. "What's this? A bill?" "No, sir," Leif laughed. "It's an idea that I think I can make this afternoon if you're interested in it." Dwight looked at the paper. A wider rocking chair. "I saw a porch swing this morning and it gave me the idea. I thought, why not make one of those and just add the rockers instead of ropes or chains for it to swing on," Leif replied. "How much would you charge?" Dwight asked. "That will depend on the quality when I'm done," Leif answered. "What do you mean?" "The first pair of rocking chairs I made for you were worth 200 crowns each," Leif replied. "These two are worth 300 crowns each. Which means I'm getting a much better deal for the price that we agreed on yesterday," Dwight concluded, a huge smile on his face. Leif nodded. The merchant thought it over. "All right, Leif. If you can make this dual rocking chair, or whatever you want to call it, this afternoon, I'll pay you at least 100 crowns for it. You'll get more if the quality is just as good as these chairs, and depending on the value of what you make." "I can agree to that," Leif said. "All right, come eat lunch," Dwight said. "Are you sure you want me to eat with your family?" "Yep," the merchant replied. As they walked out of the warehouse, Leif asked, "Do you know the value of the chairs? Is there a skill for that?" "Yes, there is a skill merchants get that allows them to know the value of things," Dwight answered. "I imagine it's sort of similar to how you get a notice telling you how much something you make is worth." "That makes sense," Leif said. "So this is what made you so happy today," Natasha said as she and Dwight walked into the warehouse that evening. She gingerly touched one of the improved rocking chairs. "The stain is still a little wet, so I can't try out the chair." "Yes, Leif did a fantastic job on them," Dwight replied. "Ma'am, you too can try out the two-person rocking chair before I stain it," Leif said. "You did get it done," Dwight said, happiness in his voice. "Except for staining," Leif replied, "but that won't take too long to do." The two-person rocking chair rose as tall as the others, its wide seat inviting two in comfort, supported by sturdy triangular legs. The front nearly straight, the back angled gracefully, linking near the top to the rockers for a subtle recline. Twin 6-inch posts braced front legs to seat. Long posts framed the slatted expanse, arms curving from front to backrest in harmonious flow. Dwight and Natasha settled in, rocking gently, their faces softening into shared delight. "Nicely done, Leif, very nicely done," Natasha said. "Thank you, ma'am," Leif replied. "Don't worry about staining this, Leif," Dwight said. "I think the natural wood color looks nice." "It does," Natasha agreed. Leif received a notice. "You have created rustic two-person rocking bench. This bench will seat 2 people. It is very sturdy and comfortable. Value 400 crowns. Congratulations. Your woodworker skill has reached level 4. Your crafter skill has reached level 5. "Yes," Leif exclaimed. "Leveled up again?" Dwight asked. Leif nodded. "Yes, sir. I leveled my crafter and woodworker skills," Leif answered. "Congratulations," Natasha said. "Thank you, ma'am." "Well, let's settle up," Dwight said. He pulled a small notepad from his shirt pocket and a fountain pen. "Is that a fountain pen?" Leif asked. He had never seen one before. "Yes," Dwight answered as he wrote in his pad. "I'm not sure who invented this thing, but I love it. You only need to refill it with ink once a week or so." "That is genius," Leif replied. "Boys with their toys," Natasha muttered. Dwight smiled while Leif laughed. That was a true statement, and both men knew it. Now, you have supplied us with 5 rocking chairs, Dwight said. Well, 4 chairs and a bench, Leif corrected, at least according to the system. It's still all the same for our purposes, Dwight replied. He went over the prices and agreed rates of pay, including the tools. Now, for the 2-person chair, it's valued at 400 crowns. I'll pay you 150 for it. That will give you 500 crowns total for your work. Leif thought about it and decided it was a fair price. Besides, he didn't want to argue with the man and was getting tools out of the deal as well. A thought hit him. Do you have any more of those pens? We sell them, Natasha answered. Why? Throw in one of those pens and a notepad and you have a deal, Leif replied. Dwight and Natasha laughed. We can do that, Dwight said, extending his hand to Leif to shake. We have a deal. We do indeed, Leif replied, shaking the merchant's hand. We have to share the carriage with that laborer, the man asked the driver. Yes, sir, Bryce Dalton, the carriage driver, answered. You're all booked for the trip to the capital. We will not share a carriage with a peasant, the upset man said. Leif looked out of the carriage and frowned at the man as Bryce laughed. What's so funny? You, the driver replied. You're not a noble, nor are you any better than the young crafter in the carriage or me. What's going on here? Kevin Young, the caravan master, asked as he walked up. We need to get a move on if we're going to cover the 40 miles we're supposed to cover today. Sorry, boss, Bryce said. There is a problem with our passengers. What sort of problem? Kevin Young asked. Mr. Young, we will not ride with rabble, the upset man, who was visibly angry now, replied. Mr. Dalton, you can ride with the other paying customer. You can ride in one of the open supply wagons, walk, or wait here for the next caravan, Kevin Young replied. We're burning daylight and need to be on the road. You dare, Dalton's companion said. She was very angry looking too. I dare, Mrs. Dalton. I'm the master of this caravan and my rules apply to every wagon or carriage that is a part of it, Young replied. Bryce laughed, which infuriated the couple even more. A few of the caravan guards there were near laughed as well. You're not helping Bryce. Neither are you guys. Sorry, boss, the driver replied as the guards shrugged and laughed harder. I could, Leif started to say but was interrupted. No, Mr. Craftsman, you cannot no matter what you were about to offer, Young said. You paid for your passage just like the Daltons did. The caravan master turned to the couple. Now make your decision and be quick about it. We are leaving in 2 minutes. I shall report you to the Count, Mr. Dalton exclaimed. You do that, Young replied, unconcerned. He quickly filled a small pouch with 60 crowns and handed it to the man. Here is your money back. How you? Dalton stuttered, lost for words, as Bryce tossed the couple's luggage down from the top of the carriage. Roll out, Kevin Young yelled. The wagons started moving and the caravan master quickly walked to the front of the line, leaving the couple staring as he left them. The boss has a way with people, Bryce said loud enough for Leif to hear. He snapped the reins and started the horses that pulled the carriage moving. Is he always like that? Leif asked, sticking his head at the window. Oh yes, especially when there is a bonus waiting like there is when we get to Raleigh, Bryce answered. We have some seafood on ice in one of the wagons. If we get it to the capital on time, it won't be fresh seafood, but it'll be good enough for the city folk. Ah, that makes sense, Leif replied. He ducked back into the carriage and tried to get comfortable. With the caravan rumbling onward, the initial drama dissolved into the steady cadence of wheels on dirt, leaving Leif to contemplate the journey ahead. I have 2 days of this, Leif muttered to himself. He was the only person in the carriage and was bored of watching the scenery go by. It was all flat farmlands broken up by an occasional forest anyhow. Bryce didn't seem to want a shout to talk to him either. The driver also wouldn't let Leif up top to make communication easier. I should have bought a book before leaving Greenville. Leif considered taking a nap, but it was too hot in the carriage. A little breeze flowed into the windows, but it wasn't enough to cool him. I wish I could make it cooler in here. Leif snapped his fingers. He could make it cooler with the proper enchantment. Leif pulled out his notebook and fountain pen. Let's see. Leif started writing out his idea. He would need it to cool the interior of the carriage, but only to where it was comfortable, not cold. That meant he would need a way to keep the enchantment from making the interior too cold. Perhaps I need an enchantment that can warm and cool the carriage. He tapped the pen against his lips in thought. Whatever I do will need to be temporary, and something I can do quickly when the caravan stops for lunch. A control gem would be nice too. Leif wrote out his idea to have the enchantment cool when the gem was touched, and to cool until the control gem was touched a second time. He considered writing out the runes, but didn't want to leave too much evidence that he was an enchanter if anyone read the notepad. The thought came to him that he could use the same or a similar enchantment in his canteens or even in cups. Cold water would be fantastic. Hopefully, one of the merchants has gems for sale, Leif told himself as he closed the notepad and put it and the pen away. I also hope one of the merchants has a book or two for sale as well. Mr. or Master Young, Leif said after getting out of the carriage when the caravan stopped for lunch. The caravan master was walking down the line of wagons and checking in with each driver. He wasn't totally sure how to address the caravan master. Or do you prefer merchant? Any of the three is acceptable, Mr. Craftsman, Kevin Young replied after speaking with Bryce. What can I do for you? Mr. Young, do you or any of your fellows have any books for sale? No, are you that bored? Kevin answered. Leif nodded. I do have a few books in my wagon and can loan you one if like, though. Thank you. You're welcome, Kevin replied. Follow me to my wagon and I'll loan you a history book. Thank you again, Leif said as he followed the caravan master to the third wagon in line. It was squarish in shape, had a little porch on the front, a door, windows on the sides, and even a smokestack. The wagon was also brightly painted red with yellow trim. I've never seen a wagon like this before, Leif commented. My Vardo is my home on the road, Kevin said. Vardo. Vardos were once considered living wagons since people lived in them all their lives, Kevin replied. It's just the name the wagons were given a long time ago. That's interesting, Leif said as the caravan master climbed up a little step ladder built just before the front wheel on the left side of the wagon. He returned a moment later holding a book. Here you go, take care of it, Kevin said, holding the book out to Leif. I will, Leif promised, taking the book. Anything else I can do for you? Hopefully. Does anyone have gems and gold or silver wire for sale? Leif asked. Heck, even some steel wire would work. Why do you ask? Kevin asked. I'm a crafter and want to work on my jeweler skills some as well, Leif answered. I do have a few small gems I can sell to you, the caravan master said, but I don't have any wire. That's great. Do you have tools? Kevin asked. No, Leif admitted. That was something he had overlooked. You're in luck, Kevin said. How so? Mary Ann Lee happens to have a set of jeweler's tools she had carried around in her Vardo for 6 months, Kevin answered, pointing to a brightly colored blue and green wagon further back in the line. She had bought the set in Raleigh and had hoped to sell it to a jeweler in one of the smaller villages. I guess she hadn't considered that crafters in small villages will either get a local to make what they need in trade, or they learn to do so themselves, Leif said. Most crafters in small villages can't afford to buy from the larger towns and cities. Very true and correct, Kevin said. She may be willing to give you a discount on the set. Let's see what gems you have, Leif said. All right, that's what I like to hear. After we look at the gems and talk price, I'll take you over to meet Mary Ann, Kevin replied. And I thought this would be a boring lunch break. You have more than a few small gems, Leif noted as the caravan master spread out a cloth and laid different gemstones on it. Kevin grinned. Some people trade in crowns and ingots, others trade in precious stones, and I trade in both. Some people really use these for payment, Leif asked as he picked up a small garnet and examined it. Yes, Most people that do use stones for currency believe the kingdom will fall, or whoever rules after the queen will want new currency, and our crowns will lose their value, Kevin replied. But they at least think people, no matter who runs the kingdom, will value diamonds, rubies, and such, Leif concluded. The caravan master nodded in agreement. Leif spotted a small jar filled with crystal. What's in the jar? Quartz crystals. They're not worth much, but some people think they have healing properties. I've heard the same about agate, amethyst, and opal, Leif replied. His parents had believed precious stones could be used for healing, but he wasn't sure if they had ever enchanted anything that could heal. I've never seen it for myself, though. That doesn't surprise me. I have seen an enchanted relic or two that uses some stones to heal, Kevin said. Truly? Yes. I'd love to see that for myself, Leif said. They're in the hands of nobles, so I highly doubt that you will ever see them. Good point. So which gems do you want? Kevin asked. They're all raw except for the expensive gems, Leif said. Yes, miners don't take the time to shape the stones, Kevin replied. How much for the turquoise, garnet, amethyst, quartz, and opal? Leif asked, pointing out the raw, uncut stones that he was interested in. He felt they would work well for enchantments, especially the quartz. Between 1 and 100 crowns depending on the size of the stone and clarity of it, Kevin answered, shrugging his shoulders. I know that is vague, but it is what it is. I can work with that especially if the jeweler's kit has the proper tools in it, Leif replied. He picked out a half dozen of each stone, none smaller than a carat and no larger than 2 carats. None of the 30 stones were exceptionally clear either, and in fact, most were cloudy or dull in color. I'll charge you 80 crowns for all 30 stones, Kevin said. The garnets and opals are worth more than the others. That's fine, Leif replied, pulling an ingot out of his satchel and handing it to the merchant. Kevin handed Leif back 20 crowns and started putting the rest of his gems away. Leif put his stones in his coin purse and placed it in his satchel. Do I get a receipt? No. Just no. Just no. When we get to the capital, don't mention to anyone that you bought gems from me. Why is that? Leif inquired. Some merchants and nobles don't like anyone trading in precious stones other than themselves, Kevin answered. Let's just say they will make life difficult for anyone that isn't part of their association. I see, Leif said. It made sense that some of those that were wealthy would try to keep others out of what they thought of as their market. Good, let's go see Mary Ann, Kevin said as he locked up his wagon. You're heading to the western frontier, aren't you? Kevin asked Leif as they walked to the other Vardo. Yes, why? Do you want to book passage with us until Winston-Salem? The caravan master asked. It's a little over 100 miles and will take roughly 3 days to get there. Are you going to charge me the same price? Yeah, I can do that, Kevin replied. Leif started to get out his money again. Just hold off on paying me until we stop for the night. All right, Leif agreed as they reached Mary Ann's Vardo. Everything is fine, Kevin, Mary Ann said when she spotted them. I'm glad to hear that, Kevin replied. Mr. Craftsman here is interested in that jeweler's kit you have. Is that so? The old woman asked. Yes, ma'am, Leif answered. Well, I'll leave you two to haggle. I need to check on the other wagons, Kevin said. He walked away. This is the kit, Mary Ann said, setting a small toolbox down on her wagon's porch. She opened it. Take a look. Thank you, Leif replied as he lifted and examined the tools. The kit was nearly complete and not a basic one. It contained tweezers, ring sizers, a ring mandrel, 2 mallets, a chasing hammer, small countertop anvil, wire cutters, a jeweler's loop, round nose pliers, needle nose pliers, regular pliers, flat half-round pliers, a burnisher, a bezel roller, a bezel pusher, a prong pusher, a scriber, a divider, a steel ruler, a brass sliding gauge, a steel square, a center punch, a ring clamp, a small coping saw with blades, several files, some polishing cloths, and a few spools of copper and steel wire. All the tools were of the same quality that Leif's parents had used. How much for the kit? I had hoped to sell this kit for 400 crowns. But I'll take 300 since it's just taking up space in my home, Mary Ann said. That's expensive, Leif replied as he returned the ring mandrel to the toolbox. I doubt you paid over 200 for it. Mr. Craftsman, was it? Yes, ma'am. Mr. Craftsman, I don't like haggling and therefore set my prices, so I make a fair profit without overcharging my customers, Mary Ann replied. While I don't doubt that is true, there is a little problem, Leif said. And that is if you don't sell the kit to me, who will you sell it to? I'm sure I could sell the kit in Winston-Salem or another village. Maybe, but Mr. Young was under the impression that you haven't been able to sell the kit in the 6 months or so you've had it, Leif replied. Also, crafters in small villages either make or fix their own tools or use their fellow crafters to do so. Blast Kevin for being a loudmouth, Mary Ann exclaimed, and blast you for being from a small village. Leif laughed and shrugged his shoulders. I'll gladly pay 225 crowns for the kit. Make it 250, and if you make any decent jewelry, I get first dibs on buying it. We have a deal, Leif replied, extending his hand to shake. Between tools, supplies, and passage, I've spent 360 crowns in less than an hour, Leif said as he put 30 crowns into a small pouch and tied it closed. Bryce laughed. What? Don't look at me for laughing, the carriage driver said. You had what, 500 crowns or so when you joined us? Something like that, Leif replied. The driver nodded his head knowingly. And you thought that was a lot of money, didn't you? Kevin asked as he stopped after hearing them talking on his way back to the front of the caravan. I did, Leif admitted. That was more money than I've ever had before. Your plot of land was valued in the thousands, though, the caravan master pointed out. Yeah, what's your point? Leif replied. The other 2 men exchanged a look. What am I missing? The Queen is giving away land to expand the frontier, Bryce said. Leif nodded. Think of that in terms of money instead of land. Leif's eyes widened in surprise. The others nodded. I think he gets it, Bryce quipped. The Queen is giving away millions of crowns to expand her kingdom, Kevin said. Because the Queen just owning the land does her no good without people living on and working it, Leif said, which enables her to tax them and gain the resources from the land. Exactly, Kevin said. So, she gives it to those willing to take the risks of living so far away from the more civilized areas. The frontier might be more civilized, Bryce remarked, a grin on his face. The monsters just want to eat people, not rob them blind or force them to work for next to nothing. Kevin glared at the driver. No offense intended, boss. You pay a good wage. Keep it up, Kevin replied, pointing a finger and wagging it at the carriage driver. Bryce just nodded and laughed. So, what you 2 are saying is I'm going to need at least twice what I had when we left Greenville, Leif said. You'll probably need 2,500 crowns or so, Bryce replied. Honestly, more would be better even if you're able to do most of the work of building up your homestead yourself, Kevin added. He's right, Kevin added. The other frontier folk may work with you as far as labor goes, exchanging favors for favors, but things you have to buy will be a lot more expensive so far out. I really need more time so I can make more money, Leif complained. We'll be in the capital for a week, Kevin said. It is home for a few of us, so we spend time with family and friends there. If I was married, we would probably spend 2 weeks there before setting out again. Which means I'll spend even more money staying in inns, even if I'm able to sell things I make, Leif said. You could always camp in parks, Bryce said, at least until the guards locked you up. I'll pass on that. I have no desire to end up in a cell, Leif replied. He picked up the coin pouch and history book and held them out to the caravan master. For my passage. Thanks, Kevin replied, taking both offered items. Why give me back the book? I'm going to spend all the time I can working on my jeweler skill and won't have time to read, Leif answered. If you make any decent pieces, I'd be willing to buy them from you, the caravan master said. Mrs. Mary Ann already claimed first dibs, Leif replied. That crafty old crone. Something told me I shouldn't have left you alone with her, Kevin said. Bryce laughed. Win some, lose some, boss, the driver said. I'm going to eat something and get to work, Leif said. We're moving out in 10 minutes, Kevin said and walked off. Leif, flip over one of the bench seats and you can use it as table of sorts, Bryce advised. That's if you can take the jolts from the road. Thanks, Bryce, Leif replied. Blast it, Leif exclaimed as the enchantment failed to produce the desired results. He had embedded one of the small quartz crystals in the join between the bench seat he was sitting on and the wall. Next to the crystal, he had slowly carved runes for energy flow, energy control, and cool. That had not been easy with all the jostling of the bouncing carriage. The runes for energy flow and control worked. The cool rune did not, though. He thought about it and slapped his forehead. Of course. I must tell the enchantment what I want it to regulate and cool. Leif scratched out the first runes. He redrew them, adding runes for temperature control and air flow. Leif used the other half of a vial of the monster's blood to coat the runes again, and then pushed his intent into them. The runes glowed, and the blood as well as his intent soaked into them and the crystal. Leif examined his work. The runes reading, energy flow, energy control, temperature control, cool, air flow. It looks good, Leif muttered. He touched the crystal to make sure it wouldn't move and to start the enchantment. He waited a few minutes and then touched the wall of the carriage. It felt slightly cooler, as did the slight breeze he could feel. Leif smiled. It works. I just hope it doesn't cool the carriage too much and that the crystal is able to regulate the temperature. I should probably test it. Leif waited a few minutes and let the carriage cool further. He then touched the crystal, willing it to stop the enchantment. Within a few minutes, the carriage started to warm up again. Leif smiled again. He touched the crystal once more. Within a few minutes, the carriage started to cool. Yes, Leif exclaimed. I should do my canteens next. He then reconsidered that idea. I only have one vial of blood left. It might be best to save that for any jewelry I make. Leif checked his notices and levels. Blast, I didn't level from enchanting the carriage. He shrugged after thinking about it. He had enchanted a pre-existing carriage instead of creating something new. Maybe it took enchanting several pre-existing items to equal what it took to create something new. Speaking of something new, Leif muttered. He took out his pen and notepad. He started jotting down ideas for jewelry. I really wish I knew more about the different gems and what they're supposed to do. I'll ask the merchants and drivers when we stop again. Maybe one of them knows or has a book. Leif cut a 10-inch length from one of the steel wire spools. He wrapped the wire around his ring finger and then picked up the ring mandrel. Leif slid the wire down the mandrel until he got to his finger size and went one size larger. He wrapped the cut wire around the mandrel and pressed the wire against the mandrel to smooth the shape. Freaking potholes, Leif muttered under his breath. He waited as the carriage bounced along the road until the ride smoothed out enough for him to continue to work on the ring he was making. He looped the wire twice more around the mandrel. I still have quite a bit of wire left in this length. Leif took the wire off the mandrel and folded the ends of the length of wire toward the bottom or middle of the loop. He used his round nose pliers to loop the wire tightly around the big loop. He then cut off the excess and twisted the newly created ends even tighter around the loop. Leif then used a file to grind down the ends so they wouldn't cut the skin. You have created a basic steel wire ring. Value 3 crowns. Leif snorted as he cleared the notice. He knew the ring wasn't much to look at. He looked in the toolbox and found a spool of thin copper wire. He cut an 8-inch length of it. What's this? Leif muttered as he saw a few more small spools of wire in the bottom of the toolbox. Some spools of thin gold, silver, bronze, tin, and brass wire. Leif cut off an 8-inch length of the brass wire. He used 2 sets of his pliers to twist the brass and copper wires together. He liked the way the colors of the metals blended. Leif then tightly wrapped the combined wire around the steel ring. Once finished, Leif cut off the excess and filed down the ends. You have created a simple copper and brass ring. Some people believe that copper and brass have healing and mystical properties, so prize jewelry made from them. Value 25 crowns. Not too shabby, Leif told himself. The ring wasn't worth much at all, but it was practice, which was much more important right now than the value of whatever he made. Besides, perhaps he could sell it. He spent the next hour making 3 more of the rings and then took a break. "Hey, Bryce," Leif called to the carriage driver after sticking his head out the window. "What?" the driver replied, looking back at Leif. "What do you think of this?" Leif asked, holding out one of the rings to the other man. The driver handed the reins to someone Leif couldn't see, turned, and took the ring from him. "It's not a bad ring," Bryce said. "Is this brass and copper?" "Yes," Leif answered. "There is a steel wire running as the base loop the other metal wires are wrapped around." Bryce handed the ring to the man beside him. "How much do you want for the ring?" "Why, do you want to buy it?" "I don't, but Derek does," Bryce replied. Seeing the confusion on Leif's face, he continued. "Derek is one of the caravan guards and says copper and brass helps his aches and pains." "Ah," Leif muttered. "The system says the ring is worth 25 crowns. Bryce repeated what Leif said to Derek. "Derek says he'll give you 15 crowns for the ring." "Make it 20 and he has a deal. I'll even resize the ring if needs me to," Leif countered. "Just a moment," the wagon driver called down. "Here," Bryce said as he held a small pouch out to his passenger. Leif took the coin pouch. "Derek says thank you and the ring fits just fine." "Pass on my thanks as well, please," Leif replied. The wagon driver did as Leif requested. "Hey, Leif." "Yeah," Leif replied. "Do you have any more rings?" Bryce asked. "I have 3 more just like that one," Leif answered. "Why, do you want one?" "No, but Derek says he'll take all 3, Bryce replied after a short pause. "Will you sell them for the same price?" "Yeah." "Pass them up," Bryce instructed. Leif handed the rings to the driver, and he handed Leif a larger coin pouch. "Derek sends his thanks as well." "I thank Derek too," Leif said. Bryce passed that along as well. Leif started to sit back down when Bryce stopped him. "Can you make a copper and brass bracelet?" Bryce asked. "Yeah, do you want one?" "Yep," the carriage driver answered. "I don't care for rings, but I do like a good bracelet and necklace. I'll pay whatever the system value is." "All right," Leif replied. "I'll get started on that in a little bit." "Great," Bryce said as Leif ducked back into the carriage. "You have accepted a commission to craft a copper and brass bracelet. Reward, unknown number of crowns." Leif dismissed the notice and started to draw out some ideas for the bracelet. He wanted it to be good enough to raise his jeweler level. "Crap," Leif cursed. "I'm breaking my word to Mrs. Mary Ann." He thought it over. "I'll have to make some rings to show her and a bracelet too. I'll use the silver and gold wire for those rings." Leif's fingers danced with precision over the wires, the carriage's gentle sway now a rhythmic companion to his craft. He wrapped delicate gold wire around a sturdy single steel loop, flanked by 2 slender silver ones, completing 3 even coils before snipping it clean. Repeating the golden embrace 5 more times created 6 harmonious bands, their edges filed smooth and gently flattened to a lustrous sheen, catching the fading light like captured sunlight. "You have created a gold and silver wrap ring. This ring was made with gold and silver wire and has some artistic merit as well. Value 50 crowns. Congratulations, your jeweler skill has reached level 3. Leif craftsman. Class, level 3 enchanter. Skills. Enchanting, level 3. Crafter, level 5. Jeweler, level 3. Ceramist, level 3. Woodworker, level 4. Blacksmith, level 2. "Yes," Leif exclaimed, dismissing the notices with a triumphant grin. Elation surged through him as he lost the next hour to the flow, birthing 3 more rings, each a testament to his growing mastery. As bracelet sketches unfurled in his mind, a memory surfaced, his mother's creation for a discerning customer. Simple wire bands laced with woven cotton thread, secured by a humble hook-and-eye clasp. "Huh!" Leif murmured, glancing out the window where another guard approached Derek on the carriage's right flank, the second in mere minutes. Curiosity stirred. He resolved to seek cotton thread from the caravan master while probing the guard's tension. Swinging open the door, the forest's humid whisper greeted him. "What are you doing?" the guard packing beside the carriage demanded. "I thought I would get out and stretch my legs a bit," Leif answered. "And I would see if any of the merchants have a spool of thread for sale or cotton string." "Yes, the merchants have spools of thread for sale," the guard said. "But we're in a dangerous forest. Get back in the carriage." "But I need the thread to make a bracelet," Leif said. "You made this ring?" the guard asked, holding up his right hand. One of the copper and brass rings gleamed on his finger. Leif nodded. "I'll get you the thread. The merchants normally charge 2 or 3 crowns for a spool." "Thanks." Joe Tyler," the guard said, supplying his name. "Thanks, Joe," Leif replied. "I'm Leif Craftsman." "What color thread do you want?" Joe asked as Leif shut the carriage door after sitting back down. "White, blue, or red. I don't really have a preference," Leif answered as he handed the guard 5 crowns. He didn't think the forest was dangerous but would listen to the guards. "The extra is for your time and effort." "Thanks, that'll buy 2 or 3 pints at a tavern," Joe said. He turned and left. Derek laughed. "How much did you sell the ring for?" Leif asked, sticking his head out the window. The guard looked back at him and grinned. "I sold it for 40 crowns each. Thanks for the nice bit of profit," Derek answered. Leif's mouth fell open in surprise. "Close your mouth, kid, before you inhale a fly or something." "How did you?" "Those I sold the rings to have no idea of their value," Derek replied, a huge smile on his face. "Figures that I got screwed," Leif muttered. As he sullenly flopped back into the bench seat, he heard the 2 men up top laughed. The laughter echoed like a distant drum, pulling Leif from his brief sulk as he refocused on the bracelet, the caravan's vigilant rhythm underscoring his determination. Leif sliced 4 9-inch lengths of heavy-gauge copper wire, followed by 3 matching brass pieces, enough for a rigid wrist embrace, fit be damned for now. He filed the ends to satin smoothness, then curled loops at each tip with round-nose pliers, their metallic song blending with the road's murmur. "Catch, kid!" Joe shouted. A spool of deep blue thread thumped against Leif's chest moments later. "Thanks, Joe," Leif yelled back. He anchored the thread with a square not 3 inches from the ends, loops aligned, then wound it thrice, taut as a bowstring. Adding wires one by one, copper, brass, alternating, he wove tight bands, their pattern flowing like a river's braid, up and down in precise V-shapes until the full length gleamed interwoven. A double half-hitch sealed the finale. "Looks nice," Leif muttered. He forged triangular rings from 2-inch copper snippets, then crafted a U-hook from brass, looping its ends in unison, and a rounded eye with the mandrel's aid. Linking them through the triangles, he secured all to the wire ends, pliers ensuring unyielding grip. "Now I just have to bend the whole thing into shape," Leif told himself. His woodworking mallet's head coaxed an elegant oval, clasped on his wrist, it hugged without pinching. "You have created a woven copper and brass bracelet. Some people believe that copper and brass have healing and mystical properties, so prize jewelry made from them. Value 50 crowns. He smiled as he dismissed the notices. "Nice." "That looks nice and is worth a decent price. Do I still get first dibs?" Mary Ann asked. Leif jumped in surprise. He had not even realized the caravan had stopped. The old woman smiled as the caravan master joined her. Looking into the carriage from the other window was Bryce and Derek. Yeah, I also have some rings to show you," Leif said. He turned to the other window. "I'll make you a bracelet next if Mrs. Mary Ann buys this one. How long have we been stopped?" "An hour," Kevin answered. "Let's eat and you can show us those rings you've made." "You are right, you know. Those copper and brass rings are junk," Mary Ann told Leif after supper. She picked up one of the gold and silver rings he had made and examined it again. "These aren't terrible, so I'll take all 4. "Derek made a nice little profit off those junk rings," Kevin pointed out with a smile on his face. He had already decided to have a talk with the guard to ask him for information about what his contracted guards wanted. The caravan master did not want to lose out on any more possible sales to his own people after all. That he did, and I am to do the same, Mary Ann replied. She turned her attention back to Leif. I'll give you 20 crowns for each ring. No way, those rings are worth 50 crowns apiece, Leif protested. I can't take less than 40 crowns for them. I'll give you 25 apiece, Kevin said. He grinned at Mary Ann as the older woman scowled at him. I'll go 25 as well, Mary Ann said begrudgingly. I'll take 30 for each ring, Leif said. Both merchants shook their heads. I'll only go 25, Kevin replied. Me too, Mary Ann agreed. Take it or leave it. And if you think merchants in Raleigh will give you more for the rings, you're sadly mistaken, Kevin added. They won't give you as much as we will. We also provided you with a hot meal for supper, Mary Ann said. Fine, I'll take the 120 for all 4 rings, Leif finally said. Take 2 each, Kevin asked Mary Ann. Sure, the woman answered. I still have dibs on the bracelet after all. Leif, I'll give you 35 for it since it has more of an artistic flair than the rings. Leif nodded in agreement. The 2 merchants paid him and took the jewelry as Leif counted the coins a second time. He put the crowns into his coin purse and that into his satchel. The weight made him wish they had given him an ingot. I have an idea for another bracelet and have to make one for Bryce, Leif said as he got to his feet. I may want the next one you make as well, Mary Ann pointed out. The bracelet I make for Bryce will be like the one you just bought, Leif said. Still, let me sell it to him, Leif replied. I think you'll like the one after that I'm going to work on a lot more. Mary Ann started to reply, but fell silent as Leif showed her the sketch he had made earlier. Kevin looked on with interest as well. All right, that I want and I'll pay. We can negotiate the price for it after we know how much the bracelet is worth, Leif said, interrupting the merchant. Fair enough, Mary Ann replied. I'm glad to see you're learning. Leif snorted and nodded to the woman. He started to walk to where he had set up his tent beside the carriage. Kevin accompanied him. I take it you want to make an offer of some sort, Leif said as they arrived at his tent. I do, Kevin agreed. When we arrive in Raleigh, make some products for me. I prefer jewelry or other small things, but I'll pay you at least half of the value of whatever you make. Leif started to speak, and the caravan master held up a hand, stopping him. If the quality is good enough, I'll pay at least 60% of their value for your products. I'll also supply you with raw materials for everything. That's a tempting offer, Leif said. Will you throw in room and board as well? I'll pay for a room at an inn, Kevin answered, a grin on his face. He figured the crafter would agree, and now they just had to iron out the details. A good inn near a smithy? Leif asked. The caravan master gave him a questioning look. I have some blacksmith skill and I want to raise it up. That, Kevin started to say and stopped himself as an idea came to him. How about a shop or warehouse with living quarters instead of an inn? That could work, Leif conceded. Do you know of such a place? I know of 2, Kevin said. Stay with us when we arrive in the city and start unloading. You can work on jewelry while the wagons are unloaded, and I check to see if the shop and warehouse are still available. I know the owners and should be able to rent one or the other for a week. That seems expensive, Leif said. It could be, Kevin agreed. He didn't tell Leif that he would be able to rent the places for less than an inn since the owners were family and looking to profit off the properties by selling or renting them. The shop had belonged to a cartwright before he had passed away and had a small forge. If it was still available, the shop would be perfect for their needs, even if it was a bit rundown. Besides, it would be cheaper than paying for an inn and having to rent a forge, if it's even possible to rent time at a smithy. I'll need to see the place you're talking about before I agree to your offer, Leif said after thinking about it. It really was a decent offer, and if the shop or warehouse had enough privacy, it would allow him to work on his enchanting as well. That's fair, Kevin replied. You'll have to pay for your own food, though. All right, but that's only if I don't stay at an inn. Inns supply meals after all, Leif said. Kevin nodded and the men shook hands. I'll let you get to it then, Kevin said. He walked away as Leif took out the tabletop anvil. The campfire's warm flicker soon danced across Leif's focused features, shadows playing like eager apprentices as he immersed himself in the craft. Leif glanced skyward, gauging a half-hour of daylight lingered, its golden hues filtering through the canopy. He ventured along the forest's edge, gathering sticks and stones with purposeful grace, their earthy scents mingling with pine. Fashioning a fire pit from the rocks, he layered sticks and coaxed flames with dry grass, the crackle a soothing prelude to evening work. "Watch it, kid," Derek cautioned, spear in hand, his patrol a vigilant silhouette. "The woods can be dangerous." "I was just gathering some wood for a fire so I can work for a while tonight," Leif replied. The guard nodded and resumed his circuit when a shout pierced the dusk. Leif met Derek's urgent gaze. "What is it?" "Join the merchants in the center of the camp," Derek ordered. "Why, what's wrong?" Leif asked. "Saber raccoons." "Saber raccoons," Leif repeated. He thought rabid would be a better name for the mutated monsters, but they were named after their teeth and hunger for blood. "Do you guys collect the blood?" "Of course, do you want some?" Derek answered. Leif nodded. "Would you sell or trade me a few vials?" Leif asked. "I'll make you a ring or two in exchange." "Deal, now go," the guard replied. Leif dropped the grass beside his unlit campfire and joined the others. "You've been here working, instead of joining the others in the center of the camp," Derek asked Leif sometime later. "I did until the merchants headed back to their wagons. Then I came back here to get some work done since they said it wasn't much of a monster attack," Leif replied. "I made 2 basic rings like those you bought earlier." "That was fast. I'll trade you 10 vials of raccoon blood for the rings," the guard said. "Lord knows the blood isn't worth much and can only be used for low-level healing potions." Leif thought about it and nodded. "That works for me." "Going to make your own potions?" Derek asked. "Once we get to the city where I can rent the proper equipment," Leif lied. "Dolly Simpson, one of the merchants, has some alchemy equipment," the guard replied. "Thanks for the information, but I'll wait. I have a few potions and need to work on my jeweler skill while I can," Leif said as they exchanged items. "You would probably make more money by working as an alchemist," the guard said. "Maybe, but I've never cared for making potions beyond the odd healing potion for myself," Leif said. "I much prefer crafting other items like jewelry and rocking chairs." If it makes you happy, I suppose. Thanks for the rings," Derek said before walking away. Leif had noticed the grin on the man's face and assumed the guard thought he had gotten the better end of the deal. He had no doubt that Derek was off to make some more money off Leif's rings instead of patrolling the camp. The man wasn't wrong about the saber raccoon blood not being worth much, but Leif hoped it would still be strong enough to power a few enchantments. He carefully packed the vials away and started his campfire. The fire didn't give off as much light as he hoped, but it would be enough. Leif sat down to work and then jumped up. "Why do we need to answer nature's call at the wrong times?" Leif asked himself as he walked to a nearby tree. Relief washed over him like a cool breeze, sharpening his focus as he returned to the fire's glow, tools gleaming in anticipation. Leif measured 4 inches of his thickest copper wire, cutting a 5-inch piece, and repeated thrice more. A 4-inch length followed. Leif used the anvil and his hammer to flatten the 4 5-inch lengths of wire. He bent the 4-inch piece in half and hammered it gently to preserve subtle curve. Ends filed mirror smooth, they awaited their weave. Leif next cut an 18-inch length of a slightly smaller copper and brass wires. He used pliers to twist the 2 wires together, and the duo of twisted seamlessly under plier tension. He then filed the ends until they were smooth. Leif then cut 4 10-inch pieces of the thickest copper and brass wires. He alternated the metals and used a clamp to hold them together. Leif bent the pairs of alternating metals in opposing directions. One set went left, the next right until he had bent them all. Leif bent the rightmost pair all the way across to the left. He folded the other 3 pairs over the bent wires to the opposite sides. Leif then folded what had been the rightmost pair until it was the far left pair and parallel to the second pair of wires. He continued this process until he had braided all the wires together all the way down their length. Congratulations, you have learned the weaver class. Weavers make fabric by weaving fibers together. This can also apply to wires or anything else that can be woven together into a larger item. Would you like to change classes? YN. Figures, Leif laughed as he measured and cut the woven material into a 6-inch piece. He selected the no option as he smoothed the ends. You have declined to change classes. The weaver class will become a skill that you can level like your others. Congratulations, your crafter skill has reached level 6. Leif craftsman. Class, level 3 enchanter. Skills. Enchanting, level 3. Crafter, level 6. Jeweler, level 3. Ceramist, level 3. Woodworker, level 4. Blacksmith, level 2. Weaver, level 1. That's one skill I didn't really want, Leif complained to himself. He shook his head, yawned, and dismissed the notices and class information. He stood up and stretched. I need to get back to work, but first a little break. Leif folded the twisted wires in half over the small end of the ring mandrel. He did it a second time, so the twisted wires were just wide enough to form a cage of sorts around the woven piece. Next, Leif made a small hook at one end of one of the short, flat pieces he had made when he first started making the bracelet. He slid the hook into the woven piece and wrapped it around the twisted wire and woven piece 4 times. This secured the 2 pieces together. Leif left a small loop at the end for a clasp. He cut the flat piece excess and smoothed the end with a file. Leif tucked the end into the bracelet. He repeated the flat wire wrap on the other end of the woven piece. This end didn't have a loop and instead had some excess twisted wire. Leif cut the twisted wire, leaving a 1/2 inch sticking beyond the flat wrap. He tightened the twisted pair more firmly and curled the ends into 2 loops, tucking the ends into the flat wire after filing them down. Leif checked the flat wire wraps to make sure they would not move. Satisfied with things so far, Leif used the remaining 2 5-inch flat wires to wrap the bracelet at equal distances from the ends. He repeated the process of cutting and filing down the ends before tucking them as best he could. Leif checked to make sure the extra 2 wraps wouldn't move. He nodded to himself. Finally, Leif took the bent 4-inch piece of flat wire and made a small hook out of the folded end. He used his round nose pliers to make partial loops of the other ends of the wire. Leif hooked his partial loops over the 2 twisted loops and bent them closed. Now I just need to work this into an oval shape and make sure the clasp works, Leif muttered. He used his mallet to shape the bracelet like he did the other one. Leif tested the bracelet on his wrist. It fit and the clasp opened and closed. You have created a braided copper and brass bracelet. Some people believe that copper and brass have healing and mystical properties, so prize jewelry made from them. Value 75 crowns. Congratulations, your jeweler skill has reached level 4. Nicely done, but you might want to get some sleep, a guard said, making Leif jump. Sorry about that, but I guess you were really into your work. I was, Leif admitted. What time is it? Midnight, the guard answered. May I see that? Sure, Leif replied, handing the bracelet to the woman. She examined it and tried the bracelet on. The guard took it off and handed it back to Leif. It's a bit big for me, but would you want to sell it? She asked. I would, but I promised to give Mrs. Mary Ann the first chance to buy it, Leif answered. She'll buy it, the guard said. I'll get it from her. Make sure she doesn't overcharge you, Leif said. The bracelet is worth 75 crowns, but she won't pay me that much for it. The system tells you how much things you make are worth, the guard asked with a smile on her face. Leif nodded. Thanks for the tip. I need to keep making my rounds. Good night, Leif called as the woman walked away. She turned and nodded before continuing her patrol. Leif packed his tools and materials up. He crawled into his tent and fell asleep almost as soon as his head hit his bedroll. Dawn's soft light filtered through canvas, rousing Leif with promises of progress amid the caravan's stirring life. Breakfast will be ready in half an hour, one of the guards told Leif the next morning. Thanks, Leif replied. He gestured towards the trees. Is it safe to take care of personal needs? The guard laughed. It's a forest and there are small critters in it. Use it at your own risk. I'll be quick, Leif said. No doubt, the guard replied as he leaned against the carriage. Are you watching over me or something? Leif asked as he walked towards the trees. Yep, the boss wants to make sure you survive and has assigned a couple of us to watch over you until we get the capital, the man answered. Leif assumed the boss was Kevin Young since he was the caravan master, and nobody had said anything about there being a guard captain with the caravan. He must think you're going to make him some money. Probably. I'm Leif, by the way, Leif said, introducing himself to the guard. John, the guard replied, poking his chest with a thumb. The guard sighed. It's going to be a hot day. Probably, Leif agreed. He nodded and headed into the tree line, happy that the carriage would be cool. Leif ate quickly and handed his bowl and fork to the cook's assistant to wash. Breakfast was plain oatmeal. He then asked the cook and her assistant for a favor. Ladies, could I measure your ring fingers? Why would we do that? The cook asked. She was a few years older than Leif was. Yeah, why would we do that? The assistant asked. She was probably Leif's age. Are you going to marry us? The two women laughed. I'm a crafter and have been making jewelry, Leif replied. You may have heard about that. We have, the cook said. What does that have to do with measuring fingers? I can make a ring that fits my finger, Leif answered, holding up his right hand and tapping his ring finger against his thumb. But I don't know the proper size to fit a woman's finger. Oh, so you thought it would be best to ask the women here to let you measure their fingers, and what? Get an average, the assistant guessed. Exactly, Leif agreed. He smiled at the two women. All right, the cook said. I'll do it, but I want to see what you make, and I know about your arrangement with Mary Ann already. Me too, the assistant happily agreed. Thank you both, Leif said as he took out a piece of thread and wrapped it around the cook's finger. He then measured that against some thin steel wire and cut the wire to the same length. Leif repeated that for the assistant and discovered the women had roughly the same size fingers. Leif put the thread and wire in his satchel. Thanks again. You're welcome, the women said at the same time. Leif went to ask the other women that were part of the caravan to let him measure their fingers as well. The caravan's hum of morning activity swirled around him, voices and clatter blending into a tapestry of camaraderie as Leif gathered his measurements with gracious smiles. As the carriage lurched forward, Leif sketched a delicate wire ring culminating in heart-shaped tips, inspiration blooming from pre-breakfast woodland glimpses. Peering out, flashes of wild rose petals, crimson and blush danced along the trail. Ducking back, his mind whirled. Could I make a ring that looks a little like a rose? Twisting a measured wire into a spiral, it evoked petals from afar. Emboldened, he crafted a base band from steel, 3 loops tight on the mandrel at women's average size -1, wires crossing in hypnotic spirals, ends coiled flat and filed seamless. You have created a rose-wrapped ring. This ring is made from simple steel wire and is not worth much. Value 15 crowns. The system seems to agree with me that the spiral looks like a rose, Leif said to himself, a huge smile on his face. It also didn't take very long to make the ring. Leif looked down into the toolbox and decided to make the same ring design in silver, bronze, copper, brass, and gold. I'll try the heart ring later, Leif told himself as he measured and cut the copper wire. No, Leif shouted as he woke up. Are you all right? Bryce asked, reaching out to touch Leif's shoulder. I'm fine. It was just a bad dream, Leif replied as he wiped the sleep from his eyes. What are you doing down here? Have we stopped for the day? We've reached the capital and the gate guards are inspecting the wagons. They'll get to the carriage in a few minutes, the driver said. It's nice and cool in here. Yeah, it surprised me too, Leif said. Must be why I dozed off. Hi. And we're at the capital already, Leif asked. Yep, that's why we only stopped for piss and water breaks instead of lunch today, Bryce replied. Anyway, here, take this, Leif said, eager to change the subject. He picked up a bracelet that sat on the seat beside him and held it out towards the driver. "What is it?" Bryce said, taking the bracelet and examining it. "The copper and brass bracelet you wanted. This is not the same as the one you made before. It's a lot fancier looking," Bryce said. "My skill had improved, and I took advantage of it," Leif replied, shrugging his shoulders. "But didn't you tell Mary Ann she would get a fancier bracelet?" "I did, and she will. I had made a second one before dozing off," Leif answered. "That is the one I made last night. The one Mrs. Mary Ann will get, if she buys it, is slightly better quality and only took an hour and a half to make." "How much do I owe you for the bracelet?" Bryce asked as he put it on his left wrist. "Let's say 35 crowns, Leif replied. That wasn't even half what the bracelet was worth, but the driver had expected something less than what he was getting, and Leif hoped it would make the other man forget about the wagon's temperature. "Are you sure?" "Yeah, I'm sure," Leif answered. "All right, thanks. Let me get my coin purse from my hiding spot," Bryce said. A few seconds later, Leif heard him climbing up the carriage. Leif quickly found the crystal powering the enchantment on the carriage and willed the enchantment to stop working. He removed the crystal and put it with the other gems. "Here you go." Leif watched as Bryce counted out the coins and laid them on the seat beside him. Once the driver was finished, Leif put the coins into his coin purse. "I'm going to need a new purse before too long," Leif quipped. "Ha, just exchange them for ingots if you have that many when you get a chance to roam the city," Bryce said. He rubbed his chin and glanced at Leif. "It's a little warmer in the carriage." "The heat must be building up since we haven't moved in a while with the sun beating down," Leif replied, as he cast a quick glance past Bryce to make sure the sun was indeed shining. "Yeah, could be," Bryce agreed. Leif thought the other man looked like he didn't believe that at all. Still, he didn't say anything else. "Ah, here come the guards." The city's bustle seeped through the walls, a vibrant pulse quickening Leif's anticipation for what lay ahead. "Leif, wait here and don't get in anyone's way, please," Kevin said after the caravan had stopped at the warehouses, where they unloaded the wagons. Leif nodded. "I'm going to send a runner to the owner of that shop and warehouse we talked about and oversee the unloading of my wagons." "All right," Leif agreed. "Oh yeah, Mary Ann wants to see what you made today," Kevin said. Leif nodded again and the caravan master walked away. Leif grabbed his satchel, backpack, and toolbox and walked back to Mary Ann's wagon. He may have been from a small village, but Leif didn't think he was a fool. He was not going to leave his stuff laying around in the carriage while strangers were unloading the wagons and could take something if they thought they could get away with it. "This is nice," Mary Ann said while she examined the braided brass and copper bracelet. "And it's worth 75 crowns. That's quite good for simple brass and copper wire." "I agree that it came out quite well," Leif said. He would have to make a few more of them. "What do you think about the rose rings?" The merchant put the bracelet down and picked up one of the gold rings. She examined it again. Leif had made 5 rings of each metal, totaling 25. The gold rings were worth the most, of course. "Not too shabby, though none are worth more than 30 crowns, Mary Ann answered. The silver rings were worth 20 crowns each, while the bronze, brass, and copper rings were worth 15 crowns each. "I'll be generous and give you 13 crowns for each gold ring, 8 for the silver ones, and 5 each for the others. I'll do 30 for the bracelet." "No, I won't take so little for my work," Leif said, shaking his head. He started to scoop up his rings. "Now wait just a moment," Mary Ann said. "I'll go 35 for the bracelet, 15 for each gold ring, 9 for the silvers, and 6 for the others." "Nope, that is still not a fair price for my work," Leif replied. "I need to buy more materials to work with and make a small profit. Letting you take advantage of me will not do that." "Decided to grow a spine, did you?" "Yes," Leif answered. Mary Ann cracked a grin. "Good for you. How much do you want for your work?" "At least half the value. I know you can get full value or more when you sell them," Leif answered. "And if you don't want to pay a fair price, I can just carry the jewelry until I find someone willing to pay my price for it. I'll go 7 crowns for each copper, brass, and bronze rings. I'll go 10 for the silver and 15 for the gold rings, Mary Ann replied after thinking about it. And I'll give you 40 for the bracelet. That's my final offer. Leif thought it over and used his notepad and pen to do the math. Mary Ann was offering him 270 crowns total. Leif didn't think that was bad for some wire, but showed she would make twice that or more. Make it 275 crowns, and you have a deal, Leif countered, offering his hand. Deal, Mary Ann replied, shaking his hand. Are ingots and crowns acceptable? Of course. Leif, let's go check out that shop, Kevin Young said. Just a second, Leif replied. I'm all but done shaping this bracelet. You've been making jewelry this whole time, the caravan master asked. Yes, I've made 2 braided bracelets and 8 rose rings out of gold and silver wire, Leif said as he finished shaping the bracelet. He put his tools and the bracelet away. Leif then looked around. It's getting really dark. Maybe I should find an inn and you can show me the shop tomorrow. I have some lanterns in my wagon so we can still check out the shop, Kevin replied. Besides, if the shop meets your needs, you can stay there tonight. All right, Leif agreed. I'll take my stuff with me. That's good. If you left it here, it would get stolen, Kevin replied as Leif slung his backpack and satchel over his shoulders. He picked up his toolboxes and nodded at the merchant. Let's go get those lanterns. Lantern light pierced the twilight, guiding them through shadowed streets to the promise of new beginnings. This place is quite dirty and dusty, Leif said, sitting his stuff down. The Cartwright shop was located just a block away from the warehouses. So it is, Kevin agreed as they examined the workshop area. Leif noticed the merchant didn't touch anything. The former Cartwright left his tools, Leif asked, pointing to the wall across from them. Saws, hammers, drills, and other tools could be seen hanging on racks even in the dim light their lanterns cast. Yes, and lumber too, Kevin replied, as he walked to the back of the shop where a sizable stack of lumber was located. Leif joined him. You can use the wood to make whatever you want, and I'll pay for it. That's if I take the shop, Leif countered. Didn't you say there is a small forge here? I did, the merchant replied. It's probably outside. The 2 men exited the shop's double doors and found themselves in an enclosed courtyard. Opposite the doors was a gate. A partially complete wagon sat in the middle of the courtyard. Huh, Leif muttered as he walked over to the incomplete wagon. Getting ideas? Kevin inquired, a knowing expression on his face. Yes, Leif replied. He didn't want to admit he wanted the wagon. It needed to be seen in daylight, but it looked like the suspension and wheels were done, and the wagon just needed to be framed out. Having his own wagon would make his trip to Banner Elk and his farm a lot easier. You can't just take the wagon or trade me for it, Kevin said. I don't own this place. Yet, Leif concluded. Yet, Kevin agreed as he walked toward another structure. Ah, here is the forge. Leif joined the caravan master and examined the forge. It was basic with a stone hearth, anvil, billows to feed air to the fire in the hearth, a vise, 3 hammers, a set of punches, and a set of chisels. Leif also noticed a set of tongs, a wire brush, gloves, and an apron. The tools, gloves, and apron all sat on 2 tables. The forge was open on all sides with just a roof covering it. This will do, Leif said as he spotted a container sitting near the hearth. He opened it and saw coal inside. Be careful, Kevin said. Leif almost laughed. It seemed the caravan master feared fire, but most likely he was afraid of having to buy a shop that had burned down. I am, Leif replied. He shut the container. He examined the gloves and apron. They would need to be replaced since they were worn out. Let's take a look at the living space, Kevin suggested. Sure, Leif agreed. This is dusty and a bit dirty, but not as bad as the shop, Kevin remarked as they entered the kitchen. The living quarters were above the shop and were comprised of the kitchen with fireplace, a sitting room with fireplace, a bedroom, and a bathroom. The bathroom contained a water closet. I've never seen an indoor privy before, Leif said. That's a water closet, not a privy, Kevin replied, though they are used for the same function. How does the water get up here? Leif asked. You didn't notice the pump and large valve in the workshop? Kevin asked. No. I take it you didn't have indoor plumbing in Plymouth either, Kevin replied. No, we had wells that had to be pumped and they were outside, Leif answered. Turn the valve to open and pump the water until it starts to flow. You can use the little valve on the sink to open and close the tap, the merchant explained. He showed Leif how the sink worked. The bathtub works the same way. The water is only cold though, so you'll have to heat the underside of the tub if you want warm water. And boil water in a pot or kettle, Leif concluded. Kevin nodded. Leif checked the cabinets and found some old lanterns, pots, pans, plates, bowls, and utensils. Why did whoever lived here leave all this? Don't rightly know, Kevin answered. I was told the old Cartwright's health took a turn for the worse, and my associate had purchased everything, except the man's clothing, when she bought this place from the Cartwright's daughter. Did he die here? Leif asked, looking down the hall. His mind had immediately thought the man might have passed away in the bed, and he didn't want to sleep in the same bed that someone died in. No, from what I have been told, the Cartwright passed away at his daughter's house, Kevin replied. So, what do you think? I can have some workers come and clean the place tomorrow. Leif started to say, and then stopped himself. He didn't like the idea of a cleaning crew being around while he worked, especially since that meant he would have to keep his stuff with him or trust that the crew wouldn't take anything. If you'll pay me, I'll clean the place tomorrow. Kevin frowned. He didn't like the idea of Leif doing mundane work instead of crafting. I'd rather you be crafting things for me instead of cleaning tomorrow. I can have the place clean enough for me by lunch tomorrow since I don't care about the storefront at all and don't plan on even walking in there, Leif said. Besides, we need to discuss what I can make for you and take an inventory of what's here to be used before I start working. Are you sure about not wanting to see the storefront? Kevin asked. He had begun to hope Leif would choose to stay and work out of the shop instead of continuing to the frontier. The shop was in good if dirty shape after all. Positive, Leif replied. I'm still going to Banner Elk, and you can consider this week a test to see if our agreement would work for you if you hired another crafter to take my place. How much would you want to be paid for cleaning this place? The merchant asked. The young man had a point. He could do the same with a different crafter. Buy me a new blacksmith's apron and gloves, and we can call it even, Leif replied. I'll be by in the morning to help do an inventory and bring you the apron and gloves. We can discuss products then as well, Kevin said, as he nodded his agreement. Sleep well? Kevin asked the next morning. He had let himself in as he had kept the keys the night before. He had also brought along a woman and man about Leif's age with him. Reasonably well, Leif replied as he ate some trail rations. Guards? No, Leija and Silas are going to help me with the inventory, Kevin said. He means we're going to do the inventory count while he stands around, Leija said. Silas laughed while Kevin glared at the woman. Leija shrugged and didn't look the least bit concerned whether he was upset or not. It's true, and you know it. In that case, you two can get started, the caravan master replied. A notepad appeared in his hand, followed by a pen and a document as he handed the objects to Leija. Start with the forge if you please. You have a storage device, Leif asked excitedly as Leija and Silas headed downstairs. Yes, Kevin proudly replied. He lifted his left wrist and showed Leif the simple-looking gold chain bracelet. The chain was connected to a narrow, flat pendant. Leif could vaguely make out the runes engraved on it. The runes were hidden in a swirling pattern. May I take a closer look? Leif asked. Look, but don't touch, Kevin answered, holding his wrist out. Leif moved closer and bent over to examine the runes. He saw runes for size, mass, energy control, energy flow, and energy absorption. There were also runes for absorbing objects, storing objects, and returning objects. The merchant pulled his wrist back after a moment. You were trying to read the runes, weren't you? Of course not, Leif quickly replied. The runes had been written in the newer style, which meant the bracelet wasn't that old, unlike Captain Cargill's sword. Sadly, Leif had never written those runes down and had forgotten them. He sighed. Still, the bracelet's runes meant Leif might be able to create his own storage item, which was very good news. I can't read runes, but I do think they're fascinating. Uh-huh, Kevin replied. Leif heard the disbelief in the man's voice and wondered if he had found the runes in the carriage. An apron and gloves appeared on the table, which was clean. Leif had been up since sunrise and had cleaned the kitchen. There had been no way that he was going to eat off a dirty table. Anyway, thanks for these, Leif said. He tried on the apron and gloves. The gloves fit just fine, but the apron was a bit long and fell to just below his knees. He shrugged. It would be fine. You're welcome, Kevin replied. He looked around the kitchen and took a seat opposite Leif. I see you've already cleaned in here. I couldn't stand the idea of eating in a dirty kitchen, Leif honestly said as he took the blacksmithing apron and gloves off. He folded the apron and sat the clothing on the table. Then why were you eating trail rations? The merchant asked, giving him a funny look. I'm a terrible cook, Leif answered, and I haven't had a chance to clean the cookware yet either. That makes sense, but it seems you got an early start today, Kevin said. I'm used to getting up with the sunrise, Leif replied. I've also cleaned the bathroom. The caravan master laughed. I can't blame you for prioritizing the kitchen and bathroom. Did you sleep in your bedroll or the bed? Bedroll, Leif answered. Kevin nodded. So, have you decided to buy the shop from your associate? Yes, as you pointed out yesterday, I can always hire another crafter or rent this place out, the merchant answered. So, let's talk what you'll do for me. All right. You know I want jewelry, Kevin said. Since you want to work on your smithing, I can get a few molds so you can make better jewelry. That would be fantastic, Leif replied. What else have you considered making for me? Kevin asked. By the way, what are your highest rated skills? My woodworker and jeweler skills are my highest rated along with my base crafter skill, Leif said. What are the actual levels? Crafter is 6, and the other 2 are at 4, Leif answered. He saw no reason to lie or withhold the information. So, you're roughly a journeyman, Kevin said. That's better than I expected. Do you have any other skills besides smithing? Leif nodded. My blacksmith is level 2, and my ceramist skill is at level 3. Not bad at all, and I can see why you want to level your smithing skill. It'll come in handy at the frontier. I also picked up the weaver skill when I made that woven brass and copper bracelet, Leif added. You don't sound happy to have that skill or eager to level it, Kevin remarked. I'm not eager to level it, Leif admitted, though I suppose it'll come in handy eventually. Fair enough, Kevin replied. Now back to business. I'm not eager for any pottery. It's hard to transport even if hardened correctly. I can see that, Leif said. I can make some decent rocking chairs. Rocking chairs? Yes. The system said the last 2 pairs I made were rustic, and the second set were worth 600 crowns, Leif replied. Together? Kevin inquired. Leif nodded and could see the greed in the man's eyes. And what did you mean by rustic? The chairs were made from rough posts, though I had originally intended to make them from logs. Ah, yes, I can see why the system would say that is rustic, the merchant said. I suppose it would take you a day or longer to make them, though. About a day, Leif replied. Perhaps less now that I've leveled again. A loud knock sounded from out front, and they heard a shout. The 2 men exchanged a look and walked to the sitting room. Leif opened a window and looked down. There's a runner, Leif said. The girl must have heard him as she looked up. Is Mr. Young in there? The girl asked. I am, Kevin said as he joined Leif at the window. Leif noticed he was careful not to touch anything once more. What message do you have? You're wanted back at your caravan, sir, the runner answered. Thank you, Kevin said. He tossed the girl a crown. She caught the coin and thanked him before running off. Well, I best see what is going on that needs me. Sure, Leif said. When will you have the jewelry molds? 2 or 3 days. That won't give me a lot of time with them, Leif said. We'll work it out, Kevin said. He left without saying another word. Morning light streamed through the windows. casting a hopeful glow over the freshly scrubbed spaces as Leif pondered his next moves amid the unfolding negotiations. "Boss, you look pleased this morning," Bryce said in passing to Kevin after the caravan master had finished sorting out the unloading and storage issues that had required his attention. "I am pleased. Leif is going to start crafting me some new merchandise tomorrow, and once those two chuckleheads are finished with the inventory this afternoon, I'll have a good idea of what to offer my cousin for the shop." "Wait, you're going to buy a shop?" the carriage driver asked. "Indeed. In fact, it's that old Cartwright shop 2 blocks north of here," Kevin answered. "Why? You're a caravan master and traveling merchant, not a city merchant or Cartwright," Bryce said. "Because my cousin, Sonia McCarthy, is more than ready to sell the shop, and I'll get it on a deal," Kevin answered. He had made sure to name-drop his cousin since she was one of the biggest non-noble landowners and merchants in the capital. "She's had the shop for a year and has not been able to rent it out or sell it." "And you think you can?" "I don't plan to sell it. I'll either rent it or allow a crafter to live and work out of it. Leif isn't the only general crafter in the kingdom after all," Kevin replied. "So what? Are you plan on using Leif craftsman as a sort of test?" Bryce wondered. "I know you two had a deal for him to make some stuff for you." "Exactly. I don't get it. If I have my own crafter, they can make me items all the time, and I can sell them everywhere we travel to," Kevin replied. So you buy even cheaper and make more profit." "Just so," Kevin agreed, a huge grin on his face. "Well, I hate to spoil your good mood, but I found something in the carriage you should see when I was dusting out the inside compartment," Bryce said. "What did you find in my carriage?" Kevin asked, the grin slipping from his face. "Is something wrong with it?" "Just some strange scratches. We could probably get someone to sand them down," Bryce answered as he led the caravan master to the carriage. "The scratches could be new or have been there for months." The two arrived at the carriage a couple of minutes later, and the driver pointed to where he had found the scratches in the interior of the carriage. He moved out of the way as the caravan master entered the wagon to get a closer look. "They were almost hidden, but not quite," Bryce said. "I think one of those kids we had with us 2 or 3 months ago did it." "What makes you say that?" "No sawdust anywhere," Bryce answered. "And Leif seemed entirely too mature to do something like this." That's a possibility. Those children were little terrors," Kevin said. He bent closer to the scratches and his eyes widened. He looked from the scratches to his storage bracelet and back. Those markings weren't scratches, they were runes. The caravan master wasn't great at reading runes, but could make out a few words such as cool and flow. "Are you all right, boss?" "Oh yes, I'm fine. In fact, I'm quite happy," Kevin answered after a moment. "Really? I thought you would be most angry about the scratches," Bryce said. "If the carriage was newer, I would be. But these things happen, I suppose," Kevin replied. "Do you want me to get a worker to sand them down?" "No, let's hold off on that for now," Kevin answered distractedly. "You got that gleam in your eyes, boss. What money-making scheme have you thought of now?" "Not one I'm willing to talk about yet," Kevin said. It suddenly occurred to him he had an excuse to go back to the shop, and he needed to confront the suspected enchanter that was there. "I need to go back to the shop." "What for?" "I just remembered I haven't given Leif a key to the place yet. He'll need one to let himself in and out for meals," Kevin answered. "Why doesn't he just cook?" Bryce wondered. "Said he can't cook at all." "Oh, that makes sense. He is a crafter after all," the driver said. "Yes, I'll return later this afternoon," Kevin said. He had to force himself not to run as he walked away from the carriage. Whispers of intrigue rippled through the caravan's rhythm, Kevin's sharpened gaze hinting at deeper games as Leif's secrets teetered on exposure. Leif cleaned the rest of the living spaces after the caravan master left. He considered leaving the shop to find a decent meal for lunch, but Kevin still hadn't left him a key. So, he ate another meal of trail rations. After his lunch, Leif made another pass of the living areas to make sure they were clean enough for him. After that, he went down to the workshop, cleaned as much as he could, and took stock of the tools. The shop and forge have all the basic tools I need, and some specialized tools for cart and making wagon tools that I don't need," Leif muttered to himself. "I'll make a pair of rocking chairs tomorrow since those two are still doing the inventory right now." Leif started to leave the forge and turned back to the shop. His gaze landed on the partially complete wagon, and he froze. "I wonder," Leif said, trailing off as he examined the underpinning and suspension. It looked fine, if a little rusty in spots to his untrained eye. Leif climbed up in the left front wheel and disengaged the brake. It took a bit of effort, but he was able to get the lever moving. "This thing needs some oiling." "Hugh," Leif grunted after getting the wagon to move a few inches. He climbed up the left front wheel and re-engaged the brake. Leif grinned and went into the shop to fetch a measuring tape. He measured the wagon and found out that it was 8 feet long and 6 feet wide. "I'm not sure what this was intended for, but I wonder if I could turn it into a wagon like Kevin's and Mrs. Mary Ann's," Leif muttered. "It would mean modifying our deal and me having to stay in the capital a while longer than I intended, but it would be worth it." "What would be worth it?" a voice asked. Leif spun and saw Kevin Young walking out of the shop. "Mr. Young, you're back." "I am," Kevin agreed. "I brought you a key to the shop. Now, what would be worth it?" "The wagon," Leif answered, gesturing to the incomplete vehicle. "Or more precisely, trading more of my time and wares to you for it." "You would need a horse or two as well, and those aren't cheap," Kevin replied, handing Leif a key. Keeping Leif around might be a lot easier than he originally thought, and he could take his time in confronting the younger man about enchanting. "I take it you're interested in modifying our arrangement." Leif nodded. "If we can come to an agreement." "Let's get out of the sun and talk," Kevin said. Curiosity sparked in the dusty courtyard, the unfinished wagon looming like a bargaining chip between ambition and entrapment. "Hey boss, should we add these half logs to the inventory?" Leija asked Kevin as he and Leif entered the shop. The two men joined the woman and her coworker. "The 6 half logs in question are 6 feet long and a foot wide." "There's also some smaller logs," Silas added. "We've counted everything in here but them since they weren't completed lumber." "Were they on the inventory list I gave you?" Kevin asked. "Nope," Leija answered. "We can trash them," Silas offered. "Or turn them into a few more planks," Kevin said. There was no way that he would just give good wood away. "Better yet, I could use them to make a trestle table and a couple of benches," Leif said. The other three looked thoughtful at Leif's statement. "Would a rough log table and bench be worth something?" Silas asked. "Or sell?" Leija asked. "To the right people, yes," Leif answered. He really wished they would just leave so he could attempt to create a storage device. "I really love that idea," Kevin said, pointing and shaking a finger at Leif. "Leif, could you do it alone or would you need some help?" "I could make the table alone," Leif said after giving it some thought. "Make a self-supporting frame out of the legs, then lay the heavier logs on top after drilling some holes in them to sit on the legs. Maybe add a brace to nail them together, and then sand it down." "And the benches?" the caravan master asked. "That's even easier," Leif replied. "Flip the half log over onto the flat side, drill some holes and add 2 legs on each end. Flip it back over after nailing the legs in place and sand it down." "Stain or paint the whole thing?" Kevin asked. Leif shrugged. "If you want. I'd wait to see how it looks when I'm done before deciding, though. Some of this wood is quite dark and will look nice as is." "Fair enough," Kevin said. He turned back to his workers. "Leija, give me the lists and you two can go home for the day. I'll pay you two for 10 hours. "Thanks, boss," the 2 workers said as Leija handed the caravan master the documents. They waved to Leif and walked out of the shop. "You'll want to lock the back gate after us," Silas called. "I'll get it later," Leif called back. "Go ahead and lock the gate," Kevin said. "Then we can talk." "So, you want the wagon, and you'll need at least 1 horse or a mule," Kevin said. Leif nodded. "I take it you also want enough wood and such to finish out the wagon." Leif nodded again. "Yes." "Now, we've already agreed you would stay here, rent-free for a week in exchange, for making me some things I can sell." which you'll pay a fair price for, Leif added as a reminder, as well as supply me some materials so I can work on my blacksmith skill. Indeed, Kevin agreed. Now we can modify our original agreement, and instead of me paying you for whatever you make, I could trade you the wagon. That might not be a bad idea, Leif replied. You had also agreed to get some jewelry molds. But when would you have time to complete the wagon? Kevin asked, nodding his head. Most of your time will be spent either crafting for me, sleeping, eating, and working on your smithing skill. You're saying I won't have enough time to do everything I want and have agreed to, Leif said. The merchant nodded. There's never enough time. Kevin laughed. Too true. I take it you have a suggestion, Leif said. I do. Stay here for a month doing what we agreed. I'll supply all the materials you'll need and even give you a fund to buy all your meals, Kevin said. He stopped Leif from saying anything by holding up a hand. This will allow you time to do everything we've already agreed to and allow you to work on the wagon. Why a month? Leif asked. Though he did want to reject the offer, he wanted the wagon more. And it hit him, he might be able to get the caravan master to buy him a horse or mule as well as give him the tools here. Well, it takes 2 weeks to get to Winston-Salem and back. Plus, we need a few days to swap cargoes and get some rest, Kevin answered. This time also includes our week here. This would be another 3 weeks delay for me, Leif said, and put me closer to winter when I arrive in the mountains. True, but I can't control the weather, Kevin replied. But what about my passage to Winston-Salem? If you accept my new offer, you could either wait for my next trip to Winston-Salem, which would make your total delay 6 weeks, or I could help you find passage with another caravan heading west, Kevin said. That might even let us get you passage with a caravan that goes to Wilkesboro. Wilkesboro. A small trader town at the edge of the frontier. Think of it as a smaller Greenville, Kevin answered. It's about 3 days west of Winston-Salem and just before the foothills. The offer is extremely tempting, but I really want to get to my land and set up before winter sets in, Leif said. That makes sense, but I have one more sweetener to offer you, Kevin said. I'm listening, Leif replied. I'll buy you higher-grade monster blood so you can make us a few enchanted objects, which I'll buy at 2/3 value, Kevin said, a smug grin on his face. Leif's eyes widened in shock. Mr. Young, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm not an enchanter. Come now, let's not play games, Mr. Craftsman, Kevin replied. We found the runes in the carriage and I know they cooled the compartment. Leif stammered as he prepared to run away. Those marks were already there. Please, Kevin replied. A few of the guards mentioned the carriage felt cooler when they passed it, and that you bought some saber raccoon blood from them. I wanted the blood to make some healing potions. Hi. And there was a breeze. Not that much of one, Kevin replied, and I remember what breeze there had been being quite warm. Blast it, Leif cursed. I won't tell anyone that you're an enchanter while we work together, Mr. Craftsman, but I very much want to profit off your skills, Kevin said. Leif buried his face in his hands. He knew he had been careless and got caught. So, how about it? This is blackmail. Blackmail is such an ugly word. Think of this as me negotiating from a much greater position of strength, Kevin said. Fine, it seems I don't have much choice except to agree to your terms, Leif replied. But I want you to also supply passage all the way to Wilkesboro and a horse with feed for the wagon as well as whatever tools I want from this shop. I can do that, Kevin said after a moment of thought. It's about time we hit Wilkesboro again anyway. The caravan master stood and started walking to the door. Leif. Yes. Don't think of running away during the night. I'm going to have people watching over you, Kevin said in warning. In fact, they'll be watching the entire time I'm away. And if something happens and you don't come back? Good point. I'll draw up a contract and we'll sign it. It'll outline our deal and that the watchers will only watch for 6 weeks or until I return, whichever comes first. I suppose that will do, Leif replied. Leif, I know you don't like this now, but perhaps you will in the future. I might even start taking my caravan as far as Banner Elk to procure your wares, Kevin said. I don't think I'll ever change my mind. Just think about it, Kevin replied. He left then. I really messed up, Leif muttered to himself. He went to make sure all the doors and gate were locked. Tensions coiled like forge-heated wire. Leif's secrets forged into chains of obligation under Kevin's opportunistic gaze. It would be best to play along for a week instead of trying to flee tonight, Leif told himself as the sun started to set. He didn't doubt that the caravan master had people watching the shop. I better light a lantern and eat some more of my rations. Leif made sure the shop's doors were locked and went up to the living area. He lit a lantern after shaking it. Oil is starting to get low. Leif hadn't found any when he had cleaned the place and decided he would have to get more or have Kevin supply it. He pulled out his pen and notepad and made a note for the morning. A thought hit him like a lightning bolt. Could I do that? Leif wondered. I don't see why not. Mom and Dad had an enchanted lantern. The saber raccoon blood might work just fine to help power a lantern too. Leif considered the idea further. Using a lantern would mean he wouldn't have to dim the light since lanterns weren't very large. Maybe I could stick one of the crystals in the wick slot to hold it, then engrave the bottom of the oil pan. Leif nodded to himself and gathered the rest of the shop's lanterns. There were 5 of them in total. 3 of the lanterns were what people called hurricane lanterns and were basically clear globes sitting over the oil pan and wick with a metal frame and handle holding the whole thing together. 2 of them were empty of oil. The other 2 lanterns were made of glass. Even the oil pan was glass, with the only metal being the wick fixture combination that also held the glass globe. These are a lot nicer than what most people had at the coast, Leif muttered. There they used either clay lamps or cheaper versions of the hurricane lanterns. The glass lanterns were half full of oil. A couple more nights and I would be completely in the dark. Leif grinned to himself and fetched his engraving pen. His parents had always used a single enchanted metal lantern with a fully shaped gem to power it. He rubbed his jaw. I think Father always said the gem helped make the color of light too. Leif shook his head and selected the clearest of his quartz crystals. The crystal wasn't large by any means, but it should work. Leif bundled up the other gems and returned them to his satchel. Leif picked up one of the empty lanterns and removed the pan. He turned over the pan and considered the runes he would need. I'll need it to make light, put the light out, and control energy, Leif told himself. Leif wrote out the runes in his notepad. He decided he could burn the paper later if he needed to. Leif set to work engraving the oil pan. Conjure light, extinguish light, gather and store energy as well as control its flow, Leif read. I think that will work. It did for Mom and Dad if I'm remembering correctly. Happy with his rune work, Leif took the quartz crystal and briefly thought about trying to shape and polish it. He dismissed the idea since this was mostly just a trial and something for him. Leif's crystal was just a tad wider than the wick slot. This should work nicely, Leif said to himself as he fetched a pair of needle-nose pliers and a mallet. He briefly wondered if he would need to put the glass globe back on before trying to will the enchantment to work. Leif dismissed the idea. The globe is for nothing but to keep the open flame away from everything else. It's not really part of the lantern. Leif used the pliers to hold the crystal and gently tapped it into the wick slot. He took a vial of the saber raccoon blood and smeared half the vial over the runes and crystal. Leif grabbed the oil pan in both hands, making sure to cover the runes and crystal with his hands, and willed his intent into the pan. Leif smiled a short time later after the blood vanished. You have created enchanted hurricane lantern. This lantern will produce its own light. Value 500 crowns. Leif smiled and sucked in a huge breath of air. He had forgotten to eat but didn't notice since he was so wrapped up in his work. That's giving me out, but I think I can do the third one. Enchanted glow banished the shadows. Leif's ingenuity illuminating paths both literal and metaphorical amid his constrained circumstances. Leif exited and locked the front door of the shop. He turned to walk down the street leading away from the docks. Going somewhere? A man asked. Leif jumped and the man laughed. Leif spun and looked. Silas. That's me, Silas replied. I get the morning watch today. The boss said he wants to keep you safe since you've never been in a city before. Right. So where are you off to? Silas asked. Breakfast, Leif replied. I'm already sick of trail rations. Can't blame you for that, Silas laughed. Mind some company. Not as long as the food is good. Good, let's go to the Gold Leaf Tavern, Silas said. It's 2 streets over, they don't mind the working sort, and they serve a great breakfast. Gold Leaf, Leif muttered. Then louder asked, is the tavern named after tobacco? Silas laughed again. Yep, hope you can stand the smoke. They let people smoke. Yep, they surely do. Let's go, the boss is paying for breakfast, Silas said. Lead the way, Leif replied. Silas nodded and started walking. Leif caught up and fell into step with the other man. How was breakfast? Silas asked as they exited the tavern. Pretty good, Leif answered, patting his stomach. It more than hit the spot. Told you, Silas replied. Ready to go back to the shop. No, I want to go to a market and buy some food so I can feed myself, Leif said. The boss said you can't cook, Silas said. Come on, I'll send someone to shop for you. I'm not good at cooking, but I can't afford to eat at taverns all the time either, Leif replied. So, I'm a prisoner. Nope. Then I can go shopping on my own, Leif said. You can go stand outside the shop if you want to and wait for me to return. Do you know where the markets are? Silas asked. No, but I can ask people for directions, Leif answered. You might not want to do that. Why not? Raleigh isn't the small villages you grew up in nor Greenville. A lot of people here will take advantage of you when they can, Silas replied. I'm finding that out, Leif quipped. Silas shrugged but had a grin on his face. Let's go back to the shop and you can make a list. I'll send a runner to get another of the boss employees to go buy what you want, Silas said. That way the boss pays for your food. And I owe him that much more, Leif stated. Silas shrugged again. It is what it is, Silas said. The boss already has you in his pocket. Yeah, but I want to get out of it. Maybe you'll be able to eventually, Silas replied. Leif snorted, knowing the agreement he had made with the caravan master was getting worse by the day. Let's head back to the shop. Do you remember the way? Yes, Leif answered, walking back towards the shop. City streets buzzed with watchful eyes, Leif navigating chains of obligation one guarded step at a time. Leif exited the shop and found Silas sitting on the ground under a tree in the shade across the street. He held out his list. Here. Not a lot here, the man observed. Rice, grits, bacon, eggs, cheese, and bread. Breakfast foods that don't need a lot of effort, Leif replied. No sausage or ham. No. Pity, Silas replied. Let's see what else you got. Potatoes, field peas, string beans, butter beans, tomato juice, crackers, and some beef tips. Going to make soup. A big pot would be enough for me for a week, Leif replied, shrugging his shoulders. And yeah, I was considering making a simple soup or maybe beef stew. Yeah, a vegetable soup is mostly adding water and the vegetables to a pot and letting it boil for a whole, and then adding the tomato juice and letting it boil, Silas said. Leif nodded his agreement. Adding the beef tips and letting them cook until they fall apart is a good idea, too. Huh, Leif muttered as he gave the man another appraising look. What? I'm not just hired muscle, Silas said, laughing. Silas, what are you doing under a tree? A boy of about 10 asked as he ran up. Doing my job, Jeb. What do you want? Silas asked. Mr. Young wanted me to give you this message, Jeb answered. He gave Silas a rolled-up piece of paper. Silas read it and grunted. All right, tell the boss that's fine and hand him this list. If he asks, tell him his crafter wants a week's worth of this food, Silas said. He handed the boy a crown. Now get. I'm getting, Jeb replied as he folded Leif's list and put the coin in his pouch. The boy took off running. Stuck with me for a while longer? Leif asked. Silas gave him a calculating look. The boss says he'll bring the contract tomorrow as well as some more raw material for you, Silas answered. Leija will replace me in an hour. She's going to want to stay inside the compound with you instead of sitting out here. She can wish in one hand and piss in the other, Leif replied. Silas laughed. That's true, but it's best not to tick off the boss or Leija. She's vindictive, Silas replied. And one of Mr. Young's top employees. Bingo. Is anyone watching the back gate? Leif asked as he turned to walk back to the shop. Leif looked over his shoulder to see if the other man would answer. Maybe, Silas replied, a knowing grin on his face. Figures, Leif said as he walked away. Silas laughed. Reluctant alliances formed in the shade, Leif's guarded world shrinking under vigilant shadows. I still need the crowns. Leif told himself back inside the shop. I suppose I should start making things for Kevin. He considered making the half-log table and benches he had told the merchant would be easy to make. Then again, Silas had a point. This city isn't safe for me. I need protection. Leif opened his satchel and checked his supply of monster blood. He still had half a vial of dust coyote blood left, as well as 8 vials of the saber raccoon blood. He looked down, and his eyes landed on the weak protection bracelet he still wore. The thing didn't fit well even after he had resized it a couple of years ago. Leif knew he kept and wore the bracelet because it was what he had created to gain the enchanter class, as well as being something his parents had approved of, more than for any actual protection it did. I think it might be time for an upgrade, Leif muttered. He considered making a woven brass and copper bracelet for a minute. I don't need something that fancy. Maybe just another steel bracelet would work. Leif considered it further. He could use wired and just twist it, then hammer it flat. That would work and give me a surface to engrave, Leif mused. He nodded to himself and went upstairs to check his wire stock. Leif cut 2 12-inch lengths of his largest steel wire. That would keep him from having a lot of waste. Leif took his chasing hammer along with needle nose and round nose pliers out of the jeweler's toolbox. He thought about taking the tabletop anvil out too, but decided not to. He decided he would use the forge's anvil instead. Now it's time to go outside and see what I can do, Leif told himself. His bladder let him know he had to do something else as Leif put his pliers, hammer, and wire in his satchel. Time to visit the water closet first. Leif took his 2 wires and placed the ends side by side before tightening them in the forge's vise. He had used 1 inch in the vise, so it had a good grip on the wires. Happy that the vise would hold the wires, he used his round nose pliers to twist the wires. Leif kept twisting them until he had the pair as tight as he could make them, leaving 1 inch on the other end. I can heat the forge and melt the ends, Leif told himself. In fact, I could join them together after cutting off the untwisted ends. On second thought, that wouldn't let the bracelet sit tight against my wrist. Shaking his head and deciding he would do something with the ends later, Leif took the twisted wires to the anvil and used his hammer to lightly beat the wires flat. He had to stop and start a few times to keep the flattened wires square. Once done, Leif had just enough room to engrave tiny runes into the metal if he was careful. This is going to suck to engrave, but it can't be helped, Leif muttered. He bent the flattened wire around his wrist and decided it needed close to 3 inches cut off or a little more. If I can find something for the ends or make loops, I can cut off 4 inches. Leif left the wire and hammer on the anvil and looked around the forge. He found a bucket of scrap metal. Nothing useful here, Leif said. His gaze fell on the shop's open double doors and he smiled. Maybe there's something useful in there. Looking through the shop, Leif found a tray of wood screws of various sizes. He made a mental note where the tray was. The wood screws could come in handy later. Leif looked around for a while longer and found a tray of bolts. He went upstairs to get the blacksmith's apron and gloves and put them on. If there are bolts, there must be nuts here somewhere, Leif told himself. He smiled. 2 small nuts would work nicely for his bracelet and give it a different look. Leif nosed around until he found a tray of nuts. He selected 2 small nuts that were about as wide as his flattened wire and took them to the forge and placed one against the end of his wire. They might be a tad too big, but they'll work. Leif added some coal to the forge and lit it. He added some more coal after a few minutes and got the fire really going by pumping the bellows to supply more air. Leif nursed the fire for a while until he felt it was hot enough. "Right, let's see if this works like I hope," Leif said. He cut 2 inches off the twisted wire with a pair of the forge's wire cutters since he had left his inside. That took a bit of effort since the wire cutters were a bit rusty. Leif grabbed a pair of tongs and used it to add one of the nuts to the fire, and then added the cut end of the twisted wire to the fire as well. "Now to wait," Leif muttered. After the metal had gotten white hot, Leif used the tongs to pull the wire and then the nut from the fire and place them on the anvil. He used his pliers to place the 2 pieces of metal together, a flat side of the nut right to the cut end of the wires. Leif used a forge hammer to gently tap the nut into the wire. The metal seemed to melt together, and Leif waited for the metal to cool a bit and used the time to fill a bucket of water. He brought the bucket back to the forge. Leif used the tongs to lift the metal and ducked the joined end into the water. Steam rose and the metal hissed as it cooled even more. Leif put the metal back in the fire after stoking it some more. He waited until the metal was red hot and brought it out of the fire. Leif waited for it to air cool some, and then quenched it using the water once more. "That should make it stronger," Leif told himself. He repeated the process for the other end. An hour later, Leif banked out the fire. He headed inside with his tools, after putting the forge's tools back in their racks and picking up his satchel. "I'll reheat the fire after I engrave the runes to heat and quench the whole bracelet." Forge sparks danced like fleeting hopes, Leif tempering metal and resolve in equal measure. Leif looked up from his work as the banging on the front shop door intensified once more. He smiled and shook his head. "I warned Silas I wouldn't let whoever showed up in. Then again, that might be my food." He got up and looked out the sitting room window. Leija was standing there empty-handed and looking ticked off. He smiled again and walked back to the other room. Leif went back to work and after another hour examined his work. The rune work was the finest and smallest he had ever done. Leif looked at the nut holes and wondered if they could hold a stone. He picked up his bag of gems and selected 2 of the smallest turquoise stones. "Turquoise is supposed to be able to heal," Leif muttered. He used his needle nose pliers to hold one of the stones and a file to shape the stone. It took an hour to get the stone roughly round. Leif broke the stone by accident. "Blast!" Leif cursed. He selected another turquoise stone and started over. Leif tested it, and the stone just fit the inside of the hole after an hour. "I'll need to heat the nut and use a punch to tap the ends of the hole closed around the stone," Leif told himself. "It won't be pretty, but it'll work." Leif carefully sat the round stone aside and spent another hour shaping the second turquoise stone. It, too, just barely fit in the hole. Leif sat it with the other stone and got some more rations to eat. Leif examined the runes and nodded to himself. Absorb energy, store energy, energy control, ENERGUFLOW, protect from harm, heal. This should absorb and control ambient energy to protect and hopefully heal me if something happens, Leif said aloud. He packed away his tools and found a small container of polishing compound and a sponge. Leif picked them up as well as the dust coyote blood vial and one of the saber raccoon blood vials along with the shaped stones. Leif started walking out to the forge once more. "I'll use both vials." Runes etched with desperate precision gleamed under lantern light. Leif's crafted shield against the encroaching web of compromise. Leif heated the forge once more and sat one end of the bracelet into it. He waited until the nut was white hot and used tongs to pull it from the fire. Leif laid the bracelet on the anvil and used a small punch and hammer to gently close in one hole a little. He flipped the bracelet over and slotted one of the turquoise stones into the hole. Leif used the punch and hammer to gently close the other upturned opening. "Hugh," Leif exclaimed as he wiped sweat from his brow. He used the tongs to shake the bracelet gently. The stone was held fast in the opening and didn't even rattle. "Nice." Leif repeated the process with the other end. He waited until the bracelet had cooled. Satisfied with the results, Leif shaped the bracelet so that it was oval and would fit his wrist. He then placed the whole thing in the fire and stoked the flames. He used a wire brush to remove the scales from the metal. Leif repeated the quenching process twice and tested the results after making sure the bracelet was cool to the touch. He removed the blacksmith's apron and gloves. Sturdy, but with just the right amount of give to be able to put on the bracelet and take it off, Leif murmured. He used the polish, sponge, and a rag to buff the bracelet until it shined a dark gray. He glanced at his satchel and put away the tools. Leif pulled out the vials of blood and coated the bracelet until blood dripped off. Here goes nothing, Leif told himself as he grasped the bracelet in both hands, making sure to touch the runes on the inside band. He willed his intent into the metal and blood. A blue and green glow escaped his hands, and Leif swooned a bit. He dropped the bracelet and leaned against the anvil until the dizziness left him. That's never happened before. Leif bent down and picked up the bracelet. He then checked his notices. You have created a minor soothing shield bracelet. This bracelet will protect against attacks up to level 7 and heal wounds over time. Value 5,000 crowns. Holy cow, Leif exclaimed. Congratulations, your enchanting skill has reached level 5. Your jeweler skill has reached level 5. Your blacksmith skill has reached level 3. Your enchanter class has reached level 5. Leif checked his skills. Leif craftsman. Class, level 5 enchanter. Skills. Enchanting, level 5. Crafter, level 6. Jeweler, level 5. Ceramist, level 3. Woodworker, level 4. Blacksmith, level 3. Weaver, level 1. That is awesome, Leif said as he dismissed the notices and put on the bracelet. What are you so excited over and what do you have there? A woman's voice asked. Leif spun and saw Leija walking across the yard to the forge. He wondered just how much she had seen. I'm excited over my latest work, Leif hedged. That statement was a half-truth at worst. When she was close enough, she nearly squealed. That's a nice bracelet. Are those stones in the holes? I want it. Too bad. This one is for me, Leif said. And that is turquoise in the settings. The boss will take the bracelet, Leija retorted. That's not the deal we have made, Leif replied as he banked the fire and started to clean up. He gets what I agree to sell him, not things I make in practice. Practice? I made this while practicing my blacksmith skill, Leif answered. We'll see about the boss not getting it, Leija exclaimed. And why didn't you let me in? I'm not a prisoner and don't have to let anyone in if I don't want to, Leif said. How did you get in and how long have you been here? I have the boss key and just walked in. Why? Did you bring my food? Leif asked. No, I'm not a courier, Leija said, laughing. Well, in that case, I'm going to go buy some food. You're going to stay here and work. Watch me, Leif said as he gathered his things and walked away. You can't afford to buy food, Leija said as she followed him. I have enough money, Leif said. He checked his satchel's contents. It had the 2 empty vials in his satchel, his crowns, ingots, some rations, and his needle nose pliers. He checked his right front pants pocket. The shop key was still there. Leif went straight through the shop and out the front door. He turned back to Leija. Coming. Leif kept walking without looking back. He heard steps following him a few seconds later. After Leija entered the shop, Leif shut the double doors and locked them. He then walked through the shop to the shopfront and exited the building. Leif held the door to Leija. Being a gentleman? Leija asked, a mocking tone in her voice along with a mocking grin on her face. Leif shrugged as she exited the shop, and he locked the door after her. Didn't you send a list to the boss? Yeah. Then why don't you wait for him to have it filled? Leija asked. It's been hours since I gave Silas the list, and I haven't heard a peep about it since, and since I'm tired of trail rations, I'll go and buy my own food, Leif answered as he looked up and down the street. He shrugged and started heading back to the Gold Leaf Tavern thinking he would be able to find a market from there, or at least ask for directions. I guess that makes sense, Leija admitted. And if the boss does buy you food, you'll just have more of it. Good point, Leif conceded as they walked. Can I get a closer look at the bracelet? Leija asked. Sure, but I'm not taking it off, Leif answered. He held his left wrist up to make it easier for the woman to examine his bracelet. What metal did you use? Steel, Leija questioned. And how did you get it twisted like that? The bracelet is made of steel wire, Leif replied. I twisted a pair of heavy gauge wire together and then hammered it flat. All right, what about the ends where the turquoise stones are sitting in? Leija asked. Those are nuts, Leif answered as he stepped to his right to avoid a wagon heading in the opposite direction. Nuts? Are you making fun of me? No, these kinds of nuts are the metal fasteners, for lack of a better word that bolts screw into, like these on this wagon, Leif said. Leija turned to see the side of the wagon and nodded. I see. How did you get the nuts to connect to the wire bracelet? I heated the nuts and ends of the wire in the forge and then pushed them together, Leif answered, shrugging his shoulders as they started walking again. You can do that. If the metal is hot enough, Leif replied. If metal is hot enough, you can even stretch it by beating it thinner and longer. Are you having a go at me? No, Leif replied, turning his head to look at the woman. Why? You can't beat metal into a longer shape, Leija answered. She looked irritated. Honestly, you can. If I ever make a knife or a metal bar, I'll show you, Leif said. Or you can ask any other blacksmith if you don't believe me. All right, I'll take your word for now even if I have my doubts, Leija said. How did you get the stones to stay in place? I heated the metal enough and used a punch to make a lip of sorts on each side, Leif answered. Once the metal cools enough, it holds its shape. How about the color and shine? I used a polishing compound that I found in my jeweler's kit and just rubbed it in after making sure the bracelet was smooth. It came out a lot better than I had hoped, Leif answered. Would you make me one? Leija inquired. I'll make one for practice and sell it to you, Leif replied. It wouldn't be enchanted, though. That way Mr. Young can't claim first rights. How much would you sell it for? Depends on how much it's worth based off the metals and stones used, Leif answered. He shrugged again. I only have one more turquoise stone because I broke one while trying to shape it. Why did you pick turquoise? I like the color, and turquoise is supposed to have healing properties, Leif answered. Like copper. You know about that? Leif asked in surprise. A lot of people do, Leija said. She showed him an intricate copper pendant she wore around her neck. Ah, that's nice, Leif replied. Is it a flower or star? Star, Leija answered. That's beyond my skill to make right now, Leif admitted. I know gold and silver would cost more, but what about bronze or copper? Leija asked. Yeah, they would cost more than steel from what I've seen of the system's pricing so far, Leif answered. Brass, too. Any of those three metals would work for me, Leija said. What about stones? What kind do you have? Leija asked instead of answering. Do you have any more with healing properties? All the gems I bought from Mr. Young have healing properties, Leif answered. I bought a few garnets, opals, quartz crystals, the turquoise, and amethysts. I think I would like opal, or one of the red gems in my bracelet, Leija said. All right, I'll either work on it this evening or in the morning, Leif replied. They arrived at the tavern. Now I need to find a market. Come on, I'll lead you to a decent street market, Leija said. She started walking west. Leif watched her go for a few seconds, his eyes locked onto her backside. She fills out those pants well, Leif muttered. What was that? Leija asked after stopping. She all but glared at him. Just said wait up, Leif lied. Uh-huh, Leija replied. Then why are you blushing? I'm blushing, Leif asked, playing dumb. He knew he had been caught. Yes, are you watching my butt? Maybe, Leif said. Leija scowled. You walk ahead of me and I'll call out directions, Leija said. Leif chuckled and started walking. Leif watched the worker swing his grass cutter under the tree across the road from the sitting room window the next morning after breakfast. He had only slightly burned the eggs and bacon. Even slightly burned, the eggs and bacon were a much better breakfast than the trail rations. That guy could use a better tool for the job, Leif told himself. So could I once I arrive at my new land. Leif pulled out his notepad and pen and made himself a note to investigate the idea further. His mind wandered a little. A bigger blade wouldn't be useful unless it was mounted on something on wheels a man could push or pull behind a horse or mule. Leif tapped his chin with his pen in thought. Perhaps one of the other crafters or smiths in the city has already made something that works, Leif mused a few minutes later. He gazed out the window and saw Kevin Young, Leija, and 2 other men walking to the shop. The 2 men were pulling a cart. That's not food. Leif sighed and put away his notepad and pen before heading downstairs. It was time to see what Kevin had brought and, more importantly, wanted. "Ah, Leif, it's good to see you this fine morning," Kevin said as the men pulled the cart through the back gate. "I can't say the same," Leif replied, making Kevin frown. "Don't be like that. We will have a most profitable relationship," Kevin said. "You'll see." "Right," Leif muttered. He pointed toward the cart. "What's all this? It doesn't look like food or supplies to me." "It's not. Leija informed me you bought food yesterday," Kevin answered. He pulled the tarp back from the top of the cart. "These are some fine weapons I thought you could." He fell silent as he glanced at the others. "Study." Leif considered telling the merchant to kiss his backside, but bit his tongue. There was no way he was going to enchant all those weapons. "That's kind of you, but our agreement is that I craft what I want." Leija and the other 2 men were watching Leif and Kevin with rapt attention. Kevin and Leif noticed this. "Leija, be a dear and escort Richardson and Patterson to their watch positions, please. When you're done, you can return to the office and resume your duties there," Kevin said. The woman frowned but nodded her head. She waved the 2 men to follow her out of the gate. Kevin followed them and locked the gate. He spun around to face Leif. "I told you we were going to modify our agreement. And even that didn't say anything about me enchanting a bunch of weapons," Leif replied. "I've decided to modify the deal again," Kevin said, shrugging his shoulders. "Leija had mentioned something about a bracelet on the way over. I want to see it." "I haven't made the one she asked me for yet," Leif replied. Kevin laughed. "No, your bracelet, I want to see it." "No, it was only for practice and not worth anything," Leif said. Now, Mr. Craftsman, you can't fool me," Kevin countered, a knowing look on his face. "You enchanted the bracelet." That last comment was a statement and not a question, and they both knew it. Leif subconsciously reached for the bracelet, and Kevin's eyes landed on it. Leif noticed and moved his arm down so his wrist was out of sight, but it was too late. The merchant's eyes widened in shock. "It's nothing," Leif said, denying the truth. "The bracelet is just a flattened pair of steel wire." "You consider a minor soothing shield bracelet that's worth 5,000 crowns as nothing but practice. I'm not even sure what that does," Kevin said incredulously. "But I want it." "No." "What?" "No." "I'm not asking Leif," Kevin said in warning. "I'll turn you over to the guards." "I said no," Leif replied. He wasn't sure what Kevin's level was, but thought the bracelet would stop most of his attacks long enough for him to escape, and he didn't believe the man would turn him over to anyone and risk losing out on a chance to profit off Leif's work. "This bracelet is mine, and I won't part with it." The 2 men stared at each other for a short time. "Then make me one," Kevin said after a minute or 2. "I have 2 turquoise stones that are already shaped and some monster blood." "Let's see what you have," Leif said after a moment. He needed the crowns in the worst way, and they both knew it. Kevin smiled and pulled out the 2 gems. "These are nearly 3 times as large as the 2 I used." "That means the bracelet should be twice as powerful." "Enchanting doesn't work that way," Leif replied. He glanced at the cart. "I'm still not enchanting all those weapons." "Why not? We'll both make a lot of money off them," Kevin replied. "And what will happen when a bunch of new enchanted weapons show up in the city or on your trade route?" Leif countered. "Stop being so greedy." Kevin scowled at him. "I'm not being greedy." "Really?" Leif replied, looking at the cart again. "All right, maybe I was being a little overexcited." Leif shook his head. "Did you bring anything besides weapons?" "The jewelry molds, monster blood, those 2 gems, and our contract." Kevin answered. I'll want to read the contract before I sign anything, Leif said. Naturally. I'll also reject anything that is not what we agreed upon before, Leif said. Naturally, I expected no less, Kevin said. Let's get out of the sun and you can read the contract. I also want a much closer look at your storage device, Leif said. Kevin started to object and stopped. After a moment, he nodded. I can agree to that as long as you make a few for me to sell. Leif frowned as he read the contract. What's this about only paying me up to half value for anything I make? Expenses, Kevin answered. You still get the tools and molds you wanted, and I'll have to buy more for whoever I hire to replace you. And I'm also going to supply you passage and that wagon in the yard for when we go to Winston-Salem. The only expenses you have are supplying raw materials, Leif replied. That's not true at all, Kevin countered. There's transportation, storage, general labor, and security as well. What storage and transportation costs? You own your caravan and at least one warehouse, Leif said, and you employ guards and laborers already. The guards and workers must be paid, and I had to hire a couple more to take the place of those that I have protecting you, Kevin replied. As for transportation and storage, your wares are taking the place of others I may have purchased instead. I don't need guards or watchers, Leif said. Kevin shook his head. You do. Some unfriendly and not very nice people have been watching this shop since you moved in the other day. And are those just your employees? Kevin laughed. Some of them. Others are thieves and ruffians that would gut you like a fish for whatever you have of value on your person if given the chance. We both know I need the crowns, Leif said. Kevin nodded. But I can't take less than half value for anything I make even with your costs factored in. I'll agree to half value. Make the change to the contract and we'll both initial it, Kevin said. The merchant had a smug grin on his face that Leif felt like slapping off. And this bit about 3 months of crafting for you I won't do, Leif said. I'll stay a month. 2 months, Kevin replied. That's what we had agreed to previously. I'll stay 7 weeks with one of those weeks mine to work on the wagon, Leif said. You might as well stay the full 2 months in that case, Kevin countered. You can still have a week to do what you will with. Leif didn't respond immediately and continued to read the contract. He looked up and spoke. There's also nothing in this contract about the horse and feed you agreed to supply me. Oh, I thought I had that in the contract, Kevin said. Make the changes and we'll initial them as well provided you agree to the 2-month stay. 7 weeks of crafting for you with you supplying all raw materials, the wagon, a horse and feed, and my food in exchange I get a week to work on the wagon and half value for anything I craft or enchant, Leif finally said. Kevin thought about it and nodded. I also get the tools and molds. I'll get you a mule instead of a horse, though. They require less feed and are stronger than horses in addition to having more stamina and being slightly faster at pulling loads, Kevin said. If you hadn't noticed, I use mules for most of my wagons. You also have this clause that I'm to teach someone enchanting for you. That I'll never do, Leif said. Why not? There's no value in it for me and all risk, Leif explained. If you insist on this, we don't have a deal and you might as well kill me or turn me over to the Queen. Fine, strike that clause from the agreement, Kevin replied after a few minutes spent staring at each other. I'll just have to keep buying enchanted merchandise from you instead of having my own enchanter. I also want to examine your storage device very closely, Leif said. As long as I get first dibs on any you're able to make, Kevin countered. I want one for myself, Leif said. You can have dibs on any I make besides the one I take for myself. Kevin agreed and Leif made the changes to the contract before initialing them. Kevin read the changes and initialed them as well. Both signed the contract, each taking a copy for themselves. Contracts sealed fates like tempered steel, Leif's concessions forging a fragile path forward amid gilded chains. Now about raw materials, Leif said. I've made a list. Kevin took the list and scanned it. He grunted. I can have all this delivered tomorrow. Thank you. Leif replied as the list disappeared into the merchant's storage device. Don't thank me yet. You must do all the work, Kevin replied. I want my shielding bracelet made of silver or gold, and I want to watch you make it. Gold and silver wouldn't work. The gold and silver wires I have are too small to flatten like I did the steel wire, Leif said. Also, gold and silver would clash with the steel nuts I used to hold the turquoise stones. Couldn't you just braid the wires and loop the stones? Kevin asked. It wouldn't look as good, especially with the size of the stones you brought, Leif said. He paused as an idea occurred to him. Did you bring any copper, bronze, or brass weapons? A few bronze and brass ceremonial daggers. Why? I can melt one of them down or cut part of one off to make a bracelet from it, Leif answered. Then, almost to himself, make the bracelet round or perhaps flat. Then use a punch to make a holder for a single stone in the center. Leif nodded to himself. It would work. I hate to part with a weapon, but I want the bracelet today, Kevin said. Let's see what you have in mind. All right, follow me, Leif said. The two stood, put away their copies of the contract, and went to the cart of weapons. Can you make some weapons? Kevin asked. Maybe, but I don't want to, Leif answered. Why not? It doesn't feel like the right time, Leif replied. Something to do with your past. Yeah, Leif agreed. You might want to get over that, Leif, whatever it is. Weapons will be in high demand at the frontier, Kevin advised as Leif searched the cart for one of the ceremonial daggers. I'll consider it, Leif said as he pulled a bronze dagger from the cart. Forge fires beckon anew, bronze yielding to ambition's unyielding hammer. Just how are you going to turn that dagger into a bracelet? Kevin asked as Leif started the fire in the forge. First, I have to get the fire hot enough, Leif replied as he worked the bellows. Then, I'll need to get the blade hot enough to break when I hit it with a hammer a few times. That's your plan, Kevin asked. Leif nodded. If you had brought some metal ingots to work with instead of weapons. Yeah. The two fell silent as the fire's heat built. Leif selected one of the ball-peen hammers from the rack and tested its heft. After a swing or two, he returned it to the rack and selected a heavier hammer. This will do, Leif said as he placed the hammer on the anvil. He put on his apron and gloves before he grabbed a pair of tongs and used them to maneuver the dagger into the coals. Kevin leaned against one of the forge's shelter posts and watched as Leif removed the dagger from the fire a few minutes later. Leif used the hammer to beat the dagger over the edge of the anvil. After a couple of minutes, he put the dagger back into the fire. I take it the dagger cooled quickly, Kevin remarked. Yes, it never takes long for metal to cool, Leif replied. He removed the bent dagger from the fire and flipped the bent side up over the anvil and beat it down until the blade bent in the opposite direction. Leif did this twice more and used the tongs along with a set of pliers to break the blade. About a quarter of the 8-inch blade came free. That's a waste, Kevin said. Leif grinned and dropped the handle end of the dagger onto the stone beneath their feet. I'm sure I can find another use for the rest of the dagger, Leif replied. Perhaps a few more bracelets. Enchanted. Not all of them, Leif answered as he put the broken blade into the fire once more. Are you sure that's enough bronze? Kevin asked. Yes, Leif answered. I'll beat it thinner and flatten it. Then I'll keep doing that until I get the bronze stretched out to 8 or 9 inches. Leif suited action to words and hammered at the piece of bronze for half an hour until it was an inch wide and 10 inches long. Leif wiped the sweat from his brow and left the bronze to cool on the anvil. We need to measure your wrist. Why don't you use this instead? Kevin said, holding out a silver bracelet. This is just jewelry but should give you the measurement you need. I wasn't going to hold the bronze against your wrist until it was cool to the touch, Leif said, taking the silver bracelet. I don't want to risk it, the merchant replied. Leif shrugged and laid the silver bracelet on the anvil. He put the bronze length back into the fire. Are there any clean cups in the kitchen? Yes, Leif answered. I'll get us some water then, Kevin said and walked away. Leif started to stop him because of the lanterns, but knew the man would find out about them eventually, unless Leif changed the locks on the place. Bronze bent to the blacksmith's will, each strike reshaping destiny in the forge's relentless heat. That's not a bad idea, Leif told himself as he removed the bronze from the fire and used the end-round cone at the end of the anvil to beat the bronze into an oval shape. The bronze was about an inch longer than the silver bracelet. I suppose I can just add 2 small curls at the ends. I'll also have to beat this a bit narrower, too. Leif placed the bronze back in the fire and waited for it to heat up again. Kevin returned with 2 cups of water and handed one to Leif. Leif drained it. "That thirsty?" Kevin asked. "Thanks, smithing is hot work," Leif replied. He took the bronze out of the fire and beat one end against the edge of the anvil to get it to bend. He then gently beat the bent end until it curved onto itself. Leif repeated the process for the other end. "Can I get one of the stones from you?" "Are you thinking you'll use one stone?" Kevin asked as he handed Leif one of the turquoise stones. It was oval-shaped. "I could use both if you prefer," Leif said as he checked the stone against the bronze. The bracelet was wide enough to hold the stone and wouldn't need a huge lip to do so. He nodded to himself. "Use both," Kevin said and tossed the second stone to Leif. Leif nodded. He waited until the metal was cool to the touch and used his measuring tape and a chisel along with a hammer to mark the bracelet where the stones would go. He did this for length and width. Leif reheated the bronze and beat the metal straight again. "Why are you doing that?" Kevin asked. "So, I won't have as hard a time making a lengthwise lip on both sides," Leif answered. "What about those little curls at the ends?" "I can hammer them to the same width or leave them wider depending on what you prefer," Leif replied, putting the metal in the fire again. "Whichever is easier for you," Kevin said after thinking about it. "All right," Leif said. He would leave the curls wide and taper the lips to them. Leif used the anvil's edge to start the bend and gently tapped one side of the bracelet into a lip that was shallower at the ends and going in the same direction as the curls. "I thought you would have gotten that backwards." "I almost did," Leif admitted as he reheated the metal. He beat the second lip into place and used pliers to add the first stone. He placed the metal in the fire, stone side up, and removed it after a short time. Leif beat the lips into place. Using the punch, Leif saw that the stone would slide in the lips. He added the second stone. "How are you going to keep the gems from moving?" Kevin asked. "Just watch," Leif answered. He heated the bracelet once more and used pliers to bend the lips even further after right against the stones, ensuring that they were in the proper places. This held the turquoise stones in place. "Doesn't look bad," Kevin said. Leif heated the bracelet once more and then used the anvil's cone to beat it oval once more. Using the silver bracelet as a guide, Leif ensured he had the right size and then reheated the bronze bracelet once more. He used the hammer and pliers to finalize the shape. "Do you have any monster blood with you?" Leif asked the merchant. "Yes, this is iron black bear blood," Kevin said, handing Leif a vial of blood. "What's with the lanterns in the kitchen?" "They're a work in progress," Leif answered. "Enchanted." "Yep, but I need to do something, so they hold gems better," Leif replied. "I want to see one in action," Kevin said. "Once I get done with this," Leif replied. The merchant nodded his agreement. Leif spent some time engraving the same runes he had used on his soothing shield bracelet. He then used the jeweler's polishing compound and a rag to buff the bracelet. Once it was shiny enough for him, Leif coated it in the monster's blood and willed his intent into it. "You have created an improved minor soothing shield bracelet. This bracelet will protect against attacks up to level 10 and heal wounds over time. Value 7,000 crowns. "Fantastic," Kevin exclaimed, reaching for the bracelet. "That'll be 3,500 crowns," Leif replied with a grin on his face as he pulled the bracelet away from the merchant. He tossed Kevin the silver bracelet. "I don't have that much on me," Kevin complained, catching his silver bracelet. "I'll also want another one of these to sell." "Then the shield bracelet will be here until you come back with the money," Leif said as his grin turned into a huge smile. "You'll have to bring some gems back with you." "Here," Kevin said, tossing Leif a small pouch. Those should do you for a while. Leif opened the pouch. Inside it were cut and shaped gems. Are these all the same as those I bought from you? Yes. Thanks. I'll be back shortly, Kevin said as he headed for the back gate. Lock this behind me. Odds are the second bracelet will be worth the same as this one, Leif said. Yeah. Leif laughed and did as Kevin instructed after placing the new shielding bracelet in his satchel. I suppose I can use the rest of the dagger to make a couple more bracelets while I wait. Bronze yielded to will, enchantments binding metal and ambition in glowing accord. Leif spent the next 2 hours turning the rest of the ceremonial dagger into 4 more jeweled bronze bracelets. His skills didn't increase, but Leif knew they would need more effort to increase the higher they went. He checked his notices. You have created jeweled bronze bracelet *4. Some people believe that bronze and these jewels have healing and mystical properties, so prize jewelry made from them. Value 250 crowns. Leif dismissed the notice and laughed. He placed the 4 bracelets in his satchel with Kevin's shielding bracelet. He decided to take a break and get some water to drink. Before heading inside, Leif banked the fire and put away the tools. He wasn't sure if he would use the forge again this day, so he also swept up. Kevin had left the cup he used, so Leif took it to the kitchen with him and put it in the sink to be washed later. Leif decided to take one of his canteens with him when he went back down to work on whatever. He started to fill it with water and stopped. Why should I have tepid water when I can have nice and cool water to drink instead? Leif asked himself as he remembered the carriage. He emptied the canteen and carefully took it out of the leather wrap that held it. I'll have to make sure to engrave the runes to cool the content of the canteen, so it works. Leif moved to the kitchen table and wrote out the runes in his notepad. He considered how to regulate the temperature. I don't want to use a gem on this, Leif muttered. I'll just add the runes to never freeze. Hopefully that will work. Leif finished writing out the runes and then took out his engraving pen. He spent a while engraving the runes into the canteen along one edge. Leif examined his work and nodded to himself. Energy control, energy flow, cool contents, never freeze. That should work nicely, Leif told himself. He used a half vial of the saber raccoon blood to coat the runes and willed his intent into the canteen. You have created an ever-cooling canteen. This canteen will chill whatever liquid it is filled with, but never freeze it. Value 750 crowns. Leif dismissed the notice and took his hand away from the canteen. He rubbed his fingers. The metal is cold already, Leif muttered. He used 2 rags to put the canteen back into its holder. He waited a few minutes and picked up the canteen. Thankfully, the leather blocks most of the cold. Leif filled the canteen with water and waited a few minutes to taste it. He flinched as the cold metal of the opening touched his lips but stuck with it. Oh, that's good, Leif told himself. He could deal with the cold metal if it meant always having a cold, refreshing drink of water. Leif considered what else he could do with the cooling enchantment. A nice, cool bed or bedroom. I could take that a step further and make a climate control enchantment to warm the bedroom during the winter, too. That will come in handy in the mountains if the farm is high enough to get snow. Leif wrote down those ideas in his notepad. He also wrote down that he could make a chill box to keep meat and vegetables cool. Maybe even make an ice box without ice, Leif said. A smile bloomed on his face as he quite liked that idea. A big enough ice box with a lid would make a root cellar unnecessary. He jotted that idea down as well. His stomach grumbled, so Leif decided to put on his pot of soup again. Leif frowned as he wondered how long the soup would last before going bad. I have, a day or 2 more before this goes bad. No wonder the merchants looked at me like I was dumb when I bought so much food. Maybe I should go ahead and make a cool box, Leif said to himself. In the meantime, I need to enchant a second bracelet for Kevin Young. Leif selected one of the bracelets at random. This one had opals in it instead of turquoise stones. He shrugged and engraved the bracelet. Leif took his soup off the fire and ladled some into a bowl. He ate a spoonful and then took a drink of water from his canteen. That was hot. I'll enchant the bracelet and let the soup cool a touch, Leif muttered, ignoring the taste. It wasn't that good. He coated the opal and bronze bracelet with blood and willed his intent into it. You have created an improved minor soothing shield bracelet. This bracelet will protect against attacks up to level 10 and heal wounds over time. Value 7,000 crowns. Not bad at all, Leif said as he dismissed the notice. Now it's time to eat before the soup gets too cold. Chilled innovations quenched deeper thirsts, Leif's craft cooling both metal and mounting ambitions. Leif examined the small, standalone cupboard. It was empty, so he supposed the cartwright had used it to store some canned food. Canned is one of those terms I've always found strange, Leif muttered. The food is stuffed into glass jars with water, sealed, and then boiled in water until the seal seals. How that is considered canning is beyond me. Cans are metal containers. He shook his head and measured the inside of the cupboard. While measuring one of the shelves, he noticed that it wasn't attached to the walls. In fact, none of the shelves were nailed or bolted into place. They're sitting on little brackets, Leif said, after lifting one of the shelves up. I could remove the wood shelves and replace them with metal ones that I could enchant to cool whatever is placed on them. He rubbed his chin in thought. Enchanting each shelf might be a waste of time and resources. There was no telling what it would do to the wood over the long term as well. Leif shrugged. It's not like I'll be here after the next 8 weeks anyway. I suppose I could try enchanting a single shelf first and then do more if needed, Leif told himself. He nodded. That would work nicely and save as much monster blood as possible. This would be a prototype, and he would refine the idea in time. Another thought occurred to him. I wonder how many of the nobles and wealthy merchants have just this sort of thing already. I can't be the first person to think of this. He considered another issue. Forging a 12-inch by 18-inch solid metal shelf would be a lot of work even if it was less than an inch thick. Leif shrugged and picked up his canteen and satchel. He slung them over his shoulder. Maybe there is a piece of metal in the shop I can use, or perhaps a shelf, similar to what I have in mind that I can copy, Leif muttered. He headed downstairs to investigate. Cool prototypes took shape in idle cupboards, Leif's ingenuity preserving more than just soup. Leif found a metal shelf after some searching. This shelf was narrow and had metal rods with gaps between them connected to a metal frame. That's an interesting design. I suppose it would work for what I want, Leif said, lifting the shelf. It's light, too. He thought about it further. The metal rods would be hard to engrave. Maybe I could use thin metal slats instead of rods, Leif muttered. He brightened. That would cut down on hammering, too. Leif made a sketch in his notepad and frowned. He would need another notepad or perhaps a notebook with full-size pages. Leif put away his pen and notepad. Let's see if I can find enough metal to work with. Leif carried his satchel and canteen to the forge and sat them on the table with the other tools. He returned to the shop and found some different size short steel stock back with the lumber. He selected a few of the thinner pieces that were 2 feet long. The stock was maybe a 1/4 inch thick if that, but also a couple inches wide. Leif also saw a few steel rods. These should do, Leif said as he carried the metal to the forge. He relit the fire and added some more coal to it. He double-checked the coal supply and made a note to ask Kevin for more. While waiting for the fire to get hot enough, Leif took a measuring tape, piece of chalk, and one of the pieces of steel to the anvil. There he measured the steel and made marks so he would know how much he needed. Leif then took a 3-pound hammer and a chisel to make indentions in the chalk marks. Leif added the steel piece to the fire and went back into the shop. He returned to the forge with 2 thin steel rods that were 3 feet in length. He put on his apron. I think these will make nice frames, Leif told himself. He sat them aside for now and checked the fire and steel in it. Just a few more minutes to go. Leif measured the rods and marked the halfway point on one of them. He used the chisel and hammer to make an indention in the chalk mark as well. Leif marked the second rod at 1 foot twice. Leif sat aside the chisel and found a traditional hardy on a table. The hardy was a 4-inch long wedge of metal that tapered to a point. The hardy was 2 inches wide. Attached or molded to the wedge was a shank that sat in a hole in the top of the anvil. Leif placed the hardy in the hole. He nodded to himself and checked the fire and metal again, then put on his gloves. Leif removed the steel bar from the fire with a pair of tongs and took it to the anvil. He beat the metal over the hardy lengthwise. Leif returned the metal to the fire, pushing it into the coals. He used a coal rake to cover the bar. "I should have beat it in half first," Leif muttered. He then shrugged. "Live and learn." Leif pulled the metal from the fire a few minutes later and beat it the other way against the traditional hardy. He repeated this twice more. At that point, the metal broke in half lengthwise, becoming two 2-foot pieces. Leif returned one half to the fire and took a drink of water. "That's so good," Leif said aloud. Leif took the piece from the fire and found the mark to cut it in half. He beat the metal against the hardy until it folded. Leif returned the metal to the fire. After a few minutes, he removed it from the fire and beat it the other way just as he had before. Leif repeated the process twice more, and the 2-foot length of metal broke into two 1-foot pieces. He sat them aside and repeated the process to cut the second 2-foot length of steel into two 1-foot pieces. Leif then repeated the process of cutting the two 1-foot pieces in half lengthwise. He took another break. Refreshed but still aching, Leif selected the first rod, its width matching the stock bars he'd worked before. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the rod wasn't as durable as the bars and only took half the effort to cut them in half. He heated the second rod and repeated the process until he had 2-foot-long rods. The rest of the rod would be scrap unless he thought of something to do with it. "All right, now I need to file down the ends," Leif told himself. He put the hardy back where he found it and took a file to the forge's vise. Leif heated one of the foot-long slats he had made and secured it in the vise. As quickly as possible, Leif filed the cut end. It took heating the end twice to get it smooth and a third heating and wire brush to remove the scale. He repeated those steps for the rest of his metal and then took another break. Leif took the piece from the fire and found the mark to cut it in half. He beat the metal against the hardy until it folded, then returned it to the fire. After a few minutes, he removed it and beat it the other way, just as he had before. Leif repeated the process twice more until the 2-foot length of metal broke cleanly into two 1-foot pieces. He set them aside and repeated the steps to divide the second 2-foot length of steel into two 1-foot pieces. With those done, Leif then worked lengthwise, cutting each 1-foot piece in half. Exhausted, he took another break. With his initial rods prepared, Leif heated the first one. Since it was about the width of the stock bars, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the rod wasn't as durable and took only half the effort to cut in half. He heated the second rod and repeated the process until he had 4-foot-long slats. The rest of the rod would be scrap unless he thought of something to use it for. "All right, now I need to file down the ends," Leif told himself. He put the hardy back where he found it and clamped a file in the forge's vise. Leif heated one of the foot-long slats and secured it in the vise. As quickly as possible, he filed the cut end smooth. It took heating the end twice, plus a third heating and wire brush to remove the scale. He repeated those steps for the rest of the metal, then took another well-earned break. "This would be easier with a third arm or an assistant," Leif said as he laid a foot-long rod on the anvil, one end glowing white-hot. He used the tongs to grip one of the 18-inch rods atop the hot rod, squeezing with all his force, and struck them with the 3-pound hammer. The rods bounced but met the hammer on the next blow. They began to melt together, holding just enough for Leif to use 2 tongs to return the joined rods to the fire. After a few minutes, Leif pulled the white-hot metal from the fire and beat them together again. He repeated this a third time and was satisfied the metal would hold. Leif then worked the other 2 rods the same way. "Now I have to get the whole thing together," Leif muttered. "That's not a bad forge weld, making a cooking grate," a voice said, making Leif jump and drop the tongs and joined bars. The man looked over at Kevin. "You were right, boss, he is jumpy." "I should have insisted on making a bet with you about that," Kevin replied. "How long have you two been here?" Leif asked. "About 5 minutes," Kevin answered. "Leif, this is Lionel. Lionel, this is Leif, and he's helping me with a proof of concept." Nice to meet you, Leif, Lionel said. He was dark-skinned and muscular. Next time you want a weld like this, make the ends at an angle and slightly wider than the bar. That will give you more metal to work with when you join them together. Nice to meet you as well, Leif replied. He took off a glove to shake hands with Lionel. Thanks for the advice. Lionel, will you get the gate and let Leija, Bill, and Frank in with that wagon of supplies? Kevin asked. Sure, boss, Lionel answered and walked to the gate. What are you doing, Leif? Kevin asked. You're not a cook, so I doubt that's a cooking grate. It's not, I'm experimenting and practicing, Leif answered. He picked up the tongs and bar. He put the joined rods in the fire. I'm making a shelf out of metal. This is for the frame. All right, we'll talk once the others unload and leave. I'll be back after I oversee the unloading of the wagon, Kevin said. Leif nodded. Hey boss, do you mind if I help Leif write fast? Lionel asked. I thought you didn't like smithing, Kevin replied. I don't, but he looks like he might need a hand. All right, make it quick. Will do, Lionel replied and walked back to Leif. Do you mind? No, thanks for the help, Leif answered. I'll hold the tongs of metal while you just hammer, all right, Lionel offered. You're making a rectangle out of these. Yes, thanks again, Leif replied, nodding his head. Lionel took the tongs and pulled the rods from the fire and held them. Both sets were white-hot. Now Leif. Leif hammered the metal. The two repeated the steps until Leif was satisfied with the joins. As I said, not a bad weld, Lionel opined. Have much experience with smithing? Leif asked. My uncle runs a forge, and I helped out when I was younger until I got sick of it, Lionel answered. Smithing just isn't for me. Well, I better get back to the others. Thanks again, Leif said. Lionel nodded and walked to the shop. Refreshed by the help, Leif put the whole frame into the fire. He had noticed it didn't sit flat, so after heating the metal, he tapped the corners with the hammer until the frame set nearly flush on the anvil. That's close enough, Leif murmured. He let the frame cool and then laid the 4 metal slats across it. Leif measured the distance between the slats and adjusted them until they were equally spaced. I won't be able to put individual small fruit on the shelf, but it'll work for bowls and jars. Leif considered making 2 more slats but discarded the idea. He was tired and ready to finish. He carefully put the shelf in the fire and waited until it was white-hot. Using tongs, he removed it and tapped the ends of the slats to the frame. He repeated the process until happy with the joins, then reheated the shelf and tapped the corners until it sat flat enough again. One final reheat and brushing off the scale completed it. Done, Kevin asked. Leif startled but didn't quite jump. Almost. Are the others gone? Yeah, Leija still wants a bracelet. I made 4 like yours earlier, except 3 are not enchanted before I started on this, Leif said as he quenched the shelf in a bucket of water. Show her one of them, please, and if she likes it, sell it to her for me, please. I can do that, Kevin agreed. Is this really just a shelf because it's sort of small? It'll fit in the kitchen cupboard, Leif replied. And no, it's not just a shelf. Like I said earlier, it's an experiment. What kind of experiment? Kevin asked. Give me a few minutes to clean up the forge and bank the fire and you'll see, Leif answered. With the forge tidied, Leif engraved the same runes he had used for his canteen onto the shelf. He examined his work as Kevin looked on. Energy control, energy flow, cool contents, never freeze. I don't know if I'll ever get used to watching you do that, Kevin said. Hopefully, you won't have to, Leif replied as he picked up the shelf and the half vial of saber raccoon blood and carried them to the cupboard. What do you mean by that? Kevin asked. If you don't watch me work, you won't have to deny that you know I'm an enchanter, Leif replied. Kevin conceded the point as Leif coated the runes and shelf in blood. He willed his intent into the shelf. You have created a small, ever-cooling shelf. This shelf will chill whatever is placed on it, but never freeze the objects. Value 500 crowns. What did you make? Kevin asked. An ice shelf that doesn't need ice, Leif answered as he dismissed the notice. He guessed the shelf wasn't worth as much as the canteen since it wasn't a sealed container. I want it. In fact, I'll need several shelves, Kevin said. He could use the shelves to make an enchanted ice box, which would be very handy to have in his wagon and home. Get me measurements of your cupboard, and I'll make you 2 or 3, Leif replied. This one I'm using. Make it 4 then, Kevin said. I'll need 2 for my wagon and 2 for my home. As you can see, I've brought a lot of steel stock for you in different sizes, Kevin said as he showed Leif what had been in the wagon and handed him a piece of paper. There's also some iron, copper, tin, bronze, brass, some more lumber, nuts, bolts, nails, and a few tools you don't have and that weren't here. All right, let's look over what you've brought, Leif replied. Kevin nodded, and the two started to compare the physical items to those listed on the invoice. We'll start with the tools and lumber, Kevin said. What, no gold and silver? Leif asked, half jokingly as they finished counting the metals sometime later. And why have we been looking over the raw materials instead of you paying me for the items you want? We'll get to the payment in a bit, but I wanted you to see what I've brought and compare it to the invoice. I have 2 gold ingots and 3 silver ingots in my storage, Kevin replied. Those ingots should be the only thing on the invoice that we haven't counted yet. I was mostly joking about the gold and silver. I know, but I'm not. If you're going to make jewelry, you're going to have gold and silver, Kevin said. He looked around the shop's storage area. I should have brought you a safe as well. We can just hide the ingots. They're probably small anyway, Leif replied. They're roughly the size of my hand, Kevin said. Leif's eyes widened in surprise. That would be thousands of crowns worth of gold and silver. Don't get any ideas of running off with the ingots. I fully expect gold and silver jewelry from these. Couldn't really blame me for the thought running through my mind, can you? Leif asked. No, and since you can't make crowns, you would need someone to exchange the ingots for crowns, and no merchant will do that, Kevin answered. Seeing the questioning look on Leif's face, he continued. The Queen has counterfeiters executed, and those found in possession of unlicensed ingots thrown in jail. You have to have a license to make ingots or sell them, Leif asked. Indeed, all miners are licensed, as are the brokers and merchants that buy from them. This way the Crown can track who deals with the precious metals somewhat, Kevin explained in answer. That's why some deal with gems instead, Leif concluded. The Queen doesn't track them as much, if at all. You got it. What about these ingots you've brought? Leif asked. They are stamped with the appropriate mark for metal working, Kevin replied. Speaking of marks, you should look into a maker's mark of your own. My parents never marked their wares, Leif said. You're also from a small village where everyone knew everyone else, Kevin pointed out. That's not so here. Having a registered mark lets others know who you are. Is that so important? I won't more than 2 months, Leif said, and then I'll be right back in a small village. It is important. I'll be selling your wares all along my trade route, Kevin replied. Not only will my customers want to know I'm dealing in quality products, but I want them to know that I only deal with quality goods. And a registered maker's mark does that, Leif inquired. Yes, the merchant answered. I'll pay the upfront cost for your registration, and I even have the form for you to fill out. How much does it cost to register? Leif asked. 100 crowns per mark or type of crafting someone wishes to do. That's ridiculous, Leif replied. That's the Queen's government at work, Kevin retorted. All those bureaucrats must do something to earn their keep after all. How long does the registration last for? Leif wondered aloud. For the rest of the crafter's life, Kevin informed him. Well, I guess that's not so bad even if it's a waste of money, Leif replied. Let's head back upstairs and get some water to drink. You can fill out the form too, Kevin said. I'll give you the gold and silver there as well. All right. Done, Leif said after he finished filling out the last form. He looked up and saw Kevin playing around with one of the enchanted lanterns. He shook his head and looked at what he had chosen as his maker's mark once again. LK in runic language. Kevin walked over and looked over the paperwork. Are those runes you have for your mark? Yeah, those are my initials, Leif answered. Interesting and a bit different, Kevin said. Most marks I've seen are animals, lightning bolts, or tools. The runes sort of look like tools, Leif said. I suppose. Anyway, the registration will cost 500 crowns total since you listed 5 skills. So I'll be taking 2 of these lanterns to cover those fees, Kevin said. We also need to talk about payment for your raw materials and tools. Wait, what are you talking about? I thought you said you would pay for the registration, Leif said in disbelief. And costs, you agreed to provide me materials. I have supplied you with raw materials and I will front the registration cost, but you should really double-check our contract, the caravan master replied. You seem to have missed an extremely important detail. Leif was angry, but fetched his copy of the contract. Kevin already had his copy sitting on the kitchen table. What did I miss? Leif asked. Paragraph 10, subsection 1, Kevin smugly answered. Leif read the section and frowned. He reread it again. This can't be right. It is. The contract clearly states that you will buy any raw materials and tools you receive from me at cost, the merchant retorted. It is not my fault you missed that detail. You cheat, Leif exclaimed, jumping to his feet. You used my focus on enchanting to distract me. Kevin grinned and shrugged his shoulders. Perhaps. Still, the contract has been signed and is legally binding. This isn't right nor fair, Leif replied. It's business, the merchant said. You owe me 5,000 crowns for the tools and raw materials I delivered today, in addition to the jewels I brought before. And as I said a little while ago, I'll take 2 of the enchanted lanterns to cover the registration costs. You're not just a cheat, you're a bastard, Leif cursed as 2 of the lanterns disappeared into the merchant's storage. The grin vanished from Kevin's face. You've been intending to screw me over from the very beginning. Curse me like that again, you little shit, and I'll have you beat to within an inch of your life, the merchant warned, ice in his voice. This is the way business is done outside small fishing villages. Lucky for you, you have made 2 enchanted bracelets that are worth 7,000 crowns and those 4 normal ones. That means I owe you 2,500 crowns. The caravan master removed 500 crown ingots from his storage and placed them on the table. He returned his contract to his storage. Leif tossed the bracelets on the table. Take them, Leif muttered. He was beyond angry. Careful with the merchandise, Kevin replied smugly. The jewelry disappeared into his storage except for one of the enchanted bracelets. The merchant put it on. Do you need any other tools? A loom, perhaps? No, Leif said and then stopped. He needed clay, a pottery wheel, and a kiln. Leif informed the merchant. Remember, I don't want pottery, but you're upset. So I'll take 2,000 crowns to cover those costs. I'll have the kiln materials, a pottery wheel, and a load of clay sent to you tomorrow or the day after, Kevin replied, replacing the 5 ingots on the table with 5 100-crown ingots. If there's anything left over, I'll return it to you in a few days when I return to pick up whatever you've crafted for me for my next trip. Sign over the wagon to me now, Leif demanded. Kevin considered it. Fine. Leif watched the merchant write up a bill of sale for the wagon. The price was 0. They both signed it and a copy. Kevin took the original and walked away. Once he heard the downstairs front door shut, Leif yelled in anger and started to punch a wall. He stopped at the last second and kicked it instead. Son of a... Leif fell backwards after kicking the wall and hit his head on the back of a kitchen table chair. He blinked and rubbed the back of his head. Satisfied that he hadn't busted open his head, Leif took off his right boot and examined his foot. This day keeps getting worse, but at least I didn't break my foot or head, Leif told himself, while rubbing the hurt appendage. About a minute later, he felt a soothing feeling in his foot and the back of his head, so knew his bracelet's healing ability was working. Oh, that's nice. After a few minutes, Leif stood, fetched his satchel, and sat at the kitchen table. He pulled out his various coin purses and ingots. He counted them and added the 500 crowns that Kevin had paid him. Leif laughed. Despite this crap deal I'm in, I've got 1250 crowns after expenses, plus tools and a wagon, Leif said to himself. Even with Kevin Young screwing me over, I should be able to make enough to get a good start when I make it to the frontier, especially if I'm able to sell a few enchanted items. That knowledge made him feel a little better, though it did nothing for his anger. Leif knew that beating on some metal in the forge would do the trick, though. He glanced at the wall he kicked and saw that a whole section looked caved in. "What the heck?" Leif muttered. He crawled over to the wall. A wooden panel was connected to the wall by hidden hinges, and Leif saw that panel had a spring-loaded latch that kept it shut. He played with the opening and shutting the panel a few times. I would love to take that latch off and copy the design. Leif knew he wouldn't do that, though, for fear of breaking the latch. He sighed and retrieved his remaining enchanted lantern. Leif activated it and placed it on the floor near the opened panel so he could see inside. Thankfully, there were no live or dead animals in the compartment, nor any traps. "Huh, there's a letter," Leif muttered as he pulled an envelope from the compartment. He read it. "I, Torbjorn Saunderson, renowned carpenter, and being of sound mind and body with no living relatives, do leave my worldly possessions to whomever finds this letter." Leif continued reading. He laughed. The Cartwright had not been the original owner of the property since this Saunderson had owned it prior. Leif kept going through the letter. Holy crap! According to this, Saunderson had included the original deed to the shop, all its contents, including 5,000 crowns in gold ingots and 5,000 more crowns worth of refined gemstones, Leif said. He reread the letter and then dug into the compartment, removing a small chest. It was unlocked, and inside were the deed, 5 1,000-crown ingots, and a large pouch of shaped precious gems, mostly rubies, emeralds, and aquamarine, though there were also quartz, tourmaline, moonstone, amethyst, and garnets. This solves my money issues, or at least a large part of them. Leif frowned as he remembered the contract he had signed. It was all but a form of indentured servitude that he had willingly agreed to when he felt he had no other choice. Young's guards, watchers, and actions had solidified that idea in Leif's mind. Too bad I hadn't found this hidden compartment before signing weeks of my life away, Leif said aloud. I wonder. Leif fetched his copy of the contract and read it carefully again. He went over it twice more to ensure he understood every clause. Unbelievable. That butthole put in a provision that if I break the contract before the 2 months are up, I must pay him 50,000 crowns, and he gets to keep all the tools and every blasted thing I have made while under contract, even if it was for practice. The contract held no provisions stating what would happen if Kevin broke it early. This made Leif believe the merchant didn't intend to let him out no matter what. He decided he needed an attorney. I wonder if I can find one today, Leif muttered. He got up and walked to the sitting room window, looking out. The sun was starting to go down. Well, I know what I need to do in the morning. Leif walked back to the kitchen, took the letter, and added it to the chest along with the deed, money, and gems. He tossed in 1,000 of his own crowns and returned the chest to the compartment. He shut the panel, pleased to discover his temper had cooled. He was no longer angry, just ticked off. I need to work off this stress, Leif told himself. An idea struck him. He pulled out his notepad and reviewed the runes he had copied from Kevin's storage bracelet. Leif then cut the same length of heavy wire from the spool he had used for his shielding bracelet, this time 3 lengths. He fetched 2 small aquamarine stones from the hidden compartment and paused before leaving the kitchen. Why not try my hand at making a braided necklace while I'm at it? Leif wondered. He shrugged, slung his satchel and canteen over his shoulder, grabbed another 6 feet of wire, his lantern, and headed to the forge. Leif flattened the wire for the bracelet and braided it. He then mostly flattened the necklace wire and braided that as well. He cut off 2 inches of the braided necklace wire, set it aside, and focused on the bracelet. It took an hour to finish forging it and setting the aquamarine stones. Leif sat on the anvil by his lantern and engraved the same runes from Kevin's storage bracelet into his new one. He used the most powerful monster blood he had left to coat the runes and willed his intent into the bracelet. The familiar blue glow surrounded his hands and the bracelet. Leif started to sweat, feeling his concentration slip. He focused as hard as he could. Congratulations, you have created a minor storage bracelet. This bracelet will store up to 50 pounds in stasis, regardless of size. Value 15,000 crowns. Congratulations, your enchanting skill has reached level 6. Your jeweler skill has reached level 6. Your blacksmith skill has reached level 4. Your crafter skill has reached level 7. Your enchanter class has reached level 6. Holy cow, a drained Leif exclaimed. He took a long drink from the canteen and sighed happily. Leif dismissed the notices and decided not to check his skills list. Instead, he played with the storage bracelet, stashing and retrieving a hammer for several minutes. Every skill I use to create something new or something that increases my class level must increase any skill I use to create it, Leif mused. He had no other explanation for the blacksmith level up since he hadn't done much smithing. Leif dismissed the thoughts. All right, it's getting late. It's time to work on the necklace. Leif chose a 2-inch piece of the smallest diameter round steel stock to create a hook-and-eye clasp. He heated it and beat it until it was roughly half the diameter of the braided wires. Using the traditional hardy, he broke off a 1-inch piece from what was now an elongated 6-inch wire. Next, he heated the piece until hot enough to bend with pliers and formed it into an eye. Leif repeated the process to create the hook, keeping one end straight and filing it smooth while bending the other into a hook shape. He heated and filed the ends of the braided wires smooth, then forge welded them to the hook and eye. It was nearing midnight by his guess, but Leif kept working. After quenching, cleaning, and polishing the necklace, he took a break and turned to the final piece. I hope this works, Leif muttered as he cut off a 3/4-inch piece of 3/8-inch square bar. After that, he cut a 4-inch piece of the same round stock used for the clasp. Dummy, I should have used the leftover wire piece I had made, Leif muttered. He shook his head and got back to work. Leif used a punch to mark the center of one side of the square bar and beat a taper into half the round stock after heating it twice. He then used a long, narrow taper punch to drive the marked hole all the way through the white-hot square bar. This took several heatings. Once cool and filed down, Leif pushed the tapered round stock into the hole. I got lucky, Leif told himself. Only a tiny bit poked out. He heated both pieces, clamped the longer end of the round stock in the vise to hold it steady, used pliers to align them, and beat the protruding end flat against the bar, joining them. Neat! It looks like a basic hammer. Leif decided the hammer needed more. He heated the hammerhead and quenched half in water, then beat the heated half toward the handle. He repeated for the other side, lengthening the head at the top with a slight taper to the handle and a curved underside. Aha, that looks good, and I have an even better idea, Leif told himself. He went into the shop and upstairs, eating a quick meal of trail rations and taking a tiny amethyst from the hidden chest. Back at the forge, he yawned. I need to hurry up so I can get some sleep. He heated one side of the bar and used a punch to chip out a small, centered opening for the stone. Leif used a piece of leftover braided wire to forge weld the amethyst in place. He heated the hammer and brushed off the scale. Leif cut the handle to leave 2 inches protruding, heated a 1/2-inch piece of wire, beat it into a small loop, then heated the handle end and formed a matching open loop. He fitted the closed loop into the open one and beat it shut. For the necklace attachment, he made a slightly larger open loop around the braided chain, threading the small closed loop through and beating it closed. This was tricky and took time. Now I just need to engrave the runes, Leif muttered around another yawn. He engraved the soothing and shielding runes into the little hammer head, which took half an hour. Leif polished the entire necklace, coated the runes with saber raccoon blood, grasped the hammer, and willed his intent. You have created a soothing shield hammer amulet. This amulet will protect against attacks up to level 10 and heal wounds over time. Value 7,500 crowns. Leif laughed and put the necklace on. He banked the forge fire, cleaned up, yawning the whole time, gathered his satchel, engraving pen, and canteen into storage, grabbed his lantern, and headed inside. He locked the shop's double doors and double-checked the front. Upstairs, he thought, I think I'll sleep in the morning. I really need to enchant this tub, Leif told himself as he scrubbed off the sweat and grime from the day before. I should probably also take a bath at night instead of soiling my sheets with the dirt from working. Leif had already washed the sheets and hung them outside to dry on a thick wire line strung from the shop to one of the gate support posts, along with yesterday's clothes. He finished washing, dressed, then washed the cloth and towel, adding them to the line. No way I'm eating that, Leif said after examining the rest of his bought food. Even on and around the cooling shelf, it had spoiled, including the soup. He dumped it in the alley behind the shop. That might not have been ideal without hogs or a burn pile, but he could make a burn pit from a drum. Leif spotted one of his minders, waved, passed through the gate, locked it, and carried the soup pot upstairs to wash it along with the dishes. Guess I need to go get breakfast and see about a lawyer, Leif told himself. Then I need to go food shopping again. He smiled, rubbing his new storage bracelet as he walked to the shopfront. It didn't hold much, but it would suffice for now. Leif exited and locked the door. Going somewhere. Morning, Silas, Leif greeted the other watcher. I'm going to get breakfast and then run an errand or two. What happened to the food you bought the other day? Silas asked. Spoiled already. That's why you only buy enough for a day or two at a time, Silas said. That is unless you're wealthy enough to own an ice box or a noble that has a storage device. Too true, Leif agreed. I'm going. I think I'll go with you, Silas said. I'm feeling a bit peckish myself. Suit yourself. I'm not paying for both of us, though, Leif replied as he started toward the Gold Leaf Tavern. Is this tin? Leif asked the clerk at the shop he stopped at after breakfast. You have a good eye for metals. That is indeed tin lining the interior of the icebox, the clerk replied. In case you're wondering, between the tin and wood walls is an insulation made of sawdust, cork, wool, or charcoal. I was indeed wondering about that, Leif confirmed. Do you buy these from different crafters? No, Master Williams and his apprentices build them in our shop, the clerk answered, gesturing toward a door at the back of the showroom. That's good to know, Leif said. Is every ice box like this where the ice sits in the same compartment as the food? No, the clerk answered. He led Leif to another with 2 doors and opened both. The smaller bottom compartment holds the ice in this one. More materials and work to make this one, so it costs more, Leif stated. Yes, this one is 300 crowns, while the other one you looked at is 200 crowns, the clerk said. He pointed to a smaller box. That one is 150 crowns. It looks half the size of the others, Leif said. It is, but the price is fair market value, the clerk replied. So, is there one you would like to purchase? Or are you here doing research on a competitor? Another deep baritone voice asked. Leif and the clerk both startled. Master Williams, I didn't see you come in, the clerk said. My name is Leif Craftsman, and I'm no competitor to you, Master Williams, Leif told the older crafter. He extended his hand, which Master Williams took. Craftsman, are you from a small village? Master Williams asked. Yes, I'm from the coast. And are you a fellow crafter as your name suggests? I am, Leif confirmed. I'm more of a general practitioner, mostly focusing on woodworking and jewelry making at this time. That's an odd combination, Master Williams said. His clerk nodded. Are you searching for your niche? No, sir. I'm going to stay a general crafter when I move to Banner Elk in a few weeks, Leif replied. I'm just working on raising all my skills right now. Banner Elk, Master Williams asked. The mountainous frontier, sir, the clerk said. Yes, I can see how being a general practitioner would be practical out west, Master Williams said. Have you started working on your smithing skill? I have, Leif answered. Smithing has come easily to me so far for some reason. Are you making weapons? The clerk asked. No, I've picked up levels while making jewelry and a metal shelf. Master Williams laughed, making Leif frown. I'm not laughing at you, Leif. I've done similar things myself in the past. Those first 5 or 6 levels are easy to get, and then things slow down a lot. I've often wondered about that, Leif replied. You're not alone in that. I believe the system does it to allow us to sample related skills before deciding on a specific class, Master Williams said. Once you have 5 skills at level 5, you'll be given a choice to keep your current class or choose another. And that's true for everyone as far as I know. I did not know that. Thank you for the information, Leif replied. You're welcome. I wish you luck on your path, Master Williams said. I need to get back to work unless you're interested in buying an ice box. I'll even give you a deal since you're a fellow crafter. Leif started and then stopped, considering. An enchantable icebox would save time, even if purchased. How much of a deal? Master Williams and his clerk both smiled. I'll give you 40% off of whichever ice box you want, Master Williams answered. Which ice box would you recommend? I would want to take it with me to Banner Elk. The 2-compartment one, Master Williams answered after thinking. And no, not because it is the most expensive. It's the sturdiest and the separate ice compartment is easier to clean. I'd let you have it for 180 crowns. I can pay 100 crowns now and would need it delivered, Leif said. I can agree to that, Master Williams replied. Donald will see to the details and take your payment. We charge 20 crowns as a delivery fee, the clerk interjected, as Leif and Master Williams shook hands again. Leif gave his address and paid. We'll have it there before lunch, the clerk said. I have another errand to run. Could you hold off on delivery until mid-afternoon? We can, Donald answered. Master Williams, I have 2 more questions for you, Leif said. Well, maybe 3 questions. And that is, Master Williams asked. Do you know how to make a maker's mark? Leif asked. Master Williams nodded. I'll show you mine and explain how it is made to you. Thank you, Leif replied. My second and third questions are, do you know any good lawyers and where their offices are? Made a bad deal already? Master Williams asked. Leif nodded. The older crafter laughed. I do. May I help you? The young woman at the lawyer's desk asked after Leif entered. He noticed her amazing emerald green eyes first and tried not to stare at the green-eyed blonde beauty. Yes, miss. Kayla Keegan, the receptionist supplied. She grinned, and Leif felt she knew her effect on others and enjoyed it. I'd like to speak with Mrs. Caitlin Richards if she's available about a contract issue I have, Leif replied. He pulled the letter of introduction from Master Williams from his satchel, unfolded it, and held it out with his best smile. Kayla smiled back, her fingers brushing and lingering a second on his as she took it. Give me a moment to take this to Mrs. Richards. Would you like some tea or water to drink? Kayla said, scanning the letter. No, thank you. You're a crafter, Kayla asked. Yes. Mostly jewelry and woodcraft right now, Leif replied. Interesting. I think so too, Leif said, smiling. I'd like to see your work sometime, Kayla said, returning the smile. Do you know anything about crafting or selling things? Leif asked. He wanted to show her jewelry but checked if she'd identify his enchanted pieces. No, I only know what I like when I see it, Kayla laughed. She met his eyes and smiled. Why? I was just wondering, Leif replied, smiling back. I also know what I like when I see it. That's good to know. Here's an example of my work, Leif said, standing. He showed his shielding amulet and storage bracelet. Is that a hammer? Kayla asked, reaching out to touch the amulet. Her hand brushed his chest. She blushed. Leif smiled. It is. What kind of metal is it made of? Steel. The bracelet is steel too, Leif answered. Oh, Kayla said, sounding disappointed. Considering I wear them while working, steel was a good choice for me. Ah, that makes sense. What kind of jewels are in your bracelet? Kayla asked, examining it. Aquamarine. They're pretty. Not as pretty as you, Leif said without thinking. Kayla blushed slightly and smiled. Leif wondered if she controlled the blush and if it mattered. He liked how she made him feel. Take a seat and I'll be right back, Kayla said. Sure, thanks, Leif replied, sinking into a cushioned chair. Oh, that's nice. Kayla giggled, smiled once more, and disappeared through the doorway. I charge 100 crowns per consultation, Mr. Craftsman, Mrs. Richards said after Kayla left them and returned to the front. Leif nodded. I guess being a lawyer pays well, Leif remarked. It does and always has. Take a seat and tell me about your situation. I'll have some questions and may interrupt you, Mrs. Richards said. Do you happen to have the contract with you? The lawyer asked. I do, Leif replied. He handed it to her and she started reading it. Tell me your story while I read this, Mrs. Richards said. Leif explained the contract and answered her questions for the next hour. That's my tale, Leif said when he was done. He had left out any mention of enchanting, though. I've heard of Mr. Young, and most of the rumors are not good. It's said he mostly takes advantage of the small villages and crafters located in them, while dealing fairly with his fellow merchants here in the capital, Mrs. Richards said. You must have seemed like a gift from heaven to him. Leif snorted. Sorry, I suppose you're correct. I am, Mrs. Richards replied, a smile on her face. You're a young crafter from a small village with little experience in dealing with aggressive merchants. I guess I've been lucky in my past dealings, Leif said. The lawyer nodded her agreement. So, is there any way out of this contract? Do you have 75,000 crowns available to bribe him off with? No. Then, unfortunately, no, Mrs. Richards said. Mr. Young is clever and locked you into a very one-sided deal. If you had sought out me or another lawyer, we would have pointed out what a terrible deal this contract is for you. I see. Always check with a lawyer before signing contracts, Leif replied. She laughed and nodded. And what's with these heavily marked out sections? Those were demands. He used to distract me from the rest of the contract, Leif answered. Can you give me an example? Like teaching someone in his employ how to enchant, Leif answered. He grinned and chuckled, trying to play it off like a joke. Is that something you can do? Mrs. Richards asked in a serious tone of voice. I wouldn't be here if I could. Why is that? I'd most likely be holed up somewhere making enchanted weapons for some noble, Leif replied. She did smile and chuckle at that. You're right about that, Mrs. Richards agreed. Or possibly hung or burned at the stake if one of the more extreme cults knew you could enchant. Ugh. Exactly. But since you can't enchant, you have nothing to worry about there, right? Mrs. Richards said, raising an eyebrow in question. Yeah, good for me, Leif replied. She nodded. So, is there anything I can do other than make Kevin different items for 7 weeks? The lawyer folded the letter and set it aside. She folded his copy of the contract and handed it back to him. Mrs. Richards then seemed to think about Leif's question as he put the contract back in his satchel. My advice is to make what you want to make and sell it to Mr. Young, Mrs. Richards said. Don't let him bully you into making anything you don't want to make. The contract states he will buy whatever you make, and it doesn't have a provision for you creating anything specific. So, unless I specifically agreed to create an item for him, I don't have to, even if he has stated a preference, Leif asked. Exactly. If you want to work on your ceramist skill, make a few thousand bowls and cups if you want to, Mrs. Richards replied. Mr. Young must buy them for up to half the value according to the wording of the contract. And since you've contacted a lawyer about this, you now know you have legal ground to stand on and can sue him if he refuses. Thank you, Mrs. Richards. That's something I can do, Leif replied, a smile on his face. You're welcome. Do you have any more questions or concerns for me? The lawyer asked. No, ma'am. You've been most helpful, Leif answered. They stood and shook hands. Then, I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Craftsman, Mrs. Richards replied. Do I pay Kayla on the way out? Leif asked. Please, the lawyer replied. Leif nodded and walked out of the office. Just a moment, and I'll have your receipt written out, Kayla told Leif as he approached the front desk. Sure, Leif replied. She finished and handed him a copy of the receipt. Leif put it in his satchel. Mr. Craftsman, I was wondering if it would be okay for me to watch you work sometime, Kayla suddenly said. Sure. How about this afternoon? I work until late in the afternoon. Would this evening be all right? Kayla replied. Yes, Leif said. Do you need an escort to get to the shop? No, I'll have a friend with me, and I know where your shop is, Kayla answered. And it's not in a bad part of the city, no matter what some may have told you. The guards patrol that area all the time. Huh. Didn't know that. No, and come to think about it, despite what I've been told, I have seen quite a few guards in the area whenever I leave the shop, Leif said. Some people just like to take advantage of others, Kayla replied. Yeah, I must warn you about something. I'm a terrible cook, Leif said. Kayla laughed. That's all right. We'll bring dinner since you'll be providing the entertainment. That sounds like a good deal to me, Leif said. He offered his hand. They shook, and the shake lingered just a little longer than necessary. Hi. Hi, Leif replied. Come on in. Leif held the door open for Kayla. She walked in, carrying a picnic basket, and he shut the shop front door behind her. I brought dinner, Kayla said, looking around. You should really clean this place up some. I dusted and swept this out when I moved in. I spend all my time in the workspace in the back, at the forge, or in the living quarters upstairs. And I'm not going to open the shop up to the public, so as long as this place is clean enough to enter and exit through, I'm fine with giving it a light cleaning once in a while. Slacker, Kayla said. Leif laughed. My focus is elsewhere, and I promise the upstairs and workspaces are clean, Leif replied. But you didn't deny being a slacker, Kayla teased. You may have a point, Leif replied, pretending to look thoughtful. Oh. I did sleep past sunrise today, Leif answered. Just today, Kayla wondered. She was grinning. Yeah, I stayed up late last night working on my amulet and bracelet, Leif replied. I honestly couldn't tell you what time I went to sleep last night or early this morning. All right, maybe you're not a slacker after all, Kayla said. I do try, Leif replied. You try, she asked. Leif nodded. Try what? To be humble, Leif joked. You're not fooling me, Leif craftsman. I can tell already that you're humble some of the time, Kayla replied. Leif laughed and nodded in agreement. Will you show me around? Of course, Leif replied. Let me lock the front door. So I can't escape, and you can have your way with me, Kayla asked in a teasing tone of voice and coy expression on her face. Yes, Leif replied, winking at her. He laughed and she did as well. Seriously, I leave it locked so people can't just walk in, but that doesn't always work. Why not? Kevin Young has a key and comes and goes as he pleases, Leif answered sourly. Then you should change the lock, Kayla advised. She made a sliding motion with her finger and said, that or add one of those sliding bar locks. That's a great idea. Thank you, Leif said. Kayla beamed at him. Leif looked around and spotted a stool. He moved it and shoved it under the doorknob. In the meantime, that should help keep people out. Good, now come on, Kayla said, taking Leif's left hand in her right hand. Show me this place. All right, Leif laughed. This is actually a nice place, Kayla remarked after Leif had shown her around. Yeah. It needs at least one more bedroom if you're going to live here with your family, though, Kayla added. Which is no problem for me since I'm single and don't intend to start a family yet, Leif said. He didn't say he didn't intend to stay in Raleigh either. Oh, so does the one bedroom make this the perfect bachelor's place then? Kayla asked. Leif laughed. I wouldn't say perfect, but it is all I need for now, Leif replied. Is that so? Yep. And just how many women have been here besides me? Kayla inquired, a mock pout on her face. Leif smiled. You're the first I've asked to visit. That's not the same, Kayla countered. True. Kevin Young has insisted that one of his employees, who is a young woman named Leija, come and keep an eye on me a few times, Leif said. You sound like that doesn't make you happy. What's not to like about a woman giving you all her attention? Well, when you say it like that, it doesn't sound too bad, Leif agreed. Oh, Kayla said, slapping his arm. Joking aside, for me it depends on the woman and what her attentions are, Leif said. And this Leija doesn't have good intentions. Seems she just does what her boss says, Leif replied. So, I should feel honored to be the first woman you've invited here. Nah, Leif replied, shaking his head. He smiled at her. I should feel honored that you accepted the invitation. He winked. Leif knew his flirting was awkward at best, but Kayla seemed open to it, so he kept doing it. Even if you sort of invited yourself. Ha. Do you want to eat dinner now or after you show me how you make something? What did you bring to eat? Leif asked. Nothing fancy, just some sandwiches, a salad, and some chips, Kayla answered. I also brought some of my favorite tea, but we'll have to brew it. Sounds good to me. I'm not picky, Leif said. Do you want to eat now or after I make a bracelet or two? Let's wait until after we work up an appetite, Kayla answered. Wait. I expect I'll be ready to eat after I watch you work up a sweat, Kayla replied in a husky tone of voice. Follow me to where the magic happens, Leif said. It's a little early to try and get me in your bed, isn't it? Kayla replied. Leif blushed. That's not what I meant. I know, I'm just picking on you, Kayla replied. You're cute when you blush. You have created a jeweled bronze bracelet. Some people believe that bronze and these jewels have healing and mystical properties, so prize jewelry made from them. Value 250 crowns. You have created a braided copper and brass bracelet. Some people believe that copper and brass have healing and mystical properties, so prize jewelry made from them. Value 75 crowns. Leif dismissed the notices and smiled as he banked the fire. He handed the bracelets to Kayla. What do you think? They're lovely. What gems did you use? Kayla replied. Amethyst, Leif answered. That one I'll have to hold for Kevin. And the other? Kayla asked, handing him the two bracelets back. That one is yours if you want it, Leif replied. Why else did you think I asked to measure your wrist? Thank you, but I can't take this, Kayla said. Leif put the bracelet on her left wrist and she smiled. He put the other in his satchel. She was staring at her new bracelet. Consider it a gift. Does it really have healing properties? I don't know. People think copper, brass, and bronze do, Leif answered as he started to clean up the forge. You do? Kayla asked. I'm not sure, Leif replied. She stood after he finished putting things away and stepped close. Thank you for the gift, Kayla said. She reached up and pulled his face down and kissed him lightly on the lips. You're most welcome, Leif said after she pulled back. He had a huge grin on his face. His stomach grumbled. Guess I worked up an appetite. So did I, Kayla said, a matching grin on her face. Should we go in and eat, or would you prefer to bring a blanket out and have a picnic in the courtyard? Inside, I think, Leif answered. I need to hose myself down before we eat. That's a good idea, Kayla said. I'll make the tea while you do that. What? Leif asked as the bathroom door opened. He had lit candles for light instead of using the enchanted lantern and was standing in the tub instead of enjoying a soak. I thought I would see if you needed a hand, Kayla said as she walked towards the tub. Leif fell silent as she undid the buttons on her dress and let it fall around her feet. He stared as she stepped into the tub. Yeah, I can use some help. Kayla kissed him again instead of saying anything. Leif grabbed her waist and pulled her to him as the kiss deepened and their bodies touched. She didn't move away after the kiss ended. Why don't you show me how well you use your personal hammer? Kayla asked. We can eat later or in the morning. Fantastic idea. The morning is later, Leif replied just before he kissed her. Good morning, Kayla said before kissing Leif. Good morning to you too, Leif replied after the kiss ended. Instead of speaking again, Kayla snuggled up to him a bit more. If you keep that up, we're going to have to practice my hammering skills some more. Kayla looked up at him and grinned. You're not unskilled with your hammering, but could use some more practice and maybe instruction. Are you prepared to instruct me? Leif asked. I could be persuaded to, Kayla replied. Persuaded, huh? Leif asked. Kayla nodded, trying and failing to keep a serious expression on her face. Leif kissed her. Kayla, That stupid son of a... Kayla muttered after breaking off the kiss. Huh, Leif muttered. Kayla just groaned and rolled to her other side, placing her back to him. What's wrong? Kayla. Who's shouting for you? Leif asked. My fiancé, Kayla answered. Your fiancé, Leif repeated, sitting up. Yes. Didn't you think that you should have told me you were engaged? Leif asked. Kayla rolled onto her back and wiped the sleep from her eyes. She sat up and faced him. Would it have mattered? We're both adults and wanted to have a good time, Kayla said. And I know you enjoyed our night together as much as I did. Leif thought about it. Engagement wasn't the same as marriage, and the Lord knows he would rather find out if he and his fiancée would stray from one another before getting married than after getting married. That was if he ever found someone to marry. Do you love him? Leif blurted out. Kayla, the woman's fiancé, shouted again. No, my engagement to Kenneth Roberts was arranged by our parents, Kayla answered. Both our families expected to benefit from the match, especially since Kenny is a captain in the city guard. He is, Leif asked, picturing himself being locked up in a cell for having sex with the man's fiancée. Yes, and there's talk of raising him to the nobility if he continues to exceed the Queen's expectations. So, you stay with him because of that. Kayla, I know you're here, Kenneth shouted. You got it. We both also look for our diversions when and where we want to, Kayla replied. The look on her face left no doubt that was all he had been to her. I see, Leif said, and he kind of did. On the one hand, he hated that she had just used him. On the other hand, he didn't love her and had done the same. So did he really have cause to complain? Kayla got out of bed and stretched. Leif watched despite himself, and she caught him looking. Kayla grinned and bent over to gather up her clothing. I'm going to wash off. Invite Kenny in for coffee if you have any. Otherwise, he's going to have your door bashed in, Kayla said. That's just great, Leif complained as she walked out of the bedroom. Leif quickly threw on a shirt and pair of pants. He ran to the sitting room and opened the window. He decided to play dumb, which he felt wasn't too hard to do this morning or too far from the truth. Leif stuck his head out the window and looked down. 4 city guards stood in front of the shop door along with a man in fancier armor. He guessed that was Kenneth. Leif yelled down, You woke me up. What do you want? The squad looked up. The captain frowned, as did the others. I want my fiancée and your balls on a plate if you so much as touched her, Kenneth replied. Now open up before I have my men break down the door. Can't blame you for being protective, Leif muttered, but you're still a butthole. What was that? Kenneth shouted. I said give me a minute to get down there to let you in, Leif called down louder. The lone woman in the squad snickered and grinned at him. Leif shrugged his shoulders and retreated from the window. He closed the window and slipped on his socks and boots, which had been left in the sitting room along with Kayla's shoes. He grabbed them and took the shoes with him to the bedroom. What are you doing? What does it look like? Kayla retorted. She was stripping the sheets from his bed. Are these the only sheets you have? Yes. Well, I have a bedroll too, Leif replied. He set her shoes down and she flashed a grateful smile at him. Thanks for bringing my shoes. Where is the bedroll? In the closet, Leif answered. Why? You slept in the living room and let me have the bed. In return, I cleaned your sheets, Kayla answered. I'll get the bedroll, you go and let Kenny in. Right, Leif replied. He headed downstairs. I told you she was in the bathroom and that I slept on the couch in the sitting room, Leif said as Kenneth and his squad searched through the shop and living space. He had no idea what they hoped to find. Would you like some coffee? We'll see about that, Kenny replied. And no, I do not want coffee. Looks like someone slept in a bedroll on the couch in here, one of the guards called out. The bed doesn't smell like sex and there are no sheets on it, another guard called out. Kenny's eyes narrowed in anger. It does smell like Miss Keegan's perfume, though. The female guard emerged from the bathroom. Leif followed her eyes and saw she was looking at the lantern. Thankfully, it was sitting on the counter on the opposite side of the kitchen near the sink, and none of the others had paid any attention to it. Report June, Kenneth ordered. Kayla says she fell asleep while Mr. Craftsman was showing her how he made jewelry, the woman stated. The other guards chuckled at hearing Leif's last name. These rural peasants always have the simplest and dumbest names, one of the other men muttered to more laughter. Leif flushed in anger. Enough of that, Kenneth said. The guards fell silent. What else did my fiancé say? That she woke in the bed completely clothed and found him asleep in the sitting room. I then decided to wash his sheets since he had been such a gentleman and not taken advantage of me, dear heart, Kayla added as she joined the rest of them. She walked over to Kenny and kissed him lightly on the lips. You should thank Leif, not be so suspicious of him. Yes, well, I can't help myself. The job has made being suspicious part of my nature, Kenneth replied. He picked up the picnic basket but didn't comment on it. Are you ready to go home? Are you on duty? Kayla asked him. Not until this afternoon, Kenny replied. Want to get breakfast before going home? Sweetie, I would love to, Kayla answered, giving him a coy look. She turned to Leif. Leif, thank you for showing me how you make jewelry and the gift. You're welcome. Thanks for dinner, Leif said. Gift? Kenneth asked, frowning. This lovely bracelet, Kayla said, showing off the bracelet Leif had given her. The guardsmen and their captain rolled their eyes, except for June. That is nice, June said. You should see the other one Leif made. It's even prettier than this one, Kayla said. May I see it? June asked Leif. Sure, Leif said. He went to the counter his satchel was sitting on and pulled the jeweled bracelet from it and handed it to the female guard. That is nice, June replied. I've seen much better in the shops, Kenneth said. The other guards nodded in agreement. I haven't been making jewelry that long and I'm still learning, Leif said. You may not think that bracelet is that nice, but it's worth 250 crowns. Really? One of the male guards asked. Leif nodded. That's more than I'm willing to spend right now, June said, handing it back to Leif. I have to sell it to the merchant I'm renting this place from, Leif replied, returning it to the satchel. He gets first dibs on everything I make. That's not a good deal for you, Kenneth said. It's not, Kayla agreed, but it's how Leif and I met yesterday. Oh, Kenny inquired. Kayla and Leif told him about how they met when Leif went looking for legal advice. Kenny looked Leif in the eyes. Good luck with that. Thanks. Let's go, baby, I'm hungry, Kayla told Kenny. She pulled him toward the hall. Bye, Leif. Bye, Kayla, Leif replied, and followed the engaged couple and guard squad out so he could lock up behind them. Leif examined the tiny runes he carved in the ice box. As before when he made the ice shelf, the runes were the same as he had used in the canteen. They were also the smallest and finest runes he had done yet. Leif used a whole vial of the saber raccoon blood to coat the runes he had carved on every metal surface in the ice box's larger compartment. He laid his hands on opposite sides of the interior of the compartment and willed his intent into the box. Leif repeated the engraving process for the smaller ice box compartment, but changed the runes to freeze whatever was put in it. Here goes nothing, Leif muttered after using a second vial of the blood to coat the runes in the smaller compartment. He willed his intent into the compartment. You have created an ever-cooling ice box. This ice box's large compartment will chill whatever is placed on it, but never freeze the objects. The smaller compartment will freeze whatever is placed in it. Value 2,500 crowns. Leif smiled and dismissed the notice. He took a drink of cold water from his canteen and closed the cap. Leif returned the canteen to his storage. I could make a lot just by enchanting things I bought from others if I could find a reliable merchant to sell them through, Leif muttered. But he knew he wouldn't do that. He liked making things too much to deny himself the complete process. Besides, the system rewarded him with higher value for things he made and enchanted himself. Leif's stomach rumbled. I shouldn't have skipped breakfast. Leif closed the icebox and cleaned up the icebox and the area around it. He grabbed his satchel, which now only had the jeweled bracelet he had made the day before, a coin pouch filled with 50 crowns, his notepad, pen, and the last of his trail rations. Leif slung the satchel over his left shoulder and headed downstairs. He exited the shop and locked the front door. "Get in trouble with the guards?" a woman asked. "Hi, Leija. No, I didn't, not that it's any of your business," Leif said without turning around. The key disappeared into his storage bracelet. "Anything that keeps you from making stuff for my boss is my business," Leija retorted. "If you say so," Leif replied. He wasn't interested in arguing. "I missed breakfast, so I'm going to get something to eat. Follow if you want." "You're passing the gold leaf," Leija said. "I know. I passed a pub yesterday that had this mouth-watering smoky meat smell coming from it, and I want to try whatever they were cooking," Leif said. "Is that how you met the girl you slept with?" Leija asked, a knowing grin on her face. Leif wondered how she knew. After thinking about it, he figured she had been told about Kayla showing up late the previous day and not leaving until morning, or perhaps she had seen Kayla departing with her fiancé and his squad. Either way, it didn't matter. "Nope. You're not going to tell me." "No, as I said a little while ago, my personal life is none of your business," Leif said. "And before you reply, that's all I'm going to say about it. So you can tell Kevin whatever you want and both of you can kick rocks over it." Leif watched in fascination as the cook in the Fat Tomcat pub dropped another patty of meat onto the flat metal surface. The meat started to sizzle, and the cook used his spatula to flatten it against the griddle. "Never seen a griddle before?" the server asked as she placed Leif's iced tea on the counter in front of him. He sat at the counter along the side wall of the pub, right in front of the cooking area. Another woman dropped a basket of cut potatoes into a metal box of heated oil. Leif could see the fire in a box below the oil vat and wondered how safe it truly was. "No, how is it heated?" Leif asked. "Charcoal is set on fire in a box under the griddle, and the heat rises to warm up the metal surface," Leif concluded. "You got it," the server agreed. "As you see, the smoke gets pulled up the pipe and is vented outside, which helps bring in any hungry passers-by," Leif said. The server smiled and nodded. "That's genius. I'll tell Dad you said that. He and my uncle made the griddle after seeing one in a city in the Virginia Kingdom once," the young woman said. "I'll be back once your burger and fries are done." "Thanks. Boy, at your age, I would have been much more interested in Teresa instead of the griddle," an older man to Leif's left said. "She was flirting with you the entire time she talked to you." "She was?" Leif asked. "I didn't notice." The man laughed. "Youth is wasted on the young." "I'm a crafter and that griddle is a fascinating piece of work," Leif said, shrugging his shoulders. "Besides, I'm not interested in a relationship or one-night stand right now." The man laughed again, and the cook turned to face Leif. He grinned and gave him a thumbs up. "Tom still has good hearing." "Huh. Tom is the owner of this pub and Teresa's dad," the man answered. "Oh. Oh," the man repeated, laughing. "Kids. I'll have to try to make one of those for myself," Leif said aloud. "I have food, including some fresh fruit, vegetables, and milk," Leif told himself. He closed the icebox after putting some of the food and the milk inside. "Let's see how the icebox does keeping this stuff edible." Leif knew he needed to decide what to do next. Part of him wanted to play with ideas for enchantments. Another part wanted to attempt building his own griddle. Yet a third part urged him to work on his weakest skills, maybe not weaver, though. He pulled up his skill list. Leif craftsman. Class, level 6 enchanter. Skills. Enchanting, level 6. Crafter, level 7. Jeweler, level 6. Ceramist, level 3. Woodworker, level 4. Blacksmith, level 4. Weaver, level 1. I won't be able to work on my ceramist skill until Kevin shows up with a load of clay and the bricks he promised. He'll want some new items whenever he comes back too, Leif muttered to himself. He knew he really should stop talking out loud. He shrugged, talking helped him think. "I'll do a little woodworking this morning and then make my maker's mark this afternoon." Leif dismissed the skills list and refilled his canteen. He briefly wondered if there was a way to make an enchantment that would replenish the water inside. A moment later, He jotted the idea down in his notepad with the others. He stored his things and headed down to the shop. You have created rustic two-person rocking bench. This bench will seat 2 people. It is very sturdy and comfortable. Value 400 crowns. Leif grinned and dismissed the notice. It had only taken an hour to make the bench. He wiped sweat from his face with a cloth and took a drink from his canteen. The shop was getting hot. This place could use some better airflow, Leif mused aloud. He jotted that idea down too. If nothing else, seeing what's wrong with this shop will give me a much better idea of what to do with my own home and shop. He stepped out through the shop's double doors into the courtyard. A nice breeze blew, but from the south, so it didn't pass through the doors or windows. Figures, Leif muttered. He glanced at the sky and figured he had time to build a couple more benches and a pair of rocking chairs before lunch. He took another drink, stored the canteen, and returned to work. You have created improved rustic rocking chairs, too. These chairs are better made, sturdier, and more comfortable. Value 300 crowns each. Leif dismissed the notice as he ate his salad. That made 2 rocking chairs and 3 benches in a few hours. He hadn't leveled up, but he wasn't pushing the skill hard either. He shrugged and took another forkful. It wasn't much, just sliced carrots, cucumbers, lettuce, and tomatoes without dressing or crackers. He'd been ecstatic to find fresh milk and forgotten the rest. I need to make lists of the food I want before going shopping, Leif muttered. He sipped the milk, cold and refreshing. That hits the spot and makes up for it, though. Leif wiped sweat from his face and resumed eating. The day had turned hot, and unlike the coastal villages of his youth, the capital lacked a sea breeze. I should enchant this whole shop like I did the carriage, Leif told himself. I'd appreciate it if you did, Kevin Young said, walking into the kitchen and startling Leif. He hadn't heard the merchant enter. In fact, I'd appreciate it if you did my wagon too. Just letting yourself in whenever you want, Leif asked. It's my shop, so yeah, Kevin replied, taking a seat at the kitchen table. He spotted the icebox and frowned. You bought an icebox. Leif shrugged. It was quicker than building one myself, especially since I didn't know how they were insulated. Going to enchant it? Kevin asked, a greedy gleam in his eyes. Thought about it, Leif answered, nodding. And if you want one, you'll have to buy it yourself and supply some monster blood. I gave you a vial of monster blood. Which I paid for and used to create your bracelet, Leif countered. As I said before, I won't just make enchanted items for you. That said, I am willing to enchant your wagon if you pay for it and supply the monster blood and any gems required. Oh, all right, Kevin said after a moment. He placed 6 vials of iron black bear blood on the table. Will these do? For a start, Leif replied. For a start, Kevin repeated. Yes, I've never enchanted a wagon before, and you still want those cooling shelves, Leif said. That's if you haven't changed your mind and decided you want an enchanted icebox instead. I'd prefer the icebox, Kevin said. Still, I can sell the shelves. You can take the one in the cupboard for 250 crowns, Leif said. It didn't work as I hoped. It didn't cool. No, it cools just fine. The cupboard doesn't cool, though, Leif answered. So you bought the icebox, Kevin concluded. Leif nodded. The merchant fell silent as Leif finished eating. The stronger the monster blood, the stronger the enchantment. Is that correct? Yes, Leif answered. He considered mentioning that his own blood would work even better but decided against it. Why? I'll bring my wagon to you in the morning. The courtyard is large enough to house a couple of wagons in addition to the partially finished one. I'll also bring some stronger blood, Kevin said. He placed 10 crowns on the table. The bear blood is worth 240 crowns. Here's the difference. Seriously? Leif asked as he watched the merchant stand and retrieve the shelf from the cupboard. It vanished into Kevin's storage. That's cold, Kevin said. Leif shrugged. And yes, seriously, monster blood costs money, especially the more powerful it is. Leif shook his head and placed the vials into his satchel, then into storage. He loved that the merchant couldn't see it. Did you bring the bricks and clay I bought? Leif asked. No, but it'll be here in an hour or so, Kevin answered. Why, ready to get dirty? Something like that, Leif replied. Have you done any work other than experimenting and sleeping around? Kevin asked. Leif ignored the goad. Some, Leif said. He tossed the jeweled bracelet to Kevin. I've also made 3 rocking benches and 2 rocking chairs this morning. That's good, Kevin said. The bracelet vanished into his inventory. Seconds later, he placed 2 ingots on the table. I'll pay 200 crowns for the bracelet instead of just half value. As I've told you before, I want our relationship to be profitable for both of us. Thanks, Leif said as he pocketed the 2 100-crown ingots and repeated his storage trick. He didn't believe the merchant for a second. Why don't you show me the furniture you built? Kevin asked as Leif rinsed his bowl, cup, and fork in the sink. Sure, Leif said. Just remember they're rustic on purpose. You really expect me to pay you 750 crowns for this? Kevin asked, gesturing to the furniture. Yes. It looks. As it was meant to look, Leif said, cutting him off. Just try one of them, they're all comfortable. All right, I will, Kevin replied. He frowned but sat in one of the rocking chairs. The frown faded as he rocked gently. This is more comfortable than it looks. Leif gave him an I told you so look. Kevin shrugged and tried the other chair. Going to try them all? Leif asked. Maybe, Kevin replied. He kept rocking. Can you make one of these that looks more polished? I suppose, though it'll take longer to make, Leif said. Boss, we've got the wagon of clay at the gate, Leija said, interrupting. Thank you, Leija. Unlock the gate and let the boys in, will you? Kevin replied. Sure, boss, Leija said. She walked out and opened the gate. I'm going to pay you 600 crowns for the furniture, Kevin said. He set 7 ingots on the nearest bench and stood. Leif pocketed the money silently. With the 800 crowns, he figured he had close to 12,000 total between coins, ingots, and gems. The merchant grinned. Let's watch the lads unload, shall we? Kevin Young had his workers load the furniture into the wagon that delivered the bricks after they dumped the clay into a shaded pile. That's going to get really dry in this heat, Leija warned as the wagon driver pulled out the gate. I know, Leif said. Adding water will set it right, though. If you say so, Leija replied. Leif, I'll bring my wagon by early in the morning for those modifications, Kevin said. Leif nodded. Let's go, Leija. I'm coming, boss, she said, hopping into the wagon's back. Leif heard her ask, what modifications? As the driver urged the mules forward. He didn't catch Kevin's reply. Leif locked the gate, returned to the shop front, and secured that door with a chair under the knob. I'll work on the kiln tomorrow morning after breakfast, Leif told himself as he walked through the shop. Then again, maybe I'll start on it after I make my maker's mark. Leif had found 2 broken punches among the shop's tools earlier. They would make good maker's mark tools. He just needed to flatten the ends and smooth the edges. He donned his apron and gloves, lit the forge, and retrieved the punches as the heat built. Hopefully I won't make a mistake, but if I do, I have a spare before using stock, Leif told himself. He set one punch on a table near the forge and placed the other in the fire, broken end first. When the end glowed white-hot, Leif used tongs to move it to the anvil. With the 3-pound hammer, he flattened and straightened it. He reheated and finished the job, then repeated the process with the second punch. Both were originally square-handled and tapered to a round point, now shortened to 6 inches with half-inch flattened tips. He filed the tips smooth. Satisfied, Leif clamped one tip up in the vise, took a water break, then used chalk to draw his initials, runes, on the end. Now it's time for the hard part, Leif muttered. With files of decreasing sizes, he carved away metal around the design. It took about an hour. He tested it on scrap lead. Arg, it's backwards. Leif realized his error. He clamped the second punch, tossed the first aside, and drew the runes mirrored. After filing, he tested it. Got it right this time. He added a small top incision as an orientation guide, heated and quenched the tool, then coated it with linseed oil to highlight its gray finish. Testing on scrap, steel produced his mark perfectly. Smiling, Leif stored the tool and headed into the shop. He had decided to make a branding iron as well. "That 1.5-inch round brass stock will do," Leif said aloud as he picked up the metal. The brass was softer than steel and wouldn't require as much effort to file down. He carried it to the forge and clamped it in the vise. The stock measured 6 inches long overall. Leif used chalk to draw the runes for his initials backward on the brass, then grabbed a file to cut away the metal around the design. As with the maker's mark stamp, it took about an hour to carve the metal free from the runes. Next, Leif switched to a hacksaw and sliced off the designed end of the stock, leaving a 1-inch piece of brass. He secured the fresh-cut piece top down in the vise, smoothed the end with a file, and used a measuring tape and chalk to mark its center. With a drill and small bit, Leif bored a hole in the center. He stepped up to larger bits until the hole reached 1/2 inch in diameter and depth. Then he selected a tapered tap from the tap and die set Kevin had brought and threaded the hole. After a short break, Leif took the brass piece into the shop, where he found a 6-inch length of round steel stock that fit the hole perfectly. Back at the vise, he smoothed the steel with a file and threaded its end with the matching die. The two parts screwed together seamlessly, drawing a grin from Leif. "Not bad for my first time using a tap and die set," Leif said happily. He decided it needed a finishing touch, so he clamped the connected piece in the vise with the brass up and filed a smooth taper where brass met steel. He nodded in approval. "Now I just need to make a handle." In the shop, Leif spotted a round piece of cherry wood perfect for the job. He carried it to the work area and sawed off 5 inches. With a chisel, he shaped the wood into a tapered handle that flared slightly at the end. Glancing outside, he noticed the sun dipping toward the horizon. "This would be so much easier if these tools were powered," Leif muttered, as he drilled a 2-inch deep, 1/2-inch diameter hole into the flared end of the handle. He returned to the forge, separated the brass cap from the steel rod, and clamped the rod in the vise with the unthreaded end up. Leif slid the handle onto the rod and tapped it gently with a mallet to secure it. He reattached the brass cap. The branding iron felt balanced and right in his hand. "Now to test it," Leif mumbled. He heated the brass in the forge fire and pressed it into a nearby wood post. "It works." Leif checked his notices and grinned. "You have created a maker's mark stamp. This tool will engrave a maker's mark into metal. You have created a branding iron. This tool will burn a maker's mark into wood. I didn't level, but it's still nice to make things to work with," Leif said aloud. He banked the fire, cleaned the forge, then headed to the shop to tidy that space too. Now it's time to attempt to make supper. The next morning, Leif paced off the spot for his kiln beside the forge. It wasn't ideal, across the courtyard from the shop where he'd make pottery, but it beat lugging coal far. He built a 4-foot square base from cinder blocks, adding a few more inside to support a grate for the pottery. Leif spent an hour forge welding thin rods into a 3.5-foot square grate, which he placed in the base. He stacked bricks into 4 3-foot walls, then topped it with a piece of tin from the supplies as a removable roof. A few bricks would hold it against wind, and best of all, he hadn't had to craft it himself. "It's basic, but it'll do," Leif told the yard. Leif opened the gate. "That's Kevin's voice," Leif muttered. He walked to the gate and unlocked it. "Where's your mule?" Leif asked the merchant once he had driven the cart into the courtyard. A horse stood in the mule's place. "A mule's not a horse, and it's expected to ride a horse in town." "You could have left the mule." "And give you a chance to take my wagon and mule," Kevin retorted, unhooking the horse. "Not a chance." "I told you I'm not running. I'm going to work the 2-month contract as agreed," Leif said. "That's good to know," Kevin replied as he saddled the horse. "How long will it take you to enchant my wagon?" "Did you bring any monster blood?" "Of course." "Do you want the wagon to cool?" Leif asked. Kevin thought about it. "Can you enchant it to offer protection as well, just like the bracelets?" "Maybe, probably," Leif replied. "What kind of blood did you bring?" 3 vials of giant granite tortoise blood," Kevin answered. "Never seen one of those. Are they powerful?" "Very. They're 10-foot-tall aggressive turtles found in swampy areas along the southern frontier, Kevin said. All right, Leif said, shrugging his shoulders. Hand me the blood and I'll get started. Kevin handed him the vials of blood. Is that your kiln? Yes. You didn't ask for a pottery wheel, but I've brought you one of those as well, Kevin said. The pottery wheel was pedal-powered. Thank you, Leif said. Think nothing of it. It cost 150 crowns, so I'll take it out of whatever it costs to enchant my wagon. The wagon is unlocked and there isn't anything valuable in it, the merchant replied. He mounted the horse. I'll be back after lunch to pick it up. Leif took his time examining the caravan master's wagon. He'd considered converting his own into something similar. It was nearly a blank slate. He admired its solidity and livability, but disliked the weight and excess wood. I'm not sure how good all this weight is for the animals that have to pull it, Leif muttered. He inspected the visible inner frame. Wood beams instead of the metal rods that his covered supply wagons used. All he truly needed was a supply wagon, since he wouldn't live in it or travel far beyond his homestead, maybe just hauling to Banner Elk Village. Nodding, Leif sketched a rough design in his notepad. I'll go with the covered supply wagon design, except I'll extend the tarp or canvas to cover the driver's bench, because I don't want to do like Bryce had to with an umbrella, Leif mused. And since I can make a storage device, I can make a chest or two and enchant it to hold all the tools and supplies. Grinning in satisfaction, Leif shifted focus to Kevin's wagon. Its interior was roughly twice the size of the carriage he'd ridden in. The same enchantment should work here, Leif muttered. An idea struck. He snapped his fingers. Enchanting the merchant's wagon was perfect for testing full climate control, not just cooling. This is all practice and should push my skill. The butthole wants an enchanted wagon, I'll give him an enchanted wagon. Leif donned his blacksmith apron and gloves. Lit the fire and added coal. He rummaged in the shop's storage and selected a flat iron piece 4 feet long, 2 inches wide, and an inch thick. This will do, Leif said to himself. He grabbed some 4-inch bolts and matching nuts. Back at the forge with 3 bolts, he measured 6 inches along the iron and punched a mark. He heated the iron to white hot, set the traditional hardy on the anvil, and grabbed a 4-pound hammer from the rack. Leif pulled the glowing iron, aligned it over the hardy at the mark, and hammered until it bent and snapped. He set the longer piece aside and reheated the 6-inch chunk to smooth and shape its edge. Once cool and smooth, Leif marked 2 spots an inch from each end for bolt holes. He heated the iron, punched 1 hole, let it cool, and tested a bolt. It was too tight. He reheated and widened it with a larger punch until it fit, then repeated for the other side and smoothed everything. Next, he marked 3 equal spots between the holes for gem indentations. Leif picked a large, refined opal, plus matching emerald and garnet. Those will do nicely, Leif said. He worked the metal until the spots held the gems securely, using the same lip technique as the bracelets. With that done, he engraved runes below the gems using his engraving pen. Garnet for heat, opal for cooling, emerald for shielding the wagon. Leif took the jeweled iron to the wagon and marked a spot inside beside the door at chest height. He drilled 2 holes with a crank drill, mounted it with bolts, and took a break. Kevin isn't going to like the bolts sticking out, but he'll have to get over it, Leif told himself once rested. The bolts protruded noticeably, so he fetched a hacksaw and cut them flush at the nuts. That looks better. At the forge, Leif hacked a 2-inch iron piece from stock, drilled a 1/2-inch hole near one end, and added a spot for quartz crystal below it. Once secure, he engraved runes like those on the lanterns. He mounted it below the roof center on the wagon's right side. Leif coated both iron pieces with 1/2 a vial of giant tortoise blood, willed his intent into the smaller first, then the larger. He checked his notices. You have created a quartz light. This small crystal mounted on a piece of iron will produce light. Value 500 crowns. You have created an enhanced Vardo. This Vardo's interior can be cooled or heated by use of the gems specified for that purpose. The Vardo is now shielded to withstand up to level 25 attacks. Value 25,000 crowns. Leif's eyes widened in shock. That turtle blood must be potent. Congratulations. Your blacksmith skill has reached level 5. He pulled up his levels. Leif craftsman. Class, level 6 enchanter. Skills. Enchanting, level 6. Crafter, level 7. Jeweler, level 6. Ceramist, level 3. Woodworker, level 4. Blacksmith, level 5. Weaver, level 1. Now, I just need to get my ceramist and woodworker skills up to 5. Leif tested the enchantments with a sledgehammer swung at the wagon's front left wheel. A soft green glow enveloped it. The hammer bounced off, flinging Leif into the dirt. That's awesome, Leif laughed, dusting off as his bracelet's healing kicked in. He stowed the hammer, entered the wagon, and toggled the heat and cool functions. They worked flawlessly. Now I know how to enchant the shop and my house whenever I build it. Exiting and shutting the door, Leif paused en route to the forge. Kevin is going to claim he doesn't have the money to pay me for my work. If the merchant took the wagon without paying, Leif wouldn't see a crown. Glancing between wagon and forge, he pondered. Is there a way I can temporarily stop the wagon from moving without enchanting it? Walking to the forge mid-thought, his eyes lit on the iron stock, then his hands. It's not the craziest idea I've ever had or heard of. Leif stoked the fire, heated the stock to white-hot, and snapped off a small chunk. No time for smoothing, as Kevin would return soon. He let it cool slightly and engraved runes. Halt movement of anything this metal touches. Only allow me to move this, Leif read. He coated it with tortoise blood, cut his thumb with his belt knife, added drops of his own blood, and willed intent. Dizziness hit. He staggered into the anvil, chugged his canteen, and felt his bracelet heal him. What the heck happened? You have created a halting ward. This ward will stop movement of any person, beast, or object this piece of iron is placed on. Only Leif craftsman may move the piece of iron or dismiss the ward. Value. Congratulations. Your enchanting skill has reached level 7. Your enchanter class has reached level 7. Holy, Leif trailed off. What are wards? I think I need to do some research. Dismissing the questions, he placed the warded iron on the wagon's front footrest. Kevin is going to be pissed, Leif told himself with a grin and shrug. Another idea sparked. If I can make an enchantment or ward to stop things from moving, then I should be able to do the same to stop people from entering the shop or opening the back gate even if they have the key. Leif's grin widened as he refilled his canteen at the spigot. He'd test new wards after Kevin paid or left. For now, more lights. You could have opened the gate for me, Kevin said after dismounting his horse. I was working, Leif replied as he shut the gate. On what? A new idea that I put in your wagon, Leif said. He wouldn't mention the extra quartz lights unless asked. He'd sell 2 if pressed. Oh, Kevin asked as he turned towards the wagon. His eyes widened in shock. He sputtered for a moment, making Leif grin. What did you do to my Vardo to make it worth 25,000 crowns? Leif took the sledgehammer over to the merchant. Swing this at your wagon. What? Take the sledgehammer and swing it at any part of your wagon, Leif repeated, pushing the hammer into Kevin's hands. He stepped away. I don't want to break my wagon, Kevin protested. You won't. The caravan master gave Leif a considering look, glanced at the wagon, adjusted his grip, and swung at the front left wheel. Like Leif, he flew back as the shield repelled it. Leif laughed. Kevin rose, glaring. He started to shout but stopped as his bracelet healed him. Leif retrieved the sledgehammer. You could have warned me, Kevin said at last. Leif shrugged. Had to make sure your bracelet worked. How strong is the Vardo's shield? Kevin asked. It'll stop level 25 attacks. Kevin frowned. The tortoise blood was level 50. I'm a low-level enchanter, and that shield is a little over 3 times my level, Leif explained. I think the results are quite good. Fair enough, the merchant replied. What else did you do? Go in and see, Leif said. Kevin climbed up but couldn't budge the iron ward. The wagon stayed put. Leif followed, slid the iron aside, and smiled. "What is this light thing?" Kevin asked, pointing at the quartz light. "It's like the enchanted lantern, except much smaller," Leif replied. Kevin looked around, eyes landing on the door-mounted iron. "What is that?" "That is the temperature control. I had to mount it," Leif answered. "Touch the garnet and the wagon will warm up. Touch the opal and the wagon will cool. The longer you touch either gem, the higher or lower the temperature will go." Kevin played with the gems and light for minutes, laughing throughout. Leif jumped down and jotted shop and gate ward ideas. Kevin emerged. "That is good work," the merchant said. Leif nodded, palming his notepad into storage disguised as his satchel. "I don't have 10,000 crowns to pay you." 12,750 crowns, Leif corrected. "What?" 12,750 crowns. "You're going to pay half of the value for my work, and you're fortunate that I'm not demanding more," Leif said. "You can't be serious." "I am." "It's my wagon," Kevin said, "and you can't stop me from taking it." "True, that is your wagon," Leif agreed. Kevin smiled. "But you're wrong about being able to take it." "What are you talking about? Are you going to stop me?" Kevin asked as he tried hitching his horse. The yoke shafts wouldn't lift. "You've already been stopped," Leif retorted. Kevin spun, spotted the iron, and tried prying it up. Leif laughed. "A halting ward, what is that?" "Something that stops all movement of whatever that piece of iron is on, and evidently the piece of iron itself," Leif answered. "I'll bring the guards down on your head." "You're assuming I let you leave to fetch them," Leif countered. Kevin blanched as Leif hefted the sledgehammer. "Now wait a minute, let's talk this over. We can work something out," the merchant pleaded. Leif stowed the hammer without a word. "What deal?" Leif asked. "We're leaving early, and I'll pay you when we return." "No, I'll give you a slight break on the price. 12,500 crowns either in ingots and refined gems or just refined gems," Leif said. "Once I have my money, you can have your Vardo." "That's..." "You tricked me into this one-sided agreement," Leif said, cutting the merchant off. "Either pay me what you owe or, better yet, release me from the contract, and I'll remove the enchantments from the wagon. Then we can go our separate ways." "Fine," Kevin said and mounted his horse. "I'll get your money." He rode to the gate. Leif opened it. "You know where to find me," Leif said. "I'll be here working." Kevin rode out without speaking, then reined in and turned. "Leif, I won't forget this insult." "I don't expect you will," Leif replied, closing the gate. Leif hung a thin steel plate on the gate, secured with large nails instead of bolts. A small ruby sat above engraved runes reinforcing the gate and fence, gathering and controlling ambient energy, allowing entry only to those he welcomed, and opening or shutting solely on his command. "I hope this works," Leif told himself. Kevin hadn't returned, and Leif suspected he'd bring muscle. He coated the runes and ruby with tortoise blood and his own drops, willed intent, and dizziness struck again. "That seems to happen every time I push myself when enchanting," Leif said aloud. He drank water and checked notices. "You have created an accessibility ward. This ward will reinforce the gate and fence's structure. The ward will keep out those not invited in and only allow the gate to open and close by order of Leif craftsman. This includes verbal commands. Value." "Open," Leif commanded. The gate swung wide. "Close." It reversed and latched. Unlocked, it still wouldn't budge when he pushed. Leif smiled. "That turned out much better than I hoped it would," Leif told himself, pulling an identical plate. "Now to hang the one on the front door." Leif was washing dishes the next morning after burning breakfast when Kevin returned, as expected, not alone. He'd sensed someone probing the back gate overnight. "I should have enchanted some way for the kitchen to always have fresh air instead of just regulating the temperature last night," Leif muttered. The shop now had full climate control like the Vardo, plus wards, 2 metal plates, one upstairs, one down. "Did you change the blasted locks?" Kevin yelled from the shop front. Leif finished dishes, opened the sitting room window. Something like that. The caravan master's eyes widened. Leif knew he suspected enchantment. Why? I got tired of having people barging in all the time. It's hard to get work done when that happens, Leif answered. And I'm glad I did. I could swear that someone tried to break in last night. You don't say, Kevin replied after sharing a look with Silas. Yep, Leif said. Don't worry, I'll get you a key at some point. I'd appreciate that, Kevin said. I've brought what we agreed on yesterday. Why don't you let us in? I hope this works, Leif muttered. What was that? Kevin asked. I said I'll let you in, Kevin Young, but none of the others, Leif answered. Kevin and Silas exchanged looks. You don't need 10 or more men to conclude our business from yesterday. Ride around to the gate, Kevin. I'll let you and your horse in unless you want to leave it with Silas and the others, Leif said. He shut the window and headed to the gate. Boss. What is it, Silas? Kevin asked. Leif watched, smiling. I can't go past the gate for some reason. What? None of us can, one of the other men said. Leif's smile grew. He muttered, It worked. Kevin spun in the saddle. What did you do? Me, I've done nothing, Leif innocently replied. Maybe the ghost of the previous owner doesn't want uninvited guests in his shop anymore. Ghost? One of the men asked. I found a letter from Torbjorn Saunderson, who owned this shop at one point, Leif replied, fighting a grin. He hadn't wanted to give this place up. I'm scared of ghosts, another said. Me too, Silas added. Leif, do you hear any bumps in the night? As I said before, it sounded like someone tried to break in last night. Maybe it was the ghost, one of the others said. Leif nodded. There are no ghosts, Kevin shouted. Oh, do you know something that might explain the noise I heard? Leif replied. No. Leif shrugged. Well, let's conduct business so I can get to work. I'm thinking I'll make a picnic table today and maybe try my hand at making a wood ring or two. Wood rings would be worthless, Kevin replied. They'll help raise my woodworker level, which will improve anything else I make from wood, Leif said, shrugging. Kevin rode into the courtyard. Leif shut the gate. Do you have my payment, or was this all bull crap to get into the shop? I have the money, Kevin said, dismounting. But first, I want to know what you did to the gate and front door. We both know there is no ghost. It's a ward, Leif said, fessing up. I want one for my wagon and another for my home, Kevin said. I don't know if I can recreate it, Leif said. Leif, cut the shit, Kevin angrily replied. The ward on the gate and door were made with a few drops of my blood, Leif said, as was the ward I placed on your wagon. Couldn't you just use a few drops of my blood instead of yours? I don't know. I'm still learning and figuring things out, Leif answered. He hedged slightly. What I do know is that an enchanter's blood can be used in place of monster blood for specific things. Figure it out then. I'll try. If any of your rich friends have any wards, ask them how it was done, Leif replied. You really think they would tell others, that if they would admit to having these wards? Some, yeah, people with a lot of money or in the nobility love to brag, Leif answered. Kevin laughed. So my payment. Here, Kevin said grudgingly, placing 8 1,000-crown ingots on the Vardo's footboard. He added a pouch. The rest is in the bag of gems. Leif opened the pouch, sapphires, rubies, emeralds. No way to verify value yet, but he stored it via satchel trick, resolving to craft a blood-keyed storage device. Thank you. He removed the iron ward, set it on a forge table. The wagon is ready for you. We'll be back in a week. I expect to see a lot of merchandise for me to sell when I get back, Kevin said as he hitched his horse. If not, there will be consequences. There's too many things I want to do, Leif mused aloud. Weaker skills called, plus an enchanted griddle, storage device, and more wards. He sighed. Skills first because I want to see if those rumors about class changes and evolutions are true. Besides, research can wait until I'm living at my homestead. From shop storage, Leif fetched 5 2x6 boards, 6 feet, 2 2x10s, 6 feet, 4 2x8s 6 feet, and 6 2x4s 5 feet, plus bolts, nuts, washers, and nails. I'd forget my head if it wasn't attached, Leif muttered. He based the picnic table on a Plymouth design, with attached benches. Using a wood saw, he cut a foot off the 2x8s, halved 2 into 30-inch pieces, confirming lengths, left 2 at 60 inches. The 2x6s stayed for tabletop, 2x10s for seats, 2x4s cut to 5 30-inch and 2 12-inch. Leif angled the 4 30-inch 2x8 ends at parallel 22 degrees for legs, and 45 degrees off the 60-inch 2x8s for braces. Laying a 30-inch 2x4 flat, he positioned legs into an inverted V, centered and clamped, drilled and bolted. He marked and slid a 60-inch brace to intersect the V at 10 inches, clamped, drilled, bolted, leveled, and squared, then repeated for the second assembly. I like how comfortable it feels in the shop this morning, Leif told himself with a smile. The climate enchantment kept sweat at bay despite morning heat. He sipped water, rested, and used the bathroom. Leif stood one leg frame into an A against a sawhorse, measured 5 feet, and positioned the second. He laid a 2x10 across braces, centered it beyond legs equally, clamped and nailed. He repeated for the other 2x10. 2x6s formed the tabletop over 2x4s. He centered, clamped, and nailed. Marking underside at 36 inches per end and center, Leif nailed 30-inch 2x4 cross braces. 2 remaining 30-inch 2x8s braced from cross to lower legs. He tested by sitting and shaking. It held firm. An hour sanding, then linseed oil coat and his maker's mark branded underneath. You have created a picnic table. This table can sit several people. Value 200 crowns. Nice, Leif told himself. He swept up, cleaned upstairs, and made lunch. That afternoon, Leif built 2 more 200-crown picnic tables and tidied the shop. Satisfied despite no levels or rings, he locked the double doors and headed upstairs. Now I just have to make something edible for supper, Leif told himself with a sigh. That'd be tougher. Too bad I can't learn cooking skills. It's also too bad I don't seem to be getting better at cooking. What can I getcha? The waitress asked. Leif had come to the Gold Leaf for breakfast. He was sure one of Kevin's people had tailed him, but hadn't recognized who. He didn't care. They couldn't enter the shop without permission anyway. She glanced at his notepad. Are you an artist? Not really, no. I'm a crafter, Leif answered. He looked up at the waitress. About his age, with black hair, brown eyes, a button nose, dark skin, and a name tag reading Vera. Seeing her curiosity about his sketch, he explained. This is a sketch for a long table and benches. Like we have here. Exactly. Are the legs the excess? Vera asked. Yeah, you have good eyes, Leif replied. She smiled. And a pretty smile. Her smile widened. What do you want for breakfast? I was thinking grits and ham gravy again. But you're not sure, Vera guessed. Leif nodded. Have you tried our biscuits and gravy or rice and tomato gravy? No, both sound good though. Vera, which would you recommend? Leif replied. At least you weren't just looking at my breasts, Vera said. I wasn't, Leif replied. Under his breath, he added, not too much anyway. Most people would probably say the biscuits and gravy, Vera answered, another smile on her face. But I would suggest the rice and tomato gravy along with cheese biscuits, hash browns, and a piece of ham or fresh sausage. I'm not keen on smoked sausage unless it's winter and we can't get fresh. All right, I'll take your suggestions except with bacon instead of ham or sausage, Leif said, and sweet tea for my drink. Uh-huh, Vera said, beaming. I'll be right back with your tea. Thanks, Leif replied. He returned to his sketch instead of watching her walk away, adding 2 V-shaped braces under the table linking to a center leg brace between the X legs. Bracing the benches that way would simplify them to A-frames. Leif's tea was refilled. Without looking up from his plate, he murmured, Thanks, Vera. I'm not Vera, but you're welcome, a masculine voice replied. Leif looked up in alarm. I'm sorry, sir, Leif quickly said, embarrassed. The man laughed and extended a hand. Leif shook it. "Don't worry about it. I'm Sam and this is my tavern. Vera is my daughter," the man said. He glanced at the counter sketch, then back. "Vera said you're a crafter." "Yes, sir." "She also said you were working on a sketch for a table," Sam said. Leif nodded. "May I see it?" "Sure," Leif said, pulling the notepad from his satchel with a flourish. He flipped to the sketch and slid it over. "This is it." "Not a bad design. I've seen similar before," Sam said. "With the X legs?" Leif asked. Sam nodded. Leif smiled. "Figures I'm not the first to think of that." Sam laughed. "There's probably very little that hasn't been invented at some point or another in our past." "True," Leif agreed. "It's just a matter of rediscovering it. Or stumbling across some ancient plans or having someone teach it to you," Sam said. Leif nodded. "You're the crafter Kevin Young has under contract, aren't you?" "Yes," Leif answered a little sullenly. "How do you know?" "Sela's and Kevin's. Other employees come in here a lot and run their mouths," Sam answered. "Ugh. It's not that bad. My advice is to make what you want." "Thanks for the advice. You're the second person to tell me that, and I do intend to make only what I want," Leif said. "Then you'll be fine and hopefully come out of this with more crowns than you had when you arrived in Raleigh," Sam replied. Leif nodded. "Why were you asking about my sketch?" Leif asked, glancing around the tavern. "Your tables look fine." "They are. My wife and I have been thinking about adding a few outside and extending our roof to cover them for outside dining on these warm summer nights," Sam said. "Ah, that makes sense," Leif replied. He sketched the picnic tables he'd built. "You'd probably be better off with picnic tables like this." "Attached benches?" Sam asked. Leif nodded. "How long would it take you to build 2 of these?" "I built 3 of them yesterday," Leif replied. "The system valued them at 200 crowns each." "Really?" "Yes, sir." "I want to see them," Sam said. "Kevin put you up in the old Cartwright shop, didn't he?" "Yes, sir." "I'll come by mid-morning after breakfast." "I have to sell the tables to Kevin, or at least give him first option," Leif said. "Don't worry about that," Sam replied. "I'll bring Kevin with me. He won't leave the city until after lunch today. Too many of his people were in here drinking late last night to get an early start today." "I'll see you later then," Leif said, shaking Sam's hand again. He settled his bill and left. Leif hammered the last brace under the long table, sat on a bench, and sipped from his canteen. Mid-morning had arrived without Sam or Kevin. He shrugged, fetched linseed oil, and applied a coat to finish the table and benches. "You have created a long table and matching benches. This table can sit several people. Value 300 crowns. "Ha!" Leif exclaimed. The extra value likely came from the separate benches and extra work. "Leif." "That's Kevin," Leif told himself unnecessarily. He stowed the oil and opened the front door to admit Kevin, Sam, and Sela's. "You lock Kevin out?" Sam asked after Leif shut the door. "I lock everybody out," Leif replied, grinning. "It makes sense since he's here alone," Kevin said. Sam nodded. "Let's see these picnic tables." "Right this way," Leif said, leading them to the workshop. "It feels nice in here," Sela's remarked. "It does," Sam agreed. Kevin frowned at Leif. "You're right, it does feel nice in the shop today. This afternoon will probably make up for it, though," Leif said. The others nodded. He pointed eagerly. "Those are the picnic tables, and that is a long table I just finished." Sam and Kevin circled the tables. Sela's plopped onto a picnic bench. Leif leaned against a wall, waiting. "These picnic tables aren't bad at all," Sam said. "They're a little basic," Kevin countered. Sam nodded. "True, but they're just right for what we have in mind," Sam replied. "I'll give you 500 crowns for the 3 of them as long as you deliver to the tavern." "Come on, Sam. You know they're worth more than that," Kevin said. "You said Leif told you what they were worth on the way over here." "That's true," the tavern owner replied. "The long table is worth 300, Leif chimed in. Kevin glared, Sam laughed. "Did you put your mark on the tables?" Kevin asked Leif. Underside of the tabletop on the right end of all of them, Leif replied. That table is nicer than the picnic tables, but not something I need or want at this time, Sam said. I think I know someone that would want it, Kevin said. Leif shrugged. The merchant and tavern owner haggled briefly, settling on 535 crowns for the picnic tables, which surprised Leif. Kevin's crew loved Sam's place, after all. Sam paid Kevin and left. Silas followed to fetch wagons. Here, your pay for all 4 tables, Kevin said, setting 2 100-crown gold ingots on the long table. You're joking, Leif said. No, check the contract. I can pay up to half value, but I'm not required to do so, the caravan master replied, smug. And I personally don't think these tables are worth more than 50 crowns each. That's business, Kevin said. He walked out without another word. Leif secured the jeweled steel plate to the tub. Kevin's stinginess had fueled his anger, so he'd pounded metal at the forge, crafting another plate with red and blue moonstones as controls. He examined the runes. Heat water, cool water, purification, and energy gathering and control, Leif muttered. I should have thought of the purification part for my canteen. He coated the runes with saber raccoon blood and willed his intent. You have created a climate-controlled bathtub. This bathtub purifies water. It will heat and cool water according to the user's desire by touching the red and blue gemstones. Value 1,000 crowns. Leif laughed. That was perfect. He cleaned up and stowed tools. I can't wait to try that tonight, but first I need to go buy another canteen or 2. The 2 canteens cost Leif 50 crowns, pure robbery. No shop sold below 25, despite haggling, and most demanded 30. All were identical quality, likely from one smith. He wouldn't be surprised. Leif unsheathed one, took it to the forge, and forge-welded a tiny plate holding an amethyst, chosen for its water ties. Resheathed, it hid well, with only a slight bulge if scrutinized. Satisfied, he engraved runes along the edge inside, as with his ever-cooling canteen. He'd bought a notebook for enchanting runes and a new notepad for sketches on a whim. Gather moisture from air, replenish water, chill water, purification, gather and control energy flow, Leif read. Hopefully this works. He nearly used raccoon blood but paused. This was complex. Tortoise blood instead. He coated runes and willed intent. Cold, Leif exclaimed, yanking hands away and resheathing. His bracelet soothed the frostbite. The notice read, You have created a pure glacial canteen. This canteen will never run out of purified, chilled water. Value 2,500 crowns. The canteen sloshed. Leif's eyes widened. The enchantment is already pulling moisture from the air to create water. He waited, jiggling periodically until full, then sipped. Ice cold, refreshing, crisp. A longer drink confirmed it. That's the best water I've ever had, Leif told himself. He capped and stored it. Enchanting the second could wait for a better idea. Leif stowed his pen, swept shavings, copied notes to new books, then headed downstairs for a wooden ring despite the late hour. He'd burn the old notebook in the forge. Leif sought a 2-inch block from a 1x4 walnut board, then 2 spares, better safe. He didn't want a 1-inch wide ring, so he halved 1 block's thickness. I can always sand off more if half an inch is too thick, Leif told himself post-cut. He sanded the cut smooth. Marking the center, he clamped it in the vise as sunset fell. He activated a quartz light from inventory, added 2 more to illuminate the shop, then used a compass and ring mandrel to draw a circle slightly larger than his size. Drilling the center hole splintered badly. He scrapped it. On the second block, he drilled, filed, and sanded to the circle's edge. Fitting his finger confirmed the hole. He drew an outer circle for 1 8-inch thickness, coped excess with a saw, then filed and sanded to shape. Trying it on, he thinned and narrowed further until satisfied. That's good enough. Finer sandpaper smoothed it, linseed oil finished. He engraved storage runes inside like his bracelet, plus access only to him and ottery size. Coated in tortoise blood and his own drops, he willed intent. Dizziness dropped him to the floor. Glacial canteen water revived him. Notices flooded. Congratulations, you have created a personal storage ring. This wooden ring will store up to 500 pounds in stasis, regardless of size. This ring can only be used as a storage device by Leif craftsman. It will resize itself to always fit his finger. Value 30,000 crowns. Congratulations, your enchanting skill has reached level 8. Your jeweler skill has reached level 7. Your woodworker skill has reached level 5. Your crafter skill has reached level 8. Your enchanter class has reached level 8. Leif checked skills. Leif craftsman. Class, level 8 enchanter. Skills. Enchanting, level 8. Crafter, level 8. Jeweler, level 7. Ceramist, level 3. Woodworker, level 5. Blacksmith, level 5. Weaver, level 1. Pushing myself is definitely the way to improve my skills and levels, Leif told himself. He transferred money and enchanting gear, then everything else. Now I need to clean up and make something to eat, then take a nice, relaxing bath. Tomorrow I'll start working on pottery. Hi, Vera, Leif said, sitting at the gold leaf counter. He'd missed the morning rush. Good morning, the waitress replied. You're here quite a bit later than you were yesterday. I worked late last night and overslept, Leif replied. Looks like you need more sleep instead of something to eat, Vera said. I didn't sleep well, Leif admitted. He'd woken twice from nightmares. I kept having nightmares. Does that happen a lot? Sometimes. Maybe you should talk to someone about them, Vera suggested. Yeah, thanks for the advice, Leif replied, smiling. Vera yawned. Excuse me, I hate working mornings, especially after working my normal night shift. Understandable, Leif replied. She smiled back. Know what you want for breakfast? Vera asked. Leif eyed the menu. 2 fresh sausage biscuits and a cup of coffee, Leif answered. I'm not that hungry but need something and a little pick-me-up. Good choices. I'll be right back with the coffee, and the biscuits will only take a couple of minutes to be done, the waitress said. That was great as usual, Leif said as Vera cleared his empty plate and cup. I'll tell Mom. Are you sure you don't want anything else? I'm sure, Leif replied as he paid. He paused. On second thought, do you know of anywhere I can buy some pottery tools? Pottery tools? Yeah, I could make my own, but I just want to start working instead of having to make tools first, Leif replied. You make pottery too? Yeah, my ceramist skill is one of my weaker skills, and I want to get it to at least level 5. Huh, that's good to know because sometimes folks get rowdy at night and break things, Vera said. Leif laughed. I don't know of anywhere that sells those sorts of things. Let me ask Mom. Thanks, Leif replied. He watched her walk away this time. That was a quick 50 crowns spent this morning, Leif muttered, returning to the shop. Worth it, though. Good meal and full pottery tool set for basics like mugs, plates, bowls, pots. Near the shop, city bells rang wildly. What is going on? Seek cover, guards shouted. Screams of monster attack echoed. A monster attack here, Leif asked aloud. That wasn't supposed to happen in the capital. It's rare, but does happen, an older woman told him, hustling indoors. You better get inside. A guard yelled, Take cover, you fool. It's a pair of obsidian falcons, another guard shouted, sprinting past. Oh shit, the first guard bolted after. The guards running away can't be a good sign, Leif told himself, sprinting to the shop. Leif dashed through to the workspace, the double doors ajar from last night. Shutting them, a piercing scream pierced the air. Looking up, he saw a massive bird diving straight at him, trajectory slamming it over the fence. A green flash and crash sounded as it hit. What the heck? Leif wondered aloud. The bird was gone. He slammed the doors and hunkered inside. Bells chimed later, attack over, Leif assumed. Instead of pottery, he started soup. At least I can't burn that too badly. He considered checking for bird remnants, but shook his head. Guard's job. Soup simmering, Leif inspected the courtyard. Voices beyond the gate drew him closer, young ones. He opened it, stepping into the alley. 3 boys loomed over the huge bird. A girl pinned beneath cried. "We have to get it off her," one boy said. "Let's just harvest what we can off it before the guards get here," another said. "The guards will get it off Kara when they come to harvest it." "Don't leave this thing on me," the girl cried. "My arm hurts." "Quiet," the oldest boy snapped. "Not so loud or we'll get in even more trouble." Leif nearly left them, but Kara's cry decided him. "What's going on here?" Leif demanded. The boys spun, the eldest drew a knife. "It's the guy that lives in the haunted shop," the youngest said. "Let's run," a second suggested. "You best be minding your own business," the oldest told Leif, waving the knife. "Maybe 12 or 13. This is our find." "Help me," Kara cried. "I want my mommy, my arm hurts." "Hang on, I'll get the bird off you," Leif called. He advanced, the boy jabbed. Leif slapped his wrist, sending the knife flying into the gate. Green flash, the blade disintegrated. "My knife. Did you see that?" The knife vanished. Ignoring them, Leif approached the obsidian falcon. Grasping wings cut his hands. He recoiled, bleeding. "The wings are razor sharp," one boy said. "You owe me a knife," the oldest yelled. The youngest stared as Leif pulled a healing potion from his satchel and drank. His amulet had already healed, but showmanship mattered. "That'll set me right," Leif said. "I've never seen a healing potion work that fast before," the youngest said. "That was fast," the oldest agreed. "I've seen one of the guard captains do something like that," the third said. "You have not," the oldest replied. Kara cried. Leif gripped the head remnant and heaved. The monster was heavy. "Pull her out from under it." The boys stared. "Now," Leif ordered. They dragged her free by feet. He dropped it and knelt. Removing his amulet, "Kara, I want you to wear my lucky charm, okay?" "Why?" the girl cried, cradling her arm. "It'll help make you feel better, I promise," Leif answered. He sat her up, donned the amulet, then scooped her. "Let's get you inside and see if we can fix you up. I have some more healing potions inside the shop." "Okay," Kara replied, sobbing. Leif glanced back at the starring boys. "Why are you helping?" the oldest boy asked. "Because Kara needs it," Leif replied. "That's all," the other boys asked together. Leif nodded. "Well, come on, you 3, Leif called. They eyed the falcon greedily. "Do you think you can harvest that thing without hurting yourselves?" "I can if I had my knife," the oldest said. Leif shifted Kara to his shoulder. "What's your name?" Leif asked the oldest. "Nate." "And the others?" "Larry and Scott," Nate answered as they turned back to the bird. "I'm Leif," Leif replied. Kara's eyes widened, fingering the amulet. He shushed her. Kara nodded, smiling. Leif decided, likely to regret it. "Nate, Larry, and Scott, follow Kara and me into the courtyard," Leif told them. "I'll give you some vials and tools to use so you can harvest the falcon if you can." "Really?" Scott asked. "Truly," Larry asked. Leif nodded. "What's the catch?" Nate asked. "Only that you return my tools and I get to buy what I want from your harvest," Leif answered. "I can use the blood to make more health potions and hopefully use the parts to make things out of." Nate thought, "You have a deal." Leif set Kara on a workshop bench. "Sit here for a minute, all right?" She nodded, looking around. The boys did too. "I want my mommy." "All right, let's get you cleaned up first," Leif said. Her arm oozed. He cleaned and bandaged it. "You have a lot of tools," Larry said. "I have enough for now," Leif replied, fetching his canteen. "Kara, the water is cold, so sip slowly." She sipped skeptically, eyes widened. "It is cold," Leif grinned, rummaged a cabinet and pulled a potion. "Kara, drink this. It'll make you feel much better." "You're really going to just give Kara a healing potion?" Scott asked. "Yeah, I said I would and I keep my word," Leif answered. Kara drank, grimaced. Leif offered the canteen. She sipped. "That bad, huh?" "Yes." Leif and boys laughed. Kara giggled. "You said you would give us tools," Nate said. No, I said I would loan you tools, Leif corrected. I need them back so I can do my work. Even though you have all those others, Scott asked. Yes, Leif answered. Most of these tools are used for different purposes. How much stuff do you make? Larry asked. That's a forge in the yard, Scott said. And woodworking tools in here, Nate added as Leif selected coping saws from a rack. I don't have any knives you can use, so you'll have to make do with coping saws, pliers, and tongs, Leif said. Kevin had reclaimed the weapon cart after Leif refused enchanting. And how are we going to harvest the blood without a knife? Nate asked. Cut the bird's neck with a saw, Leif answered, handing saws. I'm loaning you 2 coping saws just in case. He grabbed pliers, led to forge for tongs, distributed. What are the pliers for? Nate asked. Didn't you guys say the feathers were sharp? Leif asked. They nodded. The tongs and pliers will help you pull out the feathers without having to worry as much about cutting your fingers and hands. Vials, Larry prompted. Right, Leif agreed, handing 6 empties from satchel. This is all I have. We have some stashed nearby, Nate said. You want to buy all the blood we get? Yeah, and some of the other parts like feathers and talons if you can get them off safely. That can be expensive, Larry said. Very expensive, Scott added. Oh yeah, Leif asked, grinning. They nodded. How expensive? Most of the alchemists give us a crown for every vial of blood we sell, Larry said. Other parts we get 2 crowns for. And I know they charge a lot more than that for it when they sell the blood to customers, Nate said. We'll want more than just a crown to sell the blood to you. Let's see what you're able to get from the monster before talking price. I promise I'll pay you fairly, Leif replied. I also want one of you to go and get Kara's mom. Why? Nate asked. Because she is an injured little girl that wants her mommy, Leif answered. Larry and Nate eyed Scott. How about it, Scott? I'll pay you 10 crowns to go bring Kara's mom here. Scott pondered. I'll do it, money first. Half now, half when you get back, Leif said, handing 5 crowns. Scott pocketed them, passed pliers to Larry, and ran. Right, time to get to work, Nate told Larry. They exited. Leif returned to Kara. Feeling better, Kara? Leif asked, checking the bandage. Bleeding stopped. Scott is going to get your mom and bring her here. Thank you, I feel better. My arm stopped bleeding, Kara answered. She glanced around. It feels nice in here, but it's hot outside. That's true, Leif agreed, discarding the bloody cloth. More magic? Kara asked, fingering the amulet. Could be, Leif replied. It's an old building. That's true. This place has been here for longer than I've been able to walk, Kara agreed knowingly. She yawned. I'm sleepy. That's probably the potion, Leif said. Want to take a nap? Yeah. Do you want to sleep in my bed upstairs while I do some work down here? Leif asked. Her eyes widened in fright. She shook her head. This place is haunted, Kara exclaimed. I want to stay near you until my mommy gets here. This shop isn't really haunted, but all right. Let's get my bedroll and I'll spread it out in a corner for you to take a nap, Leif said. Would that be all right? Yeah. Leif glanced at Kara, asleep on his bedroll seconds after lying down. He hoped no nightmares plagued her. Deciding on a project, pottery tempted, but something for Kara and the boys more. He snapped his fingers. I got it. From ring stock, he drew a simple plumeria flower on a block. A master's wife had loved such trees. Coping saw rough-cut petals, carving knife refined. Smiling, he hadn't whittled in ages. He drilled a petal hole, shaped, sanded, oiled, and strung on thin leather, knotted. He considered enchanting, but held off. Too many questions. Notice. You have created a wooden plumeria flower necklace. This necklace is simply jewelry. Value 25 crowns. Leif started as Kara sat nearby, watching. How long have you been up? Leif asked. A few minutes. Did you make that? Kara answered. Leif nodded. It's pretty. Thank you. Are you feeling well now? Yep. I'm glad you're feeling better. This is for you. It is, truly. Yes. Come here and I'll take mine back and we'll see how this one fits you. Okay, Kara happily agreed. Leif swapped amulets, the flower hung to her belly. That strap is way too big on you, Leif said. The flower is pretty, and I really like it, but it doesn't feel as good as yours does, Kara said as he removed it. He shortened the strap. Is that so? Hi. I've brought Kara's mom, Scott shouted from the gate. Mommy, Kara exclaimed. Kara, what's your last name? Sowers, the little girl answered. Why don't you go show your mommy that you're all right? I'll tie this into a knot and bring it to you, Leif said. Okay, Kara replied, running off. I'm such a sucker for a pretty face even when they're children, Leif told himself, eyeing the necklace and bloody cloth. He knotted the strap, flipped it, and grabbed his engraving pen. Just get it over with before you come to your senses. Are you not good at tying knots? Kara asked as Leif passed the gate. Leif laughed. I had to go to the bathroom, Leif fibbed. Mommy, look at my new necklace, Kara happily said. The sullen boys looked up from staring at the ground. Kara pulled her mother aside. Ah, Leif muttered, tongue lashing incoming. He knelt, donned the necklace. Kara hugged and spun for her mom. Louder, you must be Mrs. Sowers, I'm Leif craftsman. I am Margaret Sowers, Kara's mother replied. Pretty but worn, like many village folk ground down by hard lives. Thank you for taking care of Kara. It was my pleasure to help her, Leif said. Kara fingered the necklace, eyeing him. May I speak to you in private for a moment, Mr. Craftsman? Margaret asked. Leif shrugged. Sure, let's step into the courtyard. Kara hugged again, whispering, My necklace feels like yours now. It does, Leif whispered back. She nodded. Keep that a secret, but maybe share the necklace with your mom some nights. Okay, Kara replied, stepping back, eyeing her mom thoughtfully. Leif addressed the boys. Guys, I'll be right back. He led Margaret inside. I can't afford to pay you for the health potion, Margaret said. Perhaps I could pay off the debt by cleaning for you or something. Leif pondered. No need for cleaning, but a cook. Her trailing off suggested more. She was attractive, maybe mutual. Eyes widening, he cut in. No, ma'am. Mrs. Sowers, you don't have to do anything, Leif quickly replied. There is no debt. But, I mean it, Leif said. Some offered bodies for debts, life's cruelty. I helped because I was able to, and it was the right thing to do, not because I wanted anything for doing so. That's rare, Margaret said. Leif nodded. Most people always want something for helping others. Leif shrugged. I wasn't raised that way. I was raised to do the job you're paid to do and do it well. But I was also raised to help others if you could. Sounds like you're from a small village, Margaret said. People often help each other in smaller villages. I was born in Edenton, and then bounced around a lot of other small fishing villages the last few years, Leif said. That explains it then, Margaret replied. She hugged him. Leif returned it, surprised. Thank you. You're welcome, Leif said. They emerged. Margaret frowned at the boys. Your mothers are going to be upset with you three, Margaret said. Why? Leif asked. Harvesting monsters can be dangerous. Did you know this was here? Yeah, Leif said. The bird hit the fence hard and killed itself. And you didn't want to harvest it? Margaret asked. Nate and the others were already here and had staked their claim to it, Leif answered. So, I decided to buy whatever they harvested instead. We were able to get 10 vials of blood and 10 feathers, Nate smugly announced. The corpse dissolved. Leif hadn't known that happened. He'd never harvested. Mrs. Sowers, do you know how much the local shops charge for that stuff? Leif asked. Obsidian, falcon, blood, and feathers, Margaret asked. Boys nodded. The blood goes for 25 crowns a vial, but I don't know about the feathers. All right, thank you, Leif replied. To Nate, does Kara get part of your fee even though she didn't do any of the work? Boys exchanged looks, then eyed Kara smiling. Yes, Nate finally answered. Kara usually keeps watch for us and helps clean our harvest. Kara, her mother exclaimed. Kara shrugged sheepishly, grinning. Leif stifled laughter as boys chuckled. Can I get a necklace like Kara, except not a flower? Scott asked. Me too, Larry added. I'll make you 3 sword or shield necklaces tomorrow morning, Leif replied. No enchanting, he vowed. Come by tomorrow afternoon for them. Thanks, the 2 younger boys said. Yeah, thanks, Nate said, feigning nonchalance. What about our money? Nate added. I'll pay 400 crowns for everything, Leif said. We can't accept that much, Margaret protested. That's 100 crowns each, Nate said. It's fair pay for the work, Leif replied. It's also cheaper than the shops would charge me. That's true, Margaret agreed. Right, Leif said, clapping. Let's go back to the shop so I can pay you. Bring my tools. All right, Nate replied. Mrs. Sowers, will you make sure the boys get home safely with their money? Leif asked. I'll be happy to, Margaret replied. You have created a soothing plumeria flower amulet. This amulet will protect against attacks up to level 10 and heal wounds over time for Kara Sowers and those of her blood. For any others, it will be just a cheap, carved wooden necklace. This amulet also hides its enchantment and control gem. Value 8,000 crowns. Leif dismissed the notice. No level, no push beyond hiding. Surprising, but it worked. He smiled, cleaning the shop. Now, I just need to get those single runes to work, Leif told himself. You have created a sword and shield necklace. This necklace is simply jewelry. Value 25 crowns. You have created a cross swords necklace. This necklace is simply jewelry. Value 25 crowns. You have created a double-bladed axe necklace. This necklace is simply jewelry. Value 25 crowns. Leif dismissed the notices. He admired the pieces, especially using pommels as loops for axe and sword, with a drilled center for crossed swords. Enchanting tempted him, but he couldn't for everyone, not yet. He'd let the boys choose. Checking the clay, he noted it dried faster than expected under tarp. A small wooden tub for workable batches near the spigot and drain would help. He could wet and reuse easily. Time to get to work, Leif told himself. Leif rolled a 4x4-inch square of clay 1/4-inch thick with the pottery kit's roller. Compass marked a 3-inch circle. Craft knife cut it. Next, an 8x6-inch rectangle, also 1/4-inch. Pottery rib compressed base and wall. He scored the base's outer edge and rectangle's lower inner side, brushed slip, clay water mix on scores, and wrapped the wall around the base until ends met. Knife trimmed excess. He scored and slipped ends, meshing seamlessly. The cup measured 3 inches round, 6 inches tall. Basic, but it'll do, Leif said aloud. Now I just need to make a couple dozen more. Wait, I need to mark it first. He pressed the branding iron to the bottom. The cup crumbled upright. Well, poo on me, Leif muttered. Rebuilding, he made 5 more, setting all 6 on a wood block in the sun to dry. Are you sure there's nothing else we can do for you? Nate asked, fingering the axe necklace. I'm sure, Leif answered. The boys looked dejected. Kara's not with you guys today. Her mom says she still needs to recover from her injury, Scott answered. She's probably grounded, Nate said. The others nodded. We can help you work, Larry offered. I'm not good enough to teach others yet, Leif replied. And hopefully Kara is just recovering and not in any trouble. You don't have to teach us. We can just carry things or do other menial tasks, Nate said. Scott and Larry nodded. I don't really need any extra hands to make pottery, Leif said, pointing at sun-drying cups. It's simple work and only requires 2 hands. Oh, all 3 boys said. Tell you what, I might need runners from time to time, Leif said. They perked up. I ate a fried beef sandwich the other day with cut potatoes. You mean a hamburger and fries at the Fat Tomcat pub, Nate said. That was the place. Is that what they call their food? Only what you had, Larry said. Hamburgers are good, Scott said. All right, why don't you 3 go to the pub and get me a hamburger and fries? Wait, make it 2 hamburgers, Leif said, the second for supper. He pouched 20 crowns for Nate. Why there, get yourselves something to eat too. The food won't be hot when we return, Nate said. I know, I can always reheat it, Leif replied. The fat cat offers a lot of choices to put on your hamburger. You know, like lettuce, tomato, and the like. Do you want any of that on yours? Nate said, tucking the pouch inside his shirt. The one I had was just the meat on a bun, Leif replied. Hamburgers are even better with cheese on them, Scott said. They melt the cheese on them, Larry added. That sounds good. Get mine with melted cheese, Leif said. Thanks for the suggestion. You're welcome, Scott and Larry replied. All right, get, Leif told them. I'll expect you back in an hour or so since you need to eat too. Leif rolled a foot-square clay slab to 1/8-inch thick, compressed, and compass-marked a 10.5-inch circle, trimming excess. Fingers curled the rim upward all around, pottery ribs smoothed. After brief drying, clay shredder evened lumps, rib refined the edge. Satisfied, he set it on a sunblock. Now to make 5 more, Leif told himself. Do you need anything else? Nate asked post-lunch delivery. No, Leif answered. How many crowns do you have left? 5, Nate answered. We left a tip. That's fine, keep the rest, Leif said. But you bought us lunch, Larry protested. Yeah, and I'm tipping you guys the 5 crowns, Leif replied. You work fast, Scott said, eyeing plates and cups. Not really. Plates and cups are easy to make once you get the hang of it, though, Leif said. Want us to bring you lunch tomorrow? Nate asked. Leif thought and shook his head. Check back with me in a couple of days. I have some food I need to eat before it goes bad. All right, Nate replied. We'll see you in a couple of days then. Stay safe and go have some fun, Leif said. The boys nodded and left. Leif loaded cups and plates into the kiln, covered it, lit the fire, and added coal until hot enough. That night, he banked it, cooled, and inventoried the pottery. They're all right, Leif told himself. Notices. You have created clay cup 6. These are simple clay cups. Value 5 crowns. You have created clay plate 6. They are simple clay plates. Value 5 crowns. Yeah, not too shabby. I'm going to have to make a lot of them, add some artistic flair to my pottery, or enchant it to raise my level, though. Several days later. Why can't I just enter my property anymore? Kevin shouted as Leif led him through the front door. And don't tell me you changed the locks. My people never saw a locksmith, or you work on the door or gate. Leif shrugged. Must be the ghost. Don't give me that rubbish. It seems only people I allow in are allowed in, Leif said. He recalled the deed. It's almost like I own the shop. Which you don't because I bought it. Leif shrugged again. Is there a purpose of your visit? Business perhaps, or do you just want to shout at me? The merchant took a calming breath. Show me what you've done since I've been gone. Follow me, Leif said, leading to the workshop. This is all you made the entire time I was gone? Kevin Young asked, gesturing to pottery crates. I made the crates too, Leif replied smugly. And I got my ceramist skill up to level 4. I'm so happy for you, Kevin said sarcastically. Leif grinned. He enjoyed irking him. Just how much of this stuff is there? 6 crates of 12 cups, 4 crates of 24 plates, and 8 crates of 4 pots, Leif read from his notepad. Kevin's eyes twitched. Leif suppressed a smile. You spent the week doing nothing but pottery. That's the second time you've asked that. I just can't believe that's all you did, Kevin exclaimed. You want the money too. Leif opened a plate crate, held one up white with simple painted flower. Kevin looked unimpressed. This plate is worth 10 crowns despite my lack of artistic skill. There's 23 more just like it in the crate. That's 240 crowns, Leif said. A few of the other crates contain plates or cups with different designs of the same value. Only 1 crate of each pottery type is lower valued at 5 crowns per piece. Kevin thought, that's 1,600 crowns for your higher valued pottery and 200 crowns for your lesser work. Yep, 1,800 crowns aren't a bad week's worth of work, Leif said, restowing the plate. He pointed behind Kevin. There's also 24 wooden jewelry pieces on that table. Kevin examined the carved animals, flowers, and detailed weapons, nicer than the boys' necklaces. None of these are worth more than 25 crowns, Kevin said. That's another 600 crowns worth of jewelry, Leif said. It was also something I could do easily enough while the pottery was in the kiln that raised my woodworker skill to 6. I'll give you 1,000 crowns for all of it, Kevin said smugly. Leif shook his head. Fine, Leif replied. I'm going to make more pottery until I get the ceramist skill up to level 5. After that, we'll see how things go. Fine, Kevin said. He knew the pottery would sell. We'll be here a few days to rest and make more arrangements. Then my caravan will be back on the road and going west. Leif shrugged. Doesn't matter to me unless you're letting me out of the contract. Not a chance, Kevin said and laughed. I'll be back later with some lads to collect the pottery and pay you. Not so fast, Leif said as Kevin reached for jewelry. What? You can pick that up once you pay for it, Leif said, approaching. Until then, the jewelry belongs to me. Kevin raised hands and backed off. I'll be back. I need another load of clay, Leif called to his retreating back. We'll bring it, Kevin said without looking. Leif brushed scale from the 18x 24-inch carbon steel sheet to cool. An hour post Kevin's crew hauling crates, he'd pocketed 900 crowns for pottery, jewelry, and the last hurricane lantern, totaling 12,500 in gems crowns. Kevin docked 300 for clay. Leif hadn't argued the lantern, saying he'd make another. The sheet was his griddle top, a week's project nearing perfection. 18x 24-inch steel box with foldable, locking legs. While cooling, Leif tested the front knob. Centered ruby on bottom plate linked by engraved lines to 4 front notches. Off low, medium, high. Knob arrow pointed settings. Lines would extend under cooktop post engraving. All right, you need to learn to not do research when you should be just focusing on your skills, Leif told himself. Simple runes, energy gather, energy control, heat to setting, no heat to setting. He engraved cooktop underside, added hinges to box back wall. It fit. He'd access runes ruby to finish. The box needs to be secure once it is closed, Leif muttered, adding seal on close rune. That should do it. Obsidian falcon blood thinly coated runes, ruby lines, testing minimal use. Hands over, he willed intent. Blue glow, dizziness. You have created a small enchanted cooktop. This griddle will cook any food placed directly on it or in a pan or pot placed on it. The heat is controlled by the knob. Value 2,500 crowns. A small cooktop? Well, that gives me an idea of making a larger one for my house whenever I get to my homestead, Leif told himself, grinning. No level, but he didn't care. Rubbing hands, now to try my hand at using this thing. That was surprisingly good, Leif said post-steak. I may not be able to cook using a regular pot or pan, but I may have found my knack with grilling or frying food. Smiling, he cleaned. Thought struck. Maybe I should enchant the forge to not be so loud. Hopefully that will work without needing a gem since this is one simple task, Leif told himself, eyeing runes engraved on a forge roof post. Connected by roof, no lines needed. Muffle hammering sound, Leif read. Falcon blood via griddle brush, hands on willed intent. You have created a minor muffle sound enchantment. This enchantment will muffle the sound of hammering in the forge. Value. Huh, Leif muttered, implying scalable muffling. Hammer struck anvil, bell-like, not clang. I guess it worked. Yawning, he cleaned, grabbed quartz light, and headed in for bath and bed. Hi, Vera, Leif greeted, sitting at the gold leaf counter. Good morning, Vera replied. Your picnic tables are a hit and Dad said he wants 2 more of them. Really? Yeah, some people love eating lunch and dinner outside. Huh, I can do that, Leif said, but... Yeah, he knows he has to talk to Kevin Young to buy them. Yeah, that's true, but what I started to say is I'm currently focusing on pottery. You'll make the tables, Vera said confidently. She smiled. You like eating here too much not to. Good point, Leif replied. Vera's smile grew. I think I'll try the biscuits and gravy this morning. Want orange juice or tea to drink? Orange juice, Leif answered. I'll be right back, Vera said. Leif nodded, pulled his notepad, scanning ideas, dismissed grass cutter. Vera set juice, he sipped, crossing more. Pottery needed a push sans endless cups plates, animal figurines. He sketched a simple dog, or so he thought. What's that supposed to be? Vera asked. A dog. You're not much of an artist, the waitress said, sliding his loaded plate. Yeah, Leif admitted. I'm not, but I'm hoping that by making figurines, I can push my ceramist skill to the next level. Not a bad plan, Vera said. See those guys at the window table? Leif looked. 2 young men, 2 women in worn armor variants. Yeah. They're adventurers and need someone to repair their gear. They should go to a blacksmith for that, Leif replied. That's the problem. None of the local smiths will do the work. That doesn't make sense unless they can't pay. They can pay, just not what the smiths are asking to do the work, Vera replied. She batted eyes, smiling. Would you help them as a favor to me? Friends of yours? Yes, Lucy, the group's leader, and I grew up together. And you didn't want to join her exploring ruins and dungeons? No, I prefer a different kind of action, Vera answered, wicked grin. Leif laughed, weighing. Armor repair might level blacksmith if possible. I'll take a look at their armor and see what I can do, Leif said postbite. But I make no promises. I've never worked on armor or weapons before. Thanks, Leif. I'll tell them you're willing to help. You're welcome, Leif replied. How about telling them to come by the shop after lunch? That way I can make your dad's tables this morning. Oh, and they need to come around to the back gate. Sure, Vera replied, smiling again. Leif rolled clay into a cone. Tables done fast, 2 hours to lunch, he switched to figurines. A street cat inspired over dog. Pinching base for front legs, thumbs smoothed elongated rear. Sat it, rolled small ball for head, pulled triangles for ears. Slipped on, thumb joined, thumb pressed eye indents below. It looks a bit like a cat, Leif muttered. Tiny balls for nose mouth in reverse triangles, smoothed. Knife whisker holes, eye carve, ear deepen. Rolled tail, slipped curled onto body, thumb blended base. Not too shabby of a tabby, Leif said aloud, groaning at the pun. Sun-dried it. I think I'll try to make a cat laying down with its head up. Leif craftsman, a woman called from the back gate. Leif said his 12th figurine, a cat batting a ball, his best, sun-drying. Yes. I'm Lucy Benson, Vera's friend, she shouted. I've brought my group so you can look at our gear. Come on in, the gate is unlocked, Leif called. Ward test, they entered, same 4. Guess it did work. What was that? One woman asked. Nothing, Leif said, eyeing battered armor. I'm Leif craftsman. I'm Lucy and this is Carlos, Ariel, and Adrian, Lucy said, introducing. She offered hand, Leif pulled back, clay-handed. Let me wash my hands before we shake, Leif said. I'd hate to get clay on you guys. Clay is only dirt and not as bad as blood, Ariel said. That's true, Carlos added. Adrian nodded. Ariel has a point, Lucy said. Leif shrugged, handshakes followed. They scanned courtyard, Ariel bent over figurines, Adrian Carlos joining. Are those supposed to be cats? Carlos asked, chuckling with Adrian. Yes, Leif answered, approaching with Lucy. Just don't touch them, please. The clay is drying and I still need to fire them before they're done. They're cute, Ariel said. They really don't look like cats, Adrian said. I think they do, and I like them, Ariel replied. Me too, Lucy said. Thanks, Leif said. My artistic skill is lacking but should get better the more figurines I make. Isn't pottery just something women do? Carlos asked. Ariel Lucy scowled. Adrian shook head. No, Leif replied. Making ceramics and pottery is something men have always done. Women are just usually better at it. Mistress Young taught me, and she is a true master. Is she related to Kevin Young, the merchant? Adrian asked. Good question. I don't think they are related, Leif answered. Kevin never goes to Plymouth from what I understand, and if they were related, I think he would go to Plymouth to buy from her. Unless they don't get along, Ariel said. Or he doesn't care to transport pottery, Adrian added. Too true for both points, Leif agreed. Plymouth, that's a coastal village, isn't it? Lucy asked. Yes, Leif replied. Been there before. No, I remember seeing the name on a map before, though. Lucy has a fantastic memory, Ariel added. I do not. You do too, Ariel replied. Banter escalated to laughter. Leif refocused them. So, let's take a look at your gear. Sounds good, Lucy said. She pulled a sword from inventory. Vera said you guys were all but broke and you have a storage device, Leif asked. Lucy blushed. It's a small one that barely holds 50 pounds that I received as a reward for the first dungeon I ever beat. Nice, Leif replied, inspecting her chipped, dull blade. All right, I can reforge your swords and axes, or preferably just reshape them. The same for your daggers and the spear, Leif said. I'm not a bowyer, but I might be able to do something with the bow. What about our shields? Carlos asked. I should be able to cut out the broken wood from the tower shield, but honestly, you'd be better off with a new shield, Leif answered. As for the metal buckler, I can hammer out the dents. Our armor, Adrian prompted. I can repair the chainmail, but the leather stuff is outside of my skill set, Leif replied. I guess I could make some chainmail to go over it. That would add to my weight and slow me down, Ariel said. Leif shrugged. But I'll make do with whatever you can do. How much would you charge us to do what you can? Lucy asked. Don't know, Leif answered, disbelieving looks. I'm being honest. The system always gives me the value of my completed work. Until that happens, I won't know what to charge. Why don't you just make up a price? Adrian asked. Because he's a worthless potterer and not a very good one at that, Carlos loudly muttered. We can find someone else to do the repairs. Is that so? Leif said. Carlos grinned. You can take your stuff elsewhere to get repaired if you think you can. That's enough, Carlos. You know we can't afford to offend the only crafter that is willing to help us, Lucy said. Carlos scowled silent. He didn't mean anything, Ariel said. It's nice that you're sticking up for your friend, but he did mean what he said, Leif replied. Ariel smiled, shrugged. Why can't you just name a price for the work? Lucy asked. Leif allowed the shift. Because I don't want to overcharge you or undercharge and shortchange myself. That makes sense, Lucy said. Are you still willing to do the work we need done? Yes, Leif answered. Carlos annoyed, but Vera's favor and skill gains mattered. Leave your stuff here and come back after lunch tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll have most of it done by then. That's a good plan, Lucy said, cutting Carlos. She smiled. Thanks again, and we'll see you tomorrow. Don't thank me yet, Leif replied, escorting to gate. I'll see you tomorrow. All right, the weapons will be easier to fix than the armor, Leif told himself. He set weapons aside and re-examined armor. Ariel's was leather, others chainmail, steel links looped, some gaps. It's really just a giant chain made of tiny loops. Making chain was familiar, repairs shouldn't be hard. Pliers bent a link easily. He heated a thin steel rod, donned apron gloves. Leif smiled. This could be fun. Leif inserted the last new link into the first chainmail suit. Easy but tedious, endless links. Notice. You have repaired a suit of chainmail armor. This armor will protect the wearer from some harm. Repair value 50 crowns. Well, that's more than I expected, Leif said aloud. Break time. Only 2 more sets of chainmail to fix, but I still need to make a whole set of chainmail for Ariel's armor. Leif pondered Ariel. Slight build explained weight concerns. Maybe I can use lighter metal to make her chainmail, Leif murmured. Or just a heavier gauge steel wire instead of a steel rod. Quartz light lit storage as sun set unnoticed. No steel wire spool, but bronze, large enough for big links or partial coverage. That's not a bad idea, Leif told himself. He positioned spool by sawhorses, banked forge, stowed gear in shop, and headed for early supper. Post-steak supper, Leif measured rings via sword dagger. Finger width on 2 armors, half size on 3rd. Leather mostly intact, he sized slightly larger than finger width. This is going to take a lot longer to make even with it not being a whole shirt, Leif muttered, starting bronze rings. Leif yawned as dawn broke, rubbing eyes. All-nighter unplanned, but done. Canteen sip, he admired the chainmail vest shirt. Inverted diamond shape, leather straps interwoven through front-back diamonds, sides linked similarly. Notice. You have created a bronze chainmail top. This chainmail armor will protect the wearer from some harm. Value 250 crowns. Dismissed, draped loose strapped over Ariel's armor, no leg damage. Eyes closed, yawn, stomach growled. It's time for a nap, Leif murmured, spotting Kara's old bedroll spot. Down and asleep instantly. Leif, we're back. Open up Potterer. Damn it, Carlos. Leif sat, rubbed eyes, resisted sleep. To open double doors. Lucy, Leif yelled. Yeah. The gate isn't locked, you can come on in, Leif yelled. They entered, frowning confused. Closer. Why do you guys look confused? We couldn't get in a moment ago, Adrian answered. Leif shrugged. Maybe it's the ghost of the previous owner. Ghost, Carlos repeated derisively. Carlos, Lucy warned. Leif, you look terrible, Ariel said. Are you all right? Just sleepy. What time is it? An hour after lunch, Lucy replied. Leif's eyes widened. Are you okay? Yeah, like I just said, just sleepy. I stayed up all night working on your armor, Leif answered, pointing to table. They're done, by the way. You work quickly, Adrian said. Carlos snorted. Chainmail is easy to make. It's just tedious to do, Leif replied. Plus, I had your armor to use as a template. Makes sense, Lucy said. Can we try it on and test it? Be my guest, Leif replied. I'm going to go upstairs and use the bathroom and then make something to eat. I'll work on your weapons after I eat. And you said he worked quickly, Carlos mocked Adrian. He hasn't even started on the weapons. Or you can pay for the work I've done and take your weapons and go now, Leif said, temper flaring. Leif, I apologize for Carlos, Lucy quickly said. I give you my word he won't say another thing except thank you. She glared, Ariel Adrian too. I apologize, Carlos muttered. Try on the armor, I'll be back, Leif said, walking off without acknowledging. Leif, are you sure this is done? Ariel asked, gesturing her armor. He nodded. It doesn't look whole. Your armor was just damaged in the chest and back. The rest is still good, so I made the bronze chainmail as an inverted diamond to cover just where the damage was in your leather armor, Leif explained. Bronze is lighter than steel, but offers decent strength, though not as much as steel. Will it stop a sword or dagger? Adrian asked. Give it a go and see for yourselves, Leif replied. I'm going to start on your weapons. He examined the cracked bow, shaking head as they tested. It works, Ariel happily exclaimed. The bow is beyond my skill, Leif announced. What do you mean? Lucy asked, approaching. See this crack? Leif pointed. She nodded. I don't have the knowledge to repair that. You need a bowyer. All right. You did say yesterday you might not be able to do anything with the bow, Lucy replied. What about the other weapons and shields? Those are simple. I just need to beat out dents, replace a section of wood, and reshape your blades, Leif answered. Bring them to the forge and I'll get the work done as quickly as possible. Leif heated a sword white-hot, hammered edges side. Forge welding extra steel tempted, but reshaping strengthened better long-term. Reheated reshaped until flawless scale brushed. The blade is slightly smaller now, Lucy remarked. True, Leif said. That's better than trying to add more steel to the blade and patching it. All right, Lucy said. We'll have to adjust for the weight difference. It won't be too much difference, Leif replied. Why is your hammering not as loud as the other blacksmiths? Adrian asked. Leif shrugged. Beats me. Laughter sans Carlos frowning. Leif repeated for blades over hours, then sharpened. Heated buckler, hammered dents. Cut tower shields, broken wood, measured, fitted larger oak, reattached frame. There you are, Leif said notices. You have repaired a long sword too. These swords are weapons designed to kill. Repair value 50 crowns each. You have repaired a dagger 4. These daggers are weapons designed to kill. Repair value 25 crowns each. You have repaired a battle axe. This axe is a weapon designed to kill. Repair value 50 crowns. You have repaired a spear. This spear is a weapon designed to kill. Repair value 25 crowns. You have repaired a steel buckler. This shield is designed to protect its user from harm. Repair value 25 crowns. You have repaired a wooden tower shield. This shield is designed to protect its user from harm. Repair value 25 crowns. Congratulations. Your blacksmith skill has reached level 6. Smiling dismissed, ready to talk price. Yes, Lucy said hesitantly. I'll tell you the system values first, Leif said, listing. Shock 400 armor, 325 weapons, 725 total. No wonder smiths charged high. That's 725 crowns, Carlos complained. He's screwed us. We didn't think it would be that much since you're not a blacksmith, Adrian said. We won't be able to afford potions, so we can run the dungeon, Ariel added. And Leif didn't screw us, Carlos. We can pay you, Lucy said. You did the work, and if that's what the system values it as, that's the price. You guys are getting ready to run a dungeon, Leif asked. Yeah, Lucy answered. We held off on getting our gear repaired as long as we could. I thought adventurers made a lot of money, Leif said. Not when you're just starting out like we are, Adrian replied. It takes a while to be able to afford good gear, even if you were to harvest valuable monster parts. Unless you get lucky like Lucy did with the storage device, Ariel added. Idea sparked, risky but beneficial. Are you guys staying around the capital or moving on eventually? Leif asked. We were hopping to move on to one of the frontiers after finishing the dungeons around Raleigh, Lucy answered. Why? I'm stuck here for another 7 weeks or so, Leif replied. After that, I'm heading to Banner Elk in the mountains. I could use an escort. What are you saying? Carlos asked. You want to trade your work for us escorting you there? Lucy asked. Yep, Leif said. I'll keep repairing your gear along the way and we'll buy monster blood and maybe some other parts off you as well. Are you serious? Carlos asked in disbelief. He's serious, Adrian said. Leif nodded. The mountains are probably more than we can handle, Ariel said. But they would also be the most profitable frontier. That's my hope as well, Leif said. I'm up for the deal depending on the terms, Lucy said. Party agreed. But what did you mean you're here for another 2 months, Leif? I was taken advantage of and signed a bad contract, Leif answered. With Kevin Young? Ariel asked. Leif nodded. You might have a hard time getting out of that contract from what I've heard about him despite whatever the contract says. I'm going to work the duration of the contract, and once the term is up, I'm leaving, Leif said. I've had a lawyer look over the contract. That's smart, Adrian said. No, being smart would have been having a lawyer look at the contract before signing it, Carlos countered. I hate to do it, but I agree with Carlos, Leif said. Lucy, do you know Caitlin Richards? I know of her. She's a lawyer, the adventurer replied. Why? She's the lawyer that looked over my contract, Leif said. I'll trust her to draw up a contract for us if that's fine with you. It is, Lucy said, checking party. When do you want to do this? And what about the work you've done for us? Ariel asked. If you don't mind, how about setting up a meeting for us the day after tomorrow? Leif said. As for the work I've done, pay for Mrs. Richards' fee and we'll call it even. Are you sure? Lucy asked. She won't charge more than 100 crowns to draw up a simple contract. I'm sure, Leif replied. Leif, a voice yelled from the gate. There's Kevin, Leif said. I suppose he's here for the picnic tables. I hadn't even noticed them, Adrian said. Leif shrugged. We have a deal depending on terms, Lucy said again. Leif shook her hand. Now I just need to come up with another part of the plan to make sure I can leave the city when the contract ends, Leif said. Sounds like you don't have a plan, Carlos said. Leif grinned. Great, he's flying by the seat of his pants. Don't worry, I have the beginning of a plan, Leif said as another idea hit. Feathers beckoned. He escorted adventurers out, let Kevin slash men in. I didn't think you would work on weapons, Kevin said post-adventurers. I repaired some stuff as a favor and to boost a level, Leif said. Nothing more, nothing less, and I still won't create any weapons for you. I suppose having adventurers in your pocket is one way to acquire cheap monster blood, Kevin remarked. It works for me. I suppose that's true, Leif said. Here for the picnic tables. Yes, I'm only paying 100 crowns for them. I'm not surprised, Leif replied, leading to tables. What are those? Kevin asked, pointing cat figurines. Cat figurines, Leif answered. Kevin examined. They're primitive, but could sell well if painted. I need to fire them to finish them, so I can fire them, paint them, and fire them again. Good, Kevin replied. Could you add a gemstone to the figurines as a heart? The gem doesn't have to be heart-shaped. I suppose. Why? I've seen something like that before. Make these a bit more valuable, and people will buy them in a heartbeat. All right, I'll wet them to soften the clay and add different gems to the figurines. I know I gave you gems related to different elements. Do at least one of each, Kevin said as men loaded tables. Can do, Leif replied as merchant paid ingot. Oh yeah, I'm taking the next 2 days for myself. Why? Because I want to see some more of the city, pick up a book or two to read, and start work on my wagon, Leif answered. Kevin nearly argued. The contract states I get a week for myself. It doesn't state I have to take it all at once. Kevin nodded. True enough, I still want those figurines done before I head back out, though. They'll be done before you go. Good. Did you add your mark to them? Either on the bottom or as close to the bottom as possible on the backside, Leif confirmed. Merchant approved. You're sure this bookseller has books on runes? Leif asked his guide. I'm positive. Thanks, Nate, Leif told the boy as Kara skipped around. Want us to wait? Nate asked. Yeah, Leif said, eyeing Kara. We'll get some ice cream if they have any books that I want and can afford. I love vanilla ice cream, Kara informed. I know, Nate told her. Too bad we can't carry any back to Larry and Scott. They'll be jealous, Kara said excitedly. Maybe we can, Leif said. It'll melt before we even got halfway back to your shop, Nate said. Leif shrugged. We'll see. Anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes, Leif said, entering. Bell chimed. Middle-aged woman looked up from book. Hi, she said. I'm Elizabeth Forrester and this is my shop. Are you looking for anything in particular, young man? Hi, Leif replied. I'm Leif Craftsman. Ah, a crafter from a small village, Elizabeth said. Leif nodded, embarrassed. Don't feel bad about your name, dear. Most surnames started out describing what a person does or where they're from. Some names are just more descriptive than others. Thank you for the history lesson, Leif honestly replied, smiling. She smiled back. He showed Maker's mark. Runes for your initials, Elizabeth remarked. Yes, ma'am, Leif confirmed. I know the basic runic alphabet, but was wondering if there were books for single runic words. Dreaming of becoming an enchanter? Elizabeth asked. Leif laughed, shook head. I just think runes are fascinating. That they are, Elizabeth agreed. Behind curtain, back with book. This is what you're looking for. Borgeson's Runic Dictionary, Leif read. May I? Be my guest, Elizabeth replied. He flipped. 100 pages, single runes, meanings, alphabets. This is fantastic. I never knew there were more than one runic alphabet, Leif said. If you're interested in history, I have a whole section of history books, Elizabeth said. I also have books on skills, crafts, monsters, and most anything else you can think of except enchanting. The church and crown both frown on that subject. Is that why this book was in the back? Yes, it's not illegal to buy or sell them, but again, it's frowned upon. How much is the book? Leif asked. 500 crowns. That's a lot for such a small book. True, but it's not a common subject and copies are few and far between. I only have 3 counting that one. Plus, scribes charge a lot to copy books. You don't have to report who you sell this book to, do you? No, Elizabeth laughed. The crown and church stopped doing that 200 years ago. I'll take it, Leif said, but I want to see what else catches my attention. Take your time, dear. It's rare for younger folk to be interested in history or unpopular subjects. True, Leif agreed, but you say that like you're a lot older than I am. From looking at you, I'd say you're 18 or so, Elizabeth said. Leif nodded. That makes me old enough to be your mother, so yes, you're younger. Point taken. Leif replied, do you have cookbooks too? Now that is even rarer, Elizabeth laughed. Left side of the third aisle. Did she have what you wanted? Nate asked as Leif exited. Post-lunch, he'd fired painted figurines plain, jeweled pending, Kevin would wait. Yep, I now own 10 books and I'm 2,500 crowns poorer because of them, Leif answered. That's a lot, Kara exclaimed. Yeah, it is, Nate agreed, shocked. Maybe you should get into the bookmaking or bookselling business, Leif told them. That might not be a bad idea, Nate conceded. Anyway, let's go get some ice cream. Even after spending so much money, Nate asked. You mean it? Kara asked. Yeah, as I told you before, I keep my promises, Leif replied, smiling. Leif saw kids off, 4 happy Nate/Kara extra with doubles. En route, butcher stop for hamburger meat, griddle supper test. More food too. Comfy sitting room chair, sweet tea, Borgeson's runic dictionary. Ha, Leif muttered afternoon. Runes began as word symbols, later letters. Recalled Cargill's sword runes, wished noted. Good memory failed exacts. Shook head read on, each rune multiple meanings. Closed book stood stored sink cup. It's time to see if this will work, Leif told himself. Leif engraved scrap tin, strength, burden, aurochs. That's simple enough. Falcon blood, thinly painted rune, minimal for strengthening. Willed intent, dizziness, blackout. Leif woke, head throbbing, sat gazing starry sky. How long was I out? Leif asked as amulet soothed healed. Notices. You have created hardened tin. This normally light and weaker piece of metal is far stronger than normal. Value. Congratulations. Your enchanting skill has reached level 10. Your enchanter class has reached level 10. I jumped 2 levels, Leif asked, just single rune, tested, steel hard. Is that the rune, the blood, or because of my higher skill? Shook head, parents' guidance missed. Buried grief skills. Leif craftsman. Class, level 10 enchanter. Skills. Enchanting, level 10. Crafter, level 8. Jeweler, level 7. Ceramist, level 4. Woodworker, level 6. Blacksmith, level 6. Weaver, level 1. I just need one more level up, Leif muttered. Sleep called inside. Leif relaxed in the early morning bathtub, pondering. Nightmare woke him, sleep evaded. Bath it was. Why dizziness pass out only on class enchanting levels? No tailies of others suffering it. Maybe it is something specific to enchanters and their use of energy and intent, Leif mused. Parents or another enchanter would help. At least I figured out the single rune enchantments by myself. He then took a bath, dried and dressed, and went in the kitchen to make himself a breakfast. Cookbook omelet trial. That wasn't too bad and I didn't burn it, but I bet a real cook would have done it much better, Leif told himself. Improvement at homestead. Washing dishes, window hawk sparked obsidian falcon memory. I do have a firm grasp of the monster in mind. Leif shaped the beak, added light blue sapphires for eyes. Stepped back, primitive bird of prey, wings out, talons forward, beak agape. Near lunch hours invested. I need some black and yellow paint, Leif muttered. Perhaps some red too. Kids as runners better. Nate, Leif shouted gateward. Any of you guys out there? Nate and the others are helping his mom, Larry yelled. We decided one of us needed to be here to help you, and I got chosen. All right, Leif laughed, mentally permitting Ward. I need some paint, the gate is open. What's that? Is it a bird? Larry asked, joining. It's going to be an obsidian falcon when I'm done, Leif said, nodding list pouch. This is what I need and 100 crowns. Ceramic paint. Yep, do you know where to get it? Yes. All right, go get it for me, Leif said, handing backpack, then shaking head. That's too big for you. Yeah, but I'm only 10, so I'm still growing. That's true. Use my satchel, Leif said, adjusting strap. It's empty and should be large enough for my list. Okay, Larry replied, slinging. Thanks. You're welcome. You can keep the leftover money as your fee and to get you some lunch. Really? Yes, just be careful. Do you want anything? Larry replied. Leif shook head. I'll be careful. Gate shut post, Larry. Leif smiled. While he's gone, I'll make some more figurines. You have created a jeweled obsidian falcon figurine. This figurine has artistic worth. Value 300 crowns. You have created a jeweled kitten figurine. This figurine has artistic worth. Value 100 crowns. You have created a jeweled puppy figurine. This figurine has artistic worth. Value 100 crowns. You have created a jeweled iron black bear figurine. This figurine has artistic worth. Value 200 crowns. Leif laughed. Regular dozen, max 25 crowns each. Finals. Congratulations. Your crafter skill has reached level 9. Your ceramist skill has reached level 5. Leif craftsman. Class, level 10 enchanter. Skills. Enchanting, level 10. Crafter, level 9. Jeweler, level 7. Ceramist, level 5. Woodworker, level 6. Blacksmith, level 6. Weaver, level 1. All my main skills are at least level 5 now. Why didn't I get the option to upgrade my class? Leif asked. Shook head. Maybe I need to get the general crafter skill to 10 as well. Yawned, banked kiln, packed regulars in straw boxes, jeweled and hinged straw cloth. Shut doors, upstairs supper. Post-supper read bath bed. Midnight notice. Congratulations. You have met the requirements to select an advanced class. You may choose from advanced crafter, advanced enchanter, and artisan, or remain in your current class. You may also choose to specialize as a master in an individual skill. Holy cow, Leif exclaimed, sitting. Read options. Advanced crafter, a more skilled crafting class. Advanced crafters can make finer products than all but specialized masters of their skills. This class needs less time and materials to create products. Advanced crafters can become master crafters and level up faster than basic classes. Advanced crafters can use monster parts for crafting unique items and weapons. Warning, must give up enchanting to choose this class. Advanced enchanter, a more skilled enchanter. Enchanters that advance this far are just below masters of their art. They require less blood and effort to make more powerful enchanted items. Advanced enchanters level up quicker and can become true masters of the art in time. Warning, must give up other skills to choose this class. Artisan, a highly skilled class that produces high-quality goods in limited quantities. Artisans are masters of their craft that gain levels at slower rates than other classes, but make up for it in the quality of their goods even at lower levels. Artisans can use monster parts to create unique and powerful items and weapons. Artisans can also enchant items. Warning, all levels reset to 1. Nice choices, but artisan is the best of the 3 even with resetting my skill levels, Leif told himself. There really was no doubt in his mind. He selected the artisan class. You have selected the artisan class. Warning, this class change will take 8 hours to complete. You will sleep for that time. Leif barely dismissed the notice before his eyes closed and fell into a deep sleep. Leif eyed his new info, smiling. Leif craftsman. Class, level 1 artisan. Skills. Enchanter, level 1. Crafter, level 1. Jeweler, level 1. Ceramist, level 1. Woodworker, level 1. Blacksmith, level 1. Weaver, level 1. I might as well make something and see how it turns out, Leif told himself as he cleaned up from his late breakfast. He whistled as he walked down to the workshop. Everything seems easier and more intuitive to do, Leif happily said, adding last L bracket to wagon. Undecided started it. Morning brackets for low walls, hinged gate, U-bolts for canvas ribs to buy. Covered wagon for homestead halls, not Vardo. Enchant for strength, durability, smooth ride. Storage chests for materials, tools. Snorted. Too bad I won't get to see the look on Kevin's face after he realizes I took everything he made me buy and all the tools since he agreed that would be mine. Leif, Gate shout. Speak of the devil, Leif muttered. Gates open Kevin. Why are you working on the wagon? You were supposed to do that the last 2 days, Kevin said, entering. I ended up working on ceramic figures for you instead. So I'm doing some of my work today, Leif replied, leveling bracket. Is that so? Kevin asked. Where are they? In the shop, where else? Leif hopped down. Come on, I'll show you. The regular figurines aren't much, but these jeweled ones are quite nice, Kevin said. I want a dozen of each. No. No, what do you mean by telling me no? Just what the word means, Leif answered. To expound, I won't make more than extremely limited runs of anything I make. A dozen is limited, Kevin countered. A dozen is not limited enough. You told me that I needed a maker's mark. So people know my goods are quality products, Leif said. Kevin nodded. After thinking about it, I don't want to be known just for quality goods. You want to be known for exclusive, high-quality goods, Kevin concluded. Leif grinned close enough. Kevin smiled. I can get behind that. So, the figurines are worth 1,000 crowns total, Leif said. I'll give you 400 crowns for the lot, Kevin said. Fine, Leif said, for 100 crown ingots. Kevin inventoried boxes. I need to get back to work on the wagon. That's fine, but first we need to discuss what you're going to make next. No, we don't. I want a dozen more figurines with jewel eyes, Kevin said. They don't have to all be the same thing. I'll think about it, Leif said, wagon-bound. Kevin followed. Leif, don't be so hard to get along with, Kevin said. We both still want this relationship to be profitable, don't we? I wonder about that, Leif said. From where I stand, it looks like you want to take advantage of me. Don't deny me my profit, Kevin retorted, grinning. Besides, you're making more money than you've ever made before. You'll have enough to set up your homestead at the end of the contract. Leif snorted, truer than Kevin knew. Excess was gravy. I suppose you have a point, Leif conceded. I'll make a half-dozen more figurines. They'll be different animals or monsters, though. Making the same thing over and over doesn't push my skill. That's great, Kevin said. I also need a small storage device. I have a buyer already lined up for one. Sell them yours. Work with me, Leif. You know enchanted items are the fastest way to get what we both want, which is a lot of money. Leif pondered. I'll sell you my storage bracelet. Excellent, Kevin exclaimed. For 8,000 crowns, Leif finished. Kevin frowned, speechless. The bracelet is worth 15,000 crowns. I'll only pay 7,500 and not a crown more, Kevin replied. That's fine, but I want the payment for it by sunset today, Leif said. If not, I won't sell it to you. Kevin scowled. Will you accept part of the payment in gems? I'll accept 3,000 in gems. The rest I want in ingots, Leif answered. I'll be back in a few hours, Kevin said, exiting. Gate shut, Leif smiled. Right, now I need to make new enchanted items for myself and destroy my current ones just to be on the safe side, Leif told himself. Leif examined 5 runes in her wooden ring band. First, personal storage. Second, transmute move items. Third, hide enchantment. Fourth, stasis form. Fifth, strengthen protect ring. Falcon blood painted, intent willed, dizziness recovered. You have created a personal storage ring. This wooden ring will store up to 1,000 pounds in stasis, regardless of size. This ring can only be used as a storage device by Leif craftsman. The ring will resize itself to always fit his finger and hide the enchantment and runes from others. Value 50,000 crowns. That's awesome, Leif exclaimed. One more item to go. Leif examined the runes in his new hammer amulet. The first rune would protect him and the amulet as well as strengthen the amulet. The second rune would hide the enchantment. The third and fourth runes would heal and soothe him. Leif painted the runes with some obsidian falcon blood and willed his intent into the amulet. You have created a personal soothing shield hammer amulet. This amulet will protect against attacks up to level 25 and heal wounds over time. This amulet will only work for Leif craftsman. The amulet will hide the enchantment and runes from others. Value 30,000 crowns. Leif laughed in joy. With the work done, Leif moved the stuff from his old ring to the new one. He considered the obsidian falcon feathers. He tested one of them. As before, it was hard and sharp. The feathers would make good blades. Leif grinned. If I can get it to work, I can make a great sword fit for a noble out of these feathers, Leif told himself as he finished moving things about. Once done, Leif put the old amulet and ring in the forge's fire. He worked the billows to increase the heat until the enchantments broke, and the two items went up in flame. Several days later, Leif heated the obsidian falcon feather. Kevin and his caravan were already back on the road, heading west. Leif felt a twinge of longing. He wanted to reach his homestead more than anything. Still, part of him was relieved he wasn't going. Lately, he and Vera had been spending a lot of time together. It wasn't serious, but their company was comforting. Blast! The feather cracked and started to melt. I really need to pay more attention. He snuffed the fire and waited for the forge to cool. Again, he had let the temperature climb too high. That was the third feather lost in as many days. He was using them sparingly while completing other projects to fulfill his contract. 7 more feathers remained, enough to make a dagger or sword. Is anyone in the shop? A sharp voice cut through the alley. What the? Leif muttered. He hated interruptions. Who could that be? I need to speak to whoever is in the shop, the voice barked, impatient. Leif sighed, brushing off the forge dust, and walked to the gate. Who are you and what do you want? He asked, keeping his tone calm. I am a priest, the man said, nothing more. Leif blinked. Do you need something built? He asked after a pause. If so, I suggest another crafter. I have an exclusive contract. The man snorted. I do not care about your contract. Open this gate, now. No. No. The priest's disbelief was audible. Leif had a sudden thought. Nobody had probably denied him like this in years. This is a simple crafting shop. We don't need a priest, Leif said, shrugging. His defiance surprised him. It wasn't fear exactly. Maybe habit from years of hiding who he was. He opened the gate just enough to step outside, taking a few slow breaths. Better to see what this priest wanted than let suspicion fester. He almost collided with the man. May I help you? And you are? The priest tried to walk around him, but failed. Leif was taller, broader, stronger. The priest, older and frail-looking, was outweighed by at least 50 pounds. His pale skin, narrow blue eyes, and long nose gave him a stern, unpleasant look. His white robe gleamed unnaturally clean, and several gold trinkets glittered along his chest. I'm Leif craftsman, and you are? The priest sniffed, almost sneering. Leif offered his hand anyway. He wondered if it was the gesture, his clothes, or his name that offended the man more. I am Father Maven Santinello, he said, voice cold, arrogant. I want to examine your shop. Why? Leif asked. An artisan, Santinello's frown deepened. I have not heard of that class. It's an advanced crafting class, Leif said. But why examine the shop? There are no demons, ghosts, or things that go bump in the night here. Santinello hesitated. There is an abundance of mana here. Mana, Leif frowned. The force that surrounds everything. Life energy. That is a more common term in rural areas, the priest admitted reluctantly. Leif shrugged. I don't feel anything unusual here, and whatever this mana is, it doesn't hinder my work. You are refusing me entry. Yes, there's no reason for you to be here. Other places have more mana if that's your concern. That is true. See, Leif said, shrugging. I need to get back to work. I'm sure there are other priestly duties waiting for you. I can summon the guards. Do so. This is private property. The guards can't make me let anyone in. Only the owner could, and he's on his way to Winston-Salem. At least I think. Santinello's glare was sharp. I will remember this. I'm sure you will, Leif replied unfazed. The priest stormed off. Leif watched him go and spotted Leija, who waved smugly. Did they sick the priest on me? From what he knew of Kevin Young, it was possible. Leif decided to adjust the wards and enchantments, just in case the priest returned with some writ-demanding entry. Several days later, Leif stirred awake, crying out and rolling onto his back, gasping for air. Vera snuggled closer. Want to talk about it? She asked gently. No. It might help. You wake from nightmares a lot. I appreciate the concern, but no, I don't want to talk about it. Leif. No, Vera. I'll be fine, especially after some time at the forge, he said, cutting her off. Fine, have it your way, she replied, with a hint of resignation. Have you changed your mind about staying in Raleigh? No, I'm still heading to the frontier, Leif said. You could come with me. No, I'm going to inherit the tavern and run it, she said, shifting the subject. So, how are your living quarters always so comfortable? Beats me. It's been like this, Leif shrugged. Right, Vera said, her tone skeptical. Leif caught the edge of doubt in her voice and wondered what she suspected. Vera got out of bed and started dressing. How about those runes you were interested in, the ones on the temple and castle walls? I just thought they were interesting, he replied. It's an entire alphabet most people don't know. Uh-huh. Anyway, Lucy and her team will be by later for more repairs, and I need to go home. Mom and Dad might need help at the tavern. I could make breakfast, Leif offered. It usually made Vera smile, not this time. She walked out without another word or even a backward glance. Leif watched her go, puzzling over what might have annoyed her so much, and if he'd see her outside the tavern again. He shrugged. He'd be in the city only 2 more weeks, and she wasn't leaving for the frontier. He vaguely felt her exit the ward. Huh, that's interesting, he thought back. He realized he'd been able to sense people moving through the wards for weeks, but had never paid attention. Doesn't matter, he muttered, shaking off the thought. I have work to do. Leif heated the obsidian falcon feather and a carbon steel ingot. 4 feathers remained, counting this one. He was on the verge of giving up. Working with monster parts was harder than he had imagined. But the thought of crafting a weapon with natural enchantments was too tempting to quit. He would keep going until every feather was used. His previous attempts had taught him that he needed to mix metal with the feathers. Otherwise, they remained too brittle. Leif had asked weaponsmiths and blacksmiths in the city how they handled monster parts. Most refused, fearing competition. A few took pity after he promised to leave the city and gave him tips. Use rare metals like titanium or high carbon, chrome steel. He had bought 5 small ingots of each, costing 5,000 crowns. After spending on books, tools, and food, he had 13,000 crowns left in coins, ingots, and gems. Thankfully, the metal merchant accepted gems, preserving most of his hard currency. Leif removed the feather from the fire and gently hammered it into shape. He let it cool while checking the ingot. It was white-hot. Using tongs, he moved it into a crucible, letting it heat further, aiming to melt it enough to pour into the mold he had prepared. The feather was already shaped and beaten into a foot-long form. The anterior vein had been removed, leaving it one-sided. Straight, except for a slight curve at the tip, a design meant to give the dagger a trailing edge. The mold matched this vision. Once the steel melted, Leif carefully poured it into the mold, leaving the sprue visible to ensure a complete fill. The molten metal filled the mold entirely. He set the crucible aside. Now I wait, he murmured. Do you mind waiting until I finish my project? Leif asked Lucy and her team. We were hopping to hit a dungeon this afternoon, Carlos said. Don't start, Lucy cautioned. We could always pack our stuff and go tomorrow, Ariel suggested. Leif, what are you working on? Adrian asked. A dagger based on an obsidian falcon feather, Leif replied. Oh, I want to see it, Ariel exclaimed, excitement clear in her voice. She preferred smaller weapons, blades, or bows. Are you just copying the feather's shape, or using an actual feather? Lucy asked. Using the real feather, Leif said, pointing to the mold. It's in there. Carlos laughed and shook his head. The others ignored him. Why a mold? Adrian asked. I thought blades were hammered on anvils. You can do that, or you can cast a blade in a mold, Leif said. I've only made a couple of small knives before. So, you're using a mold to control the outcome, Lucy concluded. Partially, Leif admitted. Monster parts are tricky. Every smith who would talk about it agreed that using a mold is the best method. Probably pulling your chain, Carlos said. I've tried just hammering the feathers like normal metal, Leif said. Doesn't work. I want to see the dagger, Ariel said again. Me too, Lucy said. We'll watch. I don't mind, Leif said. He headed toward the woodworking shop. Need some wood for the handle. Well, I'm getting food, Carlos said. Bring us back something, Adrian joked. Wow, Leif, you've been busy, Lucy said, surveying the shop. Pottery and furniture filled the space, including a bed frame and a few chairs. Jewelry too, Ariel asked, peering into a small box. Yep, Leif said. Nothing too expensive, and each pottery piece is unique. How much is this worth? Ariel asked. I like this rocking chair, Lucy commented. Chair's 250 crowns. Don't let Kevin charge more. Actually, don't let him get that much, Leif said. Ariel, all this stuff is worth 25,000 crowns. That's more than most people make in a year, Adrian said. Are you sure you should be showing it to us? We might rob you, Ariel joked. We have a deal. Plus, the wards won't let anyone out without my permission, Leif replied. You're more trusting than I am, Lucy said. Sticking to the contract, Adrian said. Leif nodded. That's going to tick Kevin off. I don't care, Leif said, scanning the wood stock. He selected a short piece of black walnut. This will do nicely. Leif ignored the adventurers as he cut the block of black walnut to size. He left it 6 inches long, though the handle would only be about 5 inches. The wood was 4 inches thick, to be cut and sanded later to fit his hand perfectly. Once cut, he marked the center of one long end and drilled a small hole through the block. Using a hand saw, he lengthened and widened the hole slightly. Then he traced his hunting knife's handle on both sides of the block, giving the dagger a slight downward curve, comfortable in either a regular or reverse grip. Returning to the forge, Leif left the block in the shop. He made 3 small, 2-inch rods to serve as rivets, setting them aside to cool. You're not shaping the handle yet, Lucy asked as he banked the fire. Not yet. I want to make sure the tang fits and everything is secure before doing the fine work, Leif said. I should have made the pins earlier, but I forgot. How much longer until it's finished? Ariel asked, eyeing the mold. It was cool to the touch. The wonders of enchantment, Leif muttered under his breath. What was that? Adrian asked. Just nodding that the mold's cool, so I can check the blade now, Leif replied. Isn't that fast? Ariel said. You poured the mold just before we got here. Maybe, Leif shrugged. This is the furthest I've gotten with the feathers before. So, you don't really know what you're doing, Lucy teased, grinning. Leif grinned back, shrugging again. Did you come up with the blade design yourself? Adrian asked. I've seen people use molds before, usually pressing a master copy into sand, Leif explained. The molds are usually wood too. That's true, he agreed. I used a dagger Kevin bought as the master since I liked the blade. I made the mold from steel so I can reuse it if I keep making daggers. And you don't want to make more molds? Ariel asked. Exactly, Leif said. He opened the mold and tapped the tang. It was cool. Using tongs, he removed the blade from the mold after carefully chipping it free with a hammer and chisel. The others leaned closer for a better look. Are those feathers running along the blade? Lucy asked. The blade was smooth, dark, almost black, with faint white feather outlines along its length. It was sharp, the final polish the only work left. It looks engraved, Adrian added, and the tang already has holes. Smart move. I know it's not finished yet, but I want it, Ariel exclaimed. Don't get ahead of yourself. I don't know the value yet, Leif said. I don't care, she retorted. It's going to be expensive and I still want it. You don't want to, Lucy teased. Yes, Ariel said eagerly. Dual wielding would be amazing. You haven't felt the weight or seen the balance, Adrian cautioned. Leif nodded in agreement. Leif used an obsidian falcon feather, Ariel said confidently. This dagger will be light, razor-sharp, and durable. If the handle is done right, the balance will be perfect too. No offense, Leif. None taken, he laughed. He carried the blade and pins to the woodworking shop. The group watched as he laid the tang over the walnut block, marking the holes on both sides of the handle outline. The initial fit was too tight, so he widened the holes slightly with a handsaw. When it fit perfectly, he drilled the holes he had marked. Clamping the tang in a vise, he hammered the block onto the dagger until the holes aligned. He trimmed the handle to fit his hand, inserted the pins, and cut them flush with the wood. With a mallet, he hammered the pins to form heads on both sides, perfectly flush with the handle. Finally, he stamped his maker's mark just above the handle. Added a maker's mark, Adrian asked. Yes, almost done, Leif said, grinding the wood until smooth. He coated the entire dagger in linseed oil, polishing the metal and wood to a shine. Why use the same oil on both? Lucy asked. Linseed oil seals the wood and brings out the shine in the metal, Leif said, checking the new notification. You have created an obsidian falcon feather dagger. Since this dagger was made with a monster part, it possesses the properties of that part, razor-sharp, lightweight, and extremely durable. Value, 2,500 crowns. Leif dismissed the notice and handed the handle to Ariel. See if you think it's worth 2,500 crowns. That much for one dagger? Adrian asked. Must be because of the monster properties, Lucy replied as Ariel took the dagger, eyes lighting up. She stepped outside, spinning and practicing with it. Not worried she'll run off with it? Lucy asked. No, Leif said. You're more trusting than I am, Adrian noted. Leif snorted, silently confident in the warded gate. This dagger is perfect. The balance is incredible. I really want it, Ariel exclaimed after a few minutes. Reluctantly, she handed it back. Lucy, can I skip my share of the loot if the group buys the dagger? She asked. Lucy and Adrian exchanged a look. We'll discuss it, Lucy said. Ariel nodded. Leif, can you make another? Ariel asked eagerly. Maybe. I'm planning to make a sword next, he said, pointing to another mold near the door. A 33-inch leaf-bladed sword. Hopefully, it'll take only 2 feathers. I'd buy that, Lucy and Adrian said in unison. Ariel bounced with excitement, fingers crossed. Get me more feathers and I'll see what I can do. This sword's already promised, Leif added. For Kevin, Lucy asked. No, it's a gift, Leif said, thinking of a certain new baron he intended to bribe. Going to tell us who? Lucy pressed. Nope, Leif grinned. Not important right now. Let's finish your repairs. Leif carefully removed the unfinished sword from the mold. The blade stretched 33 inches, gleaming almost like black glass. He suspected the shine came from the chrome steel reacting with the obsidian falcon feathers. The tang added another 12 inches. The blade was leaf-shaped, narrowing from the base to the midpoint before flaring slightly and tapering again to a fine point. A fuller ran down the middle of both sides, and faint but visible, the same white feather patterns from the dagger traced the blade. Leif took the black scabbard he had purchased and slid the blade inside. It fit perfectly, just as the smith had promised. I'll have to learn to make scabbards if I keep making swords, Leif muttered to himself as he drew the blade again. He lit the forge and stoked the flames. The chrome steel crossguard he had purchased was diamond-shaped in the center, extending 3.5 inches on each side. The pommel, a simple ring of chrome steel, was designed to fit snugly on the tang's end. Leif heated both pieces and quenched them in oil, flames leaping as the oil burned into the metal. Once cooled, He added the pommel to the tang, hammering it into place like a rivet. The pommel and crossguard didn't perfectly match the blade's black sheen, but they would suffice. He carried the sword and crossguard back to the woodshop and crafted the handle the same way he had with the dagger, smoothing it, coating it in linseed oil, and wrapping it in black leather purchased by his runners. Speaking of which, he decided it was time to send one of them on a task. "Nate," he called. "What?" the boy shouted, startled. "Do you need something, Leif?" "Come in," Leif said. Nate stepped into the courtyard. "Are any of the others out?" "Not today." "That's fine. I need you to find a captain of the city guard for me." "What? Why?" "I have my reasons." "Will any guard captain do?" "No, I need Kenneth Roberts," Leif said. "The new Baron." "That's him." He handed Nate a note. "Deliver this to him and wait for a response. Let me know what he says. I'll pay you when you return." "You got it," Nate exclaimed, taking the note and sprinting out the gate. Leif muttered, "Too bad I can't take them with me," but dismissed the thought. Returning to the sword, he added the pommel, stamped his maker's mark just above the crossguard, and polished the blade with linseed oil. He sheathed it and checked his notices. "You have created an obsidian falcon feather sword. Since this sword was made using a monster part, it possesses the properties of that part: razor-sharp, lightweight, and extremely durable. Value, 10,000 crowns. Congratulations, your crafter skill has reached level 2. Leif reviewed his class information with a satisfied smile. Leif craftsman. Class, level 1 artisan. Skills. Enchanter, level 1. Crafter, level 2. Jeweler, level 1. Ceramist, level 1. Woodworker, level 1. Blacksmith, level 1. Weaver, level 1. Well, that's a start, he said to himself, dismissing the information. He decided to make one more feather dagger, the last feather still waiting to be used. "My lord, your guest has arrived," the waitress announced, her disdain clear in her voice. Leif suppressed a sigh. He was wearing his best clothes, though they couldn't compare to the elegant attire of the restaurant's usual patrons. "Ah, Mr. Craftsman," Kenneth Roberts said, looking up from his menu. "Take a seat." "Thank you, my lord," Leif replied, sitting across from the guard captain. "Are you ready to order?" the waitress asked. "Medium-rare steak with baked potato," Kenneth said. "I'll have the same, but medium well, please," Leif added. "Of course, and a drink." "I'll have the port," Kenneth replied, nodding Leif's confusion. "Oh, thank you. I'll have sweet tea if you have it," Leif said. Emma nodded. "I'll be back with your drinks shortly," she said, leaving the two men to small talk until the food arrived. They ate quietly. After the meal, Kenneth spoke. "Now, why did you wish to speak with me? It could not have been just to congratulate me." "No, my lord. I have a problem I wish to request your assistance with," Leif said. "You mean your contract?" Kenneth frowned. "I am not one to grant favors lightly." "No, my lord. The contract term is almost up." "Is this about the priest monitoring you?" "How did you know?" "It's my job. That priest has been nagging the guards to force entry into your shop, but there's no reason since you've broken no laws, and he has no proof." "I thank you," Leif said. "The priest is a nuisance, but not the real problem." "Then what is it?" Kenneth asked, sipping his port. "I suspect Kevin Young will try to stop me from leaving the capital once my contract ends. I'd like your assistance to ensure I can depart without issue." "That seems straightforward. Any guard could do that. Why ask me?" "You're not just a captain, my lord. Your word and presence carry weight that others cannot match," Leif explained carefully. "Do you require anything else?" Emma asked, approaching. "No, Emma. We just need the table a few more minutes. Mr. Craftsman will see to the bill." "Yes, my lord," she said, bowing. Leif turned back to Kenneth. "I also have a gift for you." He fought down irritation at the meal's cost, 100 crowns, and placed the obsidian falcon feather sword on the table. "You have a storage device?" Kenneth asked. Yes, business has been good, Leif said. The Baron nodded. I created this sword for you. Kenneth stood and unsheathed the blade. His eyes widened as Leif explained the monster feather, its natural enchantments, and its value. And you truly made this? Kenneth asked, astonished. This surpasses most specialized smiths. My skills have improved since I arrived in the capital. I've advanced my class, Leif said. The Baron studied the sword, then Leif, twice. When are you leaving Raleigh? 12 days, my lord. And to the mountains? Kenneth asked. Leif nodded. Then I will grant your request. I will meet you at the west gate at noon in 12 days and remain for 1 hour. If you're not there, you're on your own. Leif cut the last oak 2 times 2 at 15 inches and placed it in the center of the frame. It fit perfectly. The long boards measured 32 inches, and the sides were 18 inches. Combined with the walls and top, this would give him a chest 36 inches long. He nailed the base frame boards together, then added 6 36-inch 1 times 6 planks over the frame to form the floor. Next, he attached 8 corner boards, each 15 inches long, forming tall L-shaped supports at each corner of the floor. Leif began adding 36-inch 1 times 4 boards for the long walls. I should have pre-assembled the walls, he muttered, bracing a corner board as he hammered a long board into place. Clamps on the opposite end helped hold it steady. Once the long walls were finished, he used 18-inch 1 times 4 boards to construct the short walls. These were easier, requiring no clamps. He briefly considered moving the corner braces to the inside for a cleaner look, but dismissed the idea. This chest was for him. It didn't have to be pretty. For the lid, Leif laid out 7 38-inch 1 times 4 boards and measured locations for support boards. 5 16-inch 1 times 4 supports were added and nailed together. He measured the rear board, marked hinge locations, attached the hinges, and mounted them to the rear wall. It took some effort, but the lid fit perfectly. Thanks to the lid's width and the outer wall supports, a handle wasn't necessary. Now for the fun part, Leif said aloud. He engraved the same single runes used for his storage ring into the chest's bottom. Sanding the wood smooth, he coated it with linseed oil, added his maker's mark, and carefully applied giant tortoise blood to the runes. Placing his hands over them, he willed his intent into the chest. Unlike the ring, he designed this chest to function both as a normal chest and an enchanted storage space. You have created a hidden personal storage chest. This chest will store up to 5,000 pounds in stasis, regardless of size, and also functions as a normal chest. Only Leif craftsman can use its enchanted properties. Runes and enchantment remain hidden. Value, 60,000 crowns. That's lower than I expected, but it'll hold everything I need, Leif said, shaking his head. Time for a short break, then I'll make a couple of fancier chests for Kevin. So, what have you done since I've been gone? Kevin asked, entering the courtyard with Leija in tow. He barely glanced at her, which piqued Leif's curiosity. Had she done something to annoy him? Made things, Leif said, ignoring the thought. Such as? Take a look for yourself, he replied, leading the merchant to the workshop. Come, Leija, let's see what the crafter has done, Kevin said, and the woman took notes as they inspected the items. Decided to make Leija your new assistant? Leif asked as he lifted his personal storage chest onto one shoulder. What are you doing with that chest? Kevin interrupted. It's mine. I'm putting it in my wagon, Leif said, pointing to 2 others. Those are yours if you buy them. Kevin examined the other 2 chests. They were a few feet shorter but more elegant, with carved handholds and feet. As for your inquiry, Kevin said with a grin, Leija has always been my assistant. Leif loaded his chest into the wagon. What has you in such a good mood, then? He asked. The boss found a whole new market, Leija said. The indentured market will grow rapidly in the next few years, Kevin added. Indentured? Yes, indentured servants enter a contract voluntarily, exchanging service for money or to pay off debt for a set period, Kevin explained. So a slave, Leif's temper flared. No, slavery is illegal here. Indentured servants willingly enter agreements, unlike slaves who are forced, Kevin replied. Still sounds like a form of slavery to me, Leif said. That's because you're uneducated, Kevin shot back, but Leif ignored him. How do you profit from them? Leif asked. Simple. I sign people to indentured contracts, bring them to the capital, and sell the contracts to those who want new servants, Kevin said. What? That's still slavery. Perhaps, but legal, Kevin replied. If you wanted a cook, I might trade one in exchange for another contract. You're insane. I would never trade another person like that, Leif said. That's a shame. The market will expand as more people fail at frontier life. You might want to consider it, Kevin said casually. Leif shook his head. You treat people like commodities. They are, Kevin said. Most people are, you'll see in time. Leif regretted his deal with the merchant more than ever. Do you want this stuff or not? Of course. It's worth 26,000 crowns. I'll pay 10,000 for it all. Kevin laid 10 1,000-crown ingots on the workbench. Leija, you and Silas will send a team to collect it later. You got it, boss, Leija said. Less than a week remains on the deal. I haven't taken much time off yet, Leif said. Kevin turned back, anger flashing in his eyes. You need to buy the agreed-upon mule and food for it as well, Leif said. Fine, the crew will bring that this afternoon, but I expect hard work in the coming days, Kevin said. Leif nodded, a new idea forming. Let's go, Leija. Leif watched them leave, feeling sorry for the woman, though she had chosen this work. He returned to the shop and checked his metal stores. Aha, just as I thought, he muttered, plenty of bronze and iron. He glanced at his dagger and sword molds. His plan was coming together. Kevin did want weapons after all. A week later, Leif removed the copper sword from the mold and grinned. He already had 3 bronze swords, 3 iron swords, and 2 other copper swords. His collection of daggers mirrored the same metals, 3 of each type. Using his enchanting pen, he engraved flowers along the blade. Mom and Dad probably wouldn't approve of me using the pen this way, he muttered, shaking his head. Still, the work looked good. He considered adding a wooden handle but decided against it. Like the others, these swords weren't meant to sell. They were a joke at Kevin's expense. He sharpened the blade and checked his notice. You have created a decorative copper sword. This sword is not meant for combat. It has artistic value. Value, 100 crowns. Leif laughed and dismissed the notice. The iron swords were worth 125 crowns each, bronze and copper swords 100 crowns each, and daggers 40 crowns each. He didn't care about the money. With over 22,000 crowns already in hand, profit wasn't the point. He imagined Kevin's reaction and looked forward to it. Now it's time to finish my own work, Leif said, moving to the forge. He stoked the fire, added a steel ingot, and left it to heat. Pulling out his notebook, he reviewed his design. Simple steel stakes to be enchanted with the same defensive ward he'd used on his shop and fence. The idea had struck him one morning, oddly enough, while in the bathroom. Hopefully this works, he muttered as he pulled the ingot from the fire with tongs and began hammering the metal. Leif considered the accessibility ward again. He realized the previous version wouldn't suit his plan. This time, he combined the runes from his amulet with an additional protection rune. He examined the sequence. That should work, he said. Protection, healing, and concealment all in one. Using giant tortoise blood, he painted the runes onto the first stake and willed his intent into it. The stake glowed a soft blue. He quickly repeated the process for the remaining 7 stakes. You have created a camping ward. This ward protects against attacks up to level 40 and heals wounds over time. The ward conceals itself, the runes, and anyone within its circle. Value, 40,000 crowns. Leif grinned but then frowned. He faced a choice. Use the ward and risk exposing himself to Lucy and her crew, or leave it unused and risk attacks. This really sucks, he muttered, carefully placing the stakes into his inventory. He banked the fire, cleaned the forge, and decided to wait before activating the ward. Walking over to his mule, he spoke softly. "Well, Jake, ready to hit the road?" The animal glanced up briefly, then returned to eating from the trough. Leif rubbed its neck. "Enjoy your lunch. I'll get something to eat myself." He entered the gold leaf and waited for his eyes to adjust to the dim interior. Vera was at the counter, chatting with a man. They smiled, whispered, and held hands. Leif grunted, surprised, not that she had found someone new, but that he wasn't upset at all. "I wonder how long it took for them to get together," he murmured, taking a seat at the other end of the counter. Vera looked up, frowned slightly, and walked over to him. "Hi, Leif, want some lunch?" she asked. "Yep. We have beef stew ready," she said. "That'll work. Tea with it, please." "I'll be right back." She returned a moment later with his tea. "Thanks, Vera." "I need to check on the other customers. I'll bring your food," she interrupted quickly. Leif sighed. She didn't seem to want a proper conversation. After finishing his meal, Leif asked, "Can we talk for a minute?" Vera hesitated but nodded. "What about?" she asked. "Well, for one, I'm not mad that you're seeing someone else," he said, gesturing toward the other end of the counter. Her eyes widened. "I saw you two holding hands," he continued. "Oh, you're really not mad?" Leif shook his head. "Not even a little. Why would I be?" "We both knew what we had was temporary," he added. "I see," she said, looking a mix of disappointed and relieved. "You expected me to be jealous." Vera nodded. "Well, I'm not," he replied. That's good," she said quietly. "The second thing," Leif continued, "is that I'm leaving in a few days. This is probably the last time you'll see me here." "I figured you'd keep coming for meals," she said. "I considered it but decided to save the money," he replied, standing and paying. "Guess I should get going." "Good luck. I guess I'll see you around," Vera said. "No, I don't reckon you will. I hope you have a good life," Leif said, smiling. "And good luck with what's-his-name." Vera laughed softly. Leif returned her smile and walked out of the tavern, ready for the next phase of his journey. 5 days later, as the sun began to rise, Leif started moving tools and stock into the storage chests. He had built a second chest after realizing he still had plenty of metal stock. Once the woodworking tools were packed, he moved on to the forge, leaving only a few worn-out or duplicate tools behind. While transferring items, he spotted the chunk of iron used for the halting ward. The enchantment still held. Smiling, he added it to his inventory. "Never know when that might come in handy again," he muttered. Packing the chests was far quicker than expected. Leif discovered he could move items from his ring storage directly into the chests by mere intent. "There's just one more thing to do. Well, 2 things," he said, lighting the forge. A few minutes later, he returned with the climate and water control plates. Removing the gems, he tossed the plates into the fire, letting the enchantments burst in the heat. Once done, he packed the rest of his belongings and melted the plates into slag. Banking the fire, he scratched out the forge enchantment and added the slag to the scrap metal pile. Satisfied, he walked through the shop one last time. "All right, Jake," he said to the mule. "Let's get you hooked up and ready to go." "Leif," a voice shouted. "Nate," he called back. "Yeah, it's me." The boy, along with Kara, Larry, and Scott, entered the courtyard as Leif finished securing Jake to the wagon. He double-checked the straps while the children looked around in awe. "You're really leaving?" Kara asked. "Yeah, it's time," Leif answered. The little girl ran to him, hugging his legs. Leif bent down and returned the hug. "We could come with you," Scott said, hopeful. "No, you guys have lives and families here," Leif replied. "Your families would miss you, and you'd miss them too much." The boys exchanged doubtful looks. Leif choked back emotion. "Trust me, you'll miss them when they're gone," he said. Nate nodded thoughtfully. Scott and Larry followed a moment later. "Are you leaving those swords and daggers?" Nate asked, noticing the last items Leif had made, still sitting on a table in the shop doorway. "Those are the last things I made for Kevin Young. They're his," Leif replied as he picked Kara up and sat her on the wagon's driver's bench. She giggled. Are we going for a ride? She asked. Yeah, I have a gift for you that needs to be hidden, Leif said. All of us? Larry asked. Yep, Leif confirmed. Are you going to give us all a ride home? Scott asked. Yep, hop in, Leif said. Larry and Scott climbed aboard. Nate looked torn. Leif suspected he wanted one of the daggers. Nate, how about opening and closing the gate? Then you can go through the shop and meet us out front, Leif suggested. Sure, Leif, Nate said. Leif leaned closer and whispered, Don't take one of those cheap daggers. I have a better knife for you. Nate nodded, reassured. Leif climbed up beside Kara and snapped the reins. Giddy up, Jake. At each child's home, Leif gave a bank certificate for 1,000 crowns, instructing them to hide it or give it to their parents to keep it safe. Nate received a knife to replace the one he had destroyed when first meeting Leif, along with an extra 10 crowns to deliver a message to Kevin about the swords and daggers. With farewells said, Leif headed for the western gate. He met Lucy and her crew at the Fat Tomcat pub, using the halting ward to ensure Jake stayed put. After an early lunch, he asked, Are you ready? Yes, Lucy replied after exchanging glances with her comrades. I can't believe we agreed to this, Carlos muttered. Louder, he asked, And you're still going to make better gear for us along the way? Yes, and I'll provide repairs, Leif said. That's good enough for us, Ariel said, speaking for herself and Adrian. Leif noticed the two had grown closer over the past weeks. Well, let's pay and get this show on the road, Lucy said. Stop them, shouted a voice just as the guards allowed Leif's wagon through the gate. Everyone turned. Well, if it is Father Maven Santinello, Legia and Kevin Young, Leif said. Father, by what right are you ordering us to stop these people? One guard asked. That man is an enchanter, and my order wants him, Santinello replied. What about proof, and who are those two? The guard asked, gesturing to Legia and Kevin. These are my witnesses, Santinello said. Leif almost laughed at Lucy and her crew's uneasy glances. The guard looked at Leif. You're going to claim you're not an enchanter. I'm not, Leif replied, calm. Kevin Young tricked me into a bad contract and wants to keep me under his thumb even though it's ended. His words and his employees cannot be trusted. That could be true if you have proof of the contract, the guard said. Leif reached into his satchel. What are you reaching for? Santinello demanded. My copy of the contract and a record from Caitlin Richards, Leif replied. Kevin's eyes widened when Leif held up his storage ring. What's the matter? Santinello asked. It's just a cheap wood ring, Kevin stammered. Hand me the bag, the guard ordered. Leif shrugged and complied. The guard retrieved the documents and summoned the captain. That won't be necessary, another voice said. Kenneth Roberts dismounted and Leif hid a grin. What are you doing here? Santinello hissed. Kenneth frowned, the priest apologized. Guards explained the situation. Enchanter, huh? The Baron asked. Yes, an enchanter, Santinello said. There's only one way to settle this, Kenneth said. A senior priest or priestess will examine him. I've already called High Priestess Lucille, Santinello replied. She'll arrive shortly. Very well, Kenneth said. Move the crafter and his wagon aside so traffic can flow. Trouble with the church. I'm done with this mess. I'm going for a drink, Carlos muttered, riding off. Lucy asked, What about us? What about you? Kenneth replied. They agreed to escort me to the mountains, Leif said. They can wait unless they want to end their contract, the Baron said. Lucy, Adrian, and Ariel exchanged glances and moved aside. Leif felt a bad premonition. Kevin grinned. Sorry, Leif. Trouble with the church wasn't what we planned. If you're an enchanter, Lucy sighed. We prefer to end our deal. That's fine, Leif said. He didn't want anyone unreliable along for the journey. Kevin sidled closer. You know I could probably call off the priest. We're still heading west. You could come with us. No chance, Leif replied. You're completely untrustworthy. They'll see you're an enchanter, and you'll regret denying me when you're locked up, Kevin threatened. We'll see, Leif said. It's about time, Kenneth said as the high priestess arrived. Leif remained calm, puzzling the nobles. Lucille consulted her junior priest. I shall examine the lad, she announced. This won't hurt, Lucille said, gazing at Leif as if trying to see his soul. A moment later, she barked a laugh. An artisan. Yes, ma'am, Leif replied. I haven't seen an artisan in years. You've chosen an unusual path, she said. I thought it suited me best, staying a general crafter, Leif said. I wish you luck, Mr. Craftsman, Lucille said. Turning to the Baron and guards, she declared, he is a rare, advanced crafting class, not an enchanter. He is free to go. But, Santinello began. No buts, we'll discuss this later, Lucille said. She walked away with the priest. Kevin and Leija also left, frowning. That was more trouble than I expected, Kenneth said. Good luck out there. Thank you, Leif said, climbing back onto the wagon. You should hire more guards, Kenneth warned. I'll wait until Winston-Salem or hope for luck on the road, Leif replied. The Baron shook his head and waved him through. Leif snapped the reins. Giddy up, Jake, it's a long way ahead.